Hello, I'm Jennifer Joy, author of Anne's Adversity. Please stay all the way to the end for a peek behind the scenes of the creation of this story that you won't get anywhere else but here on this channel. Happy listening!
Anne's Adversity, a Pride and Prejudice variation. The Darcy Cousins, Volume 2. Written by Jennifer Joy. Narrated by Emma Lisi. Chapter 1. Rosings, early March 1812. Anne de Bourgh stared at the letter she held in her trembling hands. "How did you get this?" she asked Molly, their newest addition to the housekeeping staff. Molly wrung her hands on her apron and hung her head. "Come on, Molly. You have nothing to fear from Miss Anne. After all the effort it took to convince Lady Catherine to take you on, do you not think Miss Anne would let you go so easily?" said Nancy, Anne's maid. What Nancy said was true. Anne had found Molly a couple of months ago. It was one of those cloudless winter days when the promise of sunshine lured residents outside. Tired of being cooped up in the house, Anne had taken her pony and cart for a drive. As she neared Hunsford, the rectory on Mother's estate, she caught sight of a girl nearing the parish. She looked to be about 15 years of age. Anne watched as she hid behind a bush outside the garden. Anne did not want to startle her, so she slowed her horse and spoke to it out loud. "You troublemaker, Puck. Must I bribe you with an apple on every outing?" She pulled out a shiny red apple and held it up. Out of the corner of her eye, she checked for movement in the bush. Puck would have to receive his treat later. The girl's hunger drew her out, and Anne asked where she was going. The girl's name was Molly. She had escaped from an overcrowded orphanage and was looking for work. Unlike most girls in her circumstances, she knew how to read. Anne did not have the heart to tell Molly that the ability she was so proud of would prevent her from entering into service. Most households frowned upon educated servants, believing them to be more rebellious. Her mother was no different. But Mother's last maid had left in a hurry. Mother went through too many maids for Anne's memory, and her reputation of being impossible to please prevented her from finding a prompt replacement. Still, Anne explained the position and Mother's character in the short drive back to Rosings. Molly agreed at once, thrilled to be given such an opportunity. Better to have a full belly and a safe, warm place to sleep than starve in the cold outside. After sneaking her in downstairs for a good scrub and a change of clothes, Anne began her campaign to hire Molly. And now, with Molly standing before her, Anne understood another reason families preferred not to hire literate servants. They might stumble upon a secret. Anne waited for Molly to speak, still stunned with what the girl had discovered. She was happy that Nancy had approached her while she was seated at her writing desk, sketching away. Had Anne not been sitting, she might have fallen to the floor. Her limbs felt numb. Stepping forward with her hands extended, Molly pleaded, "I know it was impertinent of me to read the addresses of the letters. I had been told to leave her ladyship's desk untouched, but until today it was always closed. When I saw it open, I assumed it was left thus for me to dust. I know I shall lose my position over this. I beg your pardon, Miss Anne, but when I saw the letter addressed from your father, I could not remain silent. Perhaps it is because I am an orphan and long to hear anything about my own family that made me act so impulsively." Molly spoke of Mother in the same exalted way the rest of the household staff did. Anne empathized with the girl. She had never known her father, Sir Lewis de Bourgh. As far as she knew, he had died 6 months before her birth from poor health. It was a fact she had shared with Molly on their first meeting to put her at ease. The letter, still clenched in her hands, was dated 1786. She was born in 1785, 6 months before the letter was penned, 6 months after her father's funeral. Full realization of what she held in her hands took her breath away, and Anne had to remind herself to breathe. How could her father pen a message after his death? Nancy spoke. "Molly came to me directly and told me of the letter. It was not until she mentioned the date of it that I thought to bring it to your attention." Anne closed her eyes and breathed deeply. Nancy was not only her maid, but had become a good friend and confidant over the years. She, of anyone, would know what this meant to Anne. Mother avoided speaking of father. Anne had learned that it was best not to ask. "Thank you, Molly. What you did was very wrong, and any house would see you immediately to the door." Anne stopped when she looked at the girl. Molly stood still, with her head up and her eyes looking directly at Anne. But her chest heaved up and down with such sporadic breaths, and her eyes shined with tears, which would undoubtedly fall the moment she left Anne's room. She did not need more reproof than she had heaped upon herself. She needed some kindness. "But I will do my best to help you when this comes to Mother's attention. Nothing goes unnoticed by her, but I promise that your name shall not cross my lips as regards this communication. We will do our best to keep this a secret." Nancy nodded her agreement, and Molly relaxed her stance ever so slightly. "Now, you had best hurry about your work and forget about this. If her ladyship sees so much as a speck of dust on her stair banister, she will send you packing, letter or no letter," admonished Nancy. Molly curtsied and left the room. As soon as Nancy closed the door behind the girl, Anne put her face in her hands and wept. She had never felt such a mixture of emotion as at that moment. Anger, sadness, hope. A million questions flooded her mind. "Miss Anne, I am so sorry you had to find out like this. It is very possible that your father is still alive." It took some time, but eventually Anne's sobs calmed. Now that the initial shock of the moment had passed, Anne picked up the letter which had fallen onto her lap and read it again. February 5th, 1786. Paris. "Catherine, I do not address you my dearest, for we both know the truth. I cannot help but feel that you will be happier with my departure, even though my aim these past 6 years was always to make you happy. Alas, I have failed, so I will withdraw in such a way to leave my estate and fortune to you. Perhaps you will appreciate them more in my absence. Arrangements were made with a doctor in Brighton. He will attest to my sudden passing, and will ensure all the proper legalities are seen to. He is trustworthy. I have taken great care to disguise my identity, so that you may avoid any scandal. It is a pity we have come to this. You may think me a coward, but living with you would have killed me before long, and I choose to live. We have no children, and for this I thank God. Children deserve a safe haven in a home, and I have grown to loathe Rosings. Mostly, I despise myself and the man I have become. So, Catherine, it is all yours to do with as you please. I hope it brings you happiness. As soon as I find somewhere suitable to settle, I shall send you an address should you need it, or, dare I say, desire to write. I remain yours in name only. Attentively, Sir Louis de Bourgh." Clutching the yellowed letter to her chest, and trying to imagine what her parents' relationship had been like. Had they been in love? Had they been happy at one time? There was a portrait painting of father and mother in the sitting room. The artist had exaggerated Mother's features so much she appeared to be a pleasant person with full rosy cheeks and a wide smile. Anne had never seen Mother's smile, so she doubted the portrait represented them well. Is he still alive? Could he really have been that weak? I can see how Mother could drive a man past his limits. What would he look like? Do I resemble him? I certainly do not resemble Mother very much. Why was this kept from me? Interrupting her thoughts, Nancy said, "It is almost time to dine. Would you like to wear your green satin with lace, or the blue with the gold tassels?" Nancy held the dresses up as she described them. Anne wished she could dress in the simpler frocks she saw the townswomen wear. The frills and fluff of the dresses her mother chose made her feel smaller than she already was. She felt like an overdressed child. I am a woman of 27. I should be able to choose my own gowns. Anne's thoughts must have summoned the great lady. 3 staccato knocks sounded at her door, and Mother entered without invitation. Seeing Nancy standing there with the dresses in her hands, she promptly walked over and felt the fabric of the blue gown. You will wear the blue tasselled dress, Anne. The green does nothing to complement your complexion." That decision taken away from her, Anne sat and fumed. Why did you have it made if you did not like it? You probably never let father choose his own stockings. Yet, as was her custom, Anne remained silent. She had spent a lifetime holding her tongue. Her mother, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, believed that children should be seen and not heard. If Anne had any opinions of her own, she did not know them. Mother's opinions were law in the de Bourgh household, and nobody dared go against them. Not even Anne. The paper crinkled under her hand, reminding Anne that she held something precious. "What is that?" demanded Mother. Anne's heart pounded in her chest. She could not lose her father's letter yet. "It's just an old letter. I was arranging my writing desk when you came in." She flung the letter face down on top of her unfinished sketch on the writing table, and did her best to look bored. "You should take better care of your letters," Mother counselled. "I will. Did you need something, or did you just come to pick out my gown for dinner?" Anne asked. She was horrified to hear the edge in her own voice. She swallowed hard and looked down at the floor. "I do not appreciate your triteness, Anne. I came to inform you that Fitzwilliam will arrive tomorrow. He is coming to propose, and I want you to discuss a London wedding in June. The weather is perfect at that time of year, and all the fashionable families will still be in town. That is all. I expect you in the dining room in an hour." With that, she turned and left the room. Anne sat in silence while Nancy laid the blue dress on top of Anne's dressing screen. When she had finally chewed one paper-thin nail down to a stub, she made herself stop. She looked down at her hands. Only one thumbnail remained that had not been bitten down to the quick. Once again, Anne felt completely out of control in her own life, and her fingers were ugly to boot. She looked at her writing desk. Her father's letter had landed on top of a book of poetry, full of sonnets she had never seen brought to life in the theatre, because her poor health prevented it. Treatment after treatment had not appeased the general malaise Anne felt day in and day out. Anne reached out and touched the letter with her fingertips, wishing she could escape like father had. And just like that, an idea formed. Anne could not speak her mind, but maybe words were not necessary. "Nancy, please lay the green dress out. I choose lace over tassels tonight." Nancy froze in place, her mouth open in disbelief. "Are you sure, miss?" "Yes, I am quite sure. This letter means that my father might still be alive, and I aim to find out tonight." Anne's words sounded confident, though she trembled inside. Changing quickly, she checked her reflection in the mirror. The dark green was not as becoming as the blue would have been, but she had a point to prove. The colour, in fact, reminded Anne very much of the green curtains in the dining hall. But she was a grown woman and able to make decisions on her own, especially such a trifling thing as choosing her own gown for dinner. The letter remained on top of the desk. Anne thought to take it with her, but on second thought, she shoved it between several cushions on a couch in the corner of her room by her door. She did not know fully how valuable it was, but it felt powerful to her, and she did not want it out of her sight until she learned more about father. "Be brave, Miss Anne," said Nancy, before opening the door. Anne nodded and faked a smile. Then she walked down the hall and descended the stairs. "Be determined, be strong, be brave," she repeated to herself in rhythm with each step. Chapter 2. "You do not have much of an appetite. Are you ill?" asked Mother at the table. Dinner had not started out well. Mother did not take kindly to Anne's small rebellion, and Anne began to doubt the wisdom of her plan. How in the world did she expect to get Mother to talk, when she avoided the topic like the plague by wearing a gown that neither she nor her mother liked? Anne moved her boiled potatoes around the delicate china plate. She never had enjoyed a healthy appetite, and often wondered how others could find such pleasure in food. Of course, she had been on a restrictive diet consisting mostly of bone tea since she could remember. Mother looked at her expectantly, so Anne bit the dry potato and started chewing. At least she did not have to talk if her mouth was full. It tasted like sawdust and seemed to grow in her mouth. It took several drinks of water before she could swallow. How can I tell her what I know? I need to say something, but how? The longer Anne waited, the more difficult conversation became. Her determination weakened with every passing minute. Anne, if you will not eat, then might I suggest you take some bone tea in your room? It was not a question so much as a direct order. Mother signalled a servant, who would go to the kitchen to ask cook to prepare the vile broth. Anne forced down another potato. Perhaps if she were allowed some of the cream sauce, it would go down easier. Dabbing her mouth with a napkin, Anne took a deep breath and said, "Mother, there is something of great importance I wish to ask you about." Mother looked up from her clean plate, eyebrows raised. "I would like to know about Father." "Your father died before you were born. His health became very poor after we married." It was the same answer Mother had recited to her and everyone else over the years. "That is what I've been told. Is there no small chance that, perhaps—" How to say it? Anne's eyes wandered about the room, searching for the right words. She was glad she did, for she nearly overlooked the presence of the servants. Mother would never talk while they were present. "Speak up, Anne. An accomplished lady speaks her mind with the utmost tact and understanding." Mother's words were an insult to Anne. She was very aware of her lack of accomplishments and inability to speak her mind. How did Mother expect her to speak up when she had been raised to be silent? How could she expect Anne to be accomplished when her efforts had never been good enough? Mother's words ignited a small fire in Anne, which gave her just the amount of courage she needed. She felt Mother's interest grow when she dismissed the servants from the room. "What I want to know is if there is any possibility that Father might still be alive." "No," Mother answered before Anne could even pronounce her last syllable. "What would make you think Sir Lewis could be alive when he has been dead these 27 years? "I found something." Anne felt her bravery seeping away from her as her mother seemed to grow taller in her chair. Now she had her mother's full attention. Anne felt her piercing eyes examining her, trying to expose her secret. Though Mother's demeanour never changed, Anne saw the veins popping out of her forehead from across the table, a sure sign of disapproval. In a low voice, Mother asked, "What did you find?" Her left eye twitched. "A letter from Father. It was dated after I was born. Did he know about me?" Anne's voice came out as a squeak as emotion overwhelmed her. "Keep calm, collect yourself." She breathed 5 times and focused on her mother's pulsing temple and twitching eye. For a fleeting moment, Anne saw worry in Mother's face, but she quickly covered it with stubborn denial. Then a protective layer of ice covered her countenance, and she sat more rigid than normal in her chair. Maybe Anne had only imagined the worry. In a cold monotone, Mother said, "The letter must have been from someone else. Your father could not possibly have written anything post-mortem. You must have dreamed it up after reading one of those horrid novels you hide from me." She stared at Anne so intensely, Anne felt herself shrivel from across the table. Then Mother reached out for her bell to call the servants back in. Anne felt blood rush to her head in her desperation. There was no time for calming breaths. She had asked Mother a simple question, and she was refusing to answer. "Does Father know I exist? Is he still alive?" The words came out stronger than her normal murmur. She was so used to being talked over, her voice sounded too loud when she spoke at a normal volume. Mother pursed her lips and stared at Anne. It felt like forever before she finally said, "You are out of sorts tonight, Anne. I think it best for you to take some tea in your room." Her condescending air frustrated Anne. She would not be so easily dismissed. She would not budge. She was determined to get an answer. "Why will you not acknowledge that the letter exists? Why will you not tell me if father still lives? Is it that difficult?" She felt like slamming her fist on top of the table, but contented herself by picking at her solitary thumbnail. Even when she ripped the nail off and felt the sting of exposed flesh, she did not take her eyes off Mother. It was a battle of wills that ended when Mother rang the little bell. A servant scurried in, his face void of all expression. "Inform the cook that Miss Anne has taken ill. She requires a tea tray to be sent to her room, with her usual fare." The servant bowed and scurried off to carry out his orders. "You will go upstairs. After some nourishment and some rest, you will come to your senses." She folded her napkin and placed it on the table, signalling the end of dinner. Powerless, Anne stood up. Nothing she could say would make Mother listen to her. Any hope Anne had of getting some answers about her father disappeared like smoke up a chimney. Anne crossed the room. When she reached the doorway, Mother called after her, "You must look your best for tomorrow. Fitzwilliam is coming to propose. Richard will be here too. I expect you will not suffer any more outbursts during their stay." Clenching her hands and her jaw, Anne said, "You need not worry about me. I bid you a good evening." The words were polite, but the thoughts running through her mind were as contrary as her mother. Her blatant refusal to talk about father only increased Anne's hope that he might still be alive. When she entered her room, Nancy was waiting with a hairbrush in her hand. She motioned for Anne to sit on the padded velvet stool in front of her vanity mirror. Anne did not say anything for quite a while. The rhythmic brushing melted her anxiety away, and she soon relaxed. "How did it go, miss?" "I know nothing now that I did not know before. Mother would not even admit that such a letter exists. She denied everything." Anne sighed in disappointment. "Maybe her ladyship did not wish to speak of such an intimate subject in front of the servants." The servants' job was to perform their duties unseen, and they did such a good job of it, their presence had almost slipped Anne's mind. "I remembered to dismiss them. It was only her and I in the room. She was more concerned with William and Richard's arrival in the morning than anything I had to say." She slumped into her seat at the mention of her cousin, Fitzwilliam Darcy. Both he and Richard, a colonel in His Majesty's army, were her favourite cousins. But while William had provided some diversion when they were children, she did not want to marry him. She did not love him, and, what was worse, she had nothing to recommend her to him as a good wife. She would only bring embarrassment to the Darcys' family name, and they would grow to despise her. Anne preferred their relationship to stay as it was, amiable and distant. "I cannot marry him, Nancy." Nancy said nothing for a while, just continued to brush Anne's wispy, reddish-brown locks. "I will see Mum tomorrow. I think I will ask if she knows anything about your father. She was your wet nurse and nursemaid, and was in her ladyship's employ when it was supposed that Sir Lewis was dead. Maybe she noticed something amiss." "You must not reveal what you know, not even to your mother," said Anne, worried how quickly news like this could spread should it be made known. News of Sir Lewis brought back from the dead would create a scandal their family would never recover from, and Mother would forever remember who had revealed it. The de Bourghs would be shunned, as would anyone in association with them. Nancy placed both hands on Anne's shoulders. "You can count on my utmost discretion." Anne sat straighter and looked at Nancy's reflection in the mirror. "Thank you," she said. feeling that those simple words did not express the gratitude she felt sufficiently. "Let me worry about the letter, please, miss. Your biggest concern as of tomorrow is Mr. Darcy and your mother. Whatever you decide, Miss Anne, I support you. It is not much, I know, but all I want is for you to be happy. It pains me, just as it pained my mum, to see you so unhappy and restless." "What could I do without you, Nancy? You are more sister to me than maid. I only wish I could do more for you and your family." Though they were close in age, that was where their similarities ended. Nancy was strong in disposition and constitution. Anne was not. Nancy had a healthy touch of sun to her skin, and Anne was pasty white. Nancy was openly kind and generous with her friends and family. Anne had to hide her kindness or risk a scolding. Nancy acted like the grown woman she was, making decisions and expressing her opinion when appropriate. Anne did not even know what her favourite colour was. Nancy had many skills and enjoyed a respectable level of confidence in her capabilities. Anne knew how to draw and, well, Anne knew how to draw. She had drawn a portrait of Nancy's youngest brother as a keepsake for his family when he had taken a position as a stable boy near the coast. Only the friendship she had with Nancy's family gave her the nerve to present it as a gift. Otherwise, she kept her drawing safe from the scrutiny of everyone. Their eyes met in the mirror to smile at each other in mutual appreciation. How Anne wished she could be as strong as her friend. Anne fell silent as she considered what a braver version of herself would do. Looking toward the couch, where father's letter was still tucked under the cushions, Anne concluded that she was no longer content to spend her days lying about on a sickbed. The hair-brushing complete, Anne stood with renewed resolve. If she could only act as she imagined, she just might be able to make one choice in her life. "I need a plan if I am to succeed. If father is alive, I want to meet him. I do not wish to marry William, and must convince him and mother to allow me some freedom." It hit Anne like a thunderbolt. She knew precisely what to call what she wanted. Freedom. It was both exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. With freedom came responsibility. Anne had relied on others her whole life. "All right, miss. Where do you suppose we begin?" It comforted Anne to have Nancy include herself in her plans. If left on her own, Anne was certain she would fail miserably, like she had with every other endeavour Mother had pushed her to excel in. That would be the greatest challenge. Anne had no idea how to convince Mother to loosen her hold, but she had all night to think it over. She would think of something. She had to. Chapter 3. The next morning, Anne woke to sunshine pouring through her open windows. Nancy bustled about the room, and Anne lingered in her warm, comfortable bed. She savoured the peaceful time in the morning, especially since she suspected they would be her last for the remainder of the day. William may already have arrived. "You had better close the windows and drapes before Mother sees, Nancy." "Her ladyship is not yet awake. You can have a few more minutes of fresh air. It is a beautiful day, Miss Anne." Nancy leaned into the window and took a deep breath. Anne slipped out of bed to stand in front of the window. The doctor had warned her against the dangers of poisonous air, but as Anne closed her eyes to take in the scent of a new spring day, she found that she could not agree with his warning. Nancy's mother, Nurse Callahan, had also defied Mother's orders that Anne be protected from fresh air by opening the curtains and windows when she was a little girl. Her own children, of whom she had 7, were stout and strong because they spent most of the day out of doors. How could the sweet perfume of new blossoms make anyone sick? Certainly, Anne thought, they were an improvement to the treatments and tonics the doctor and her mother insisted she take. She looked at the tray of medicine on the table next to her bed and immediately felt queasy. "You should eat. Perhaps it will go down easier." Anne turned to look at Nancy. I remember how Nurse Callahan would sneak me away to play in the orchard with you and your brothers. She would give me a spoon of honey, and it tasted like heaven. She looked at the medicine bottles. I would gladly take my medicine if I thought it did any good. Nancy plopped her hands on her hips. Mother said it, and I agree. What you need, Miss Anne, is something to occupy yourself with, instead of laying around and taking this poison. I should like to learn how to do things, but up to now I always fail. Mother says I lack stamina. Since Anne could remember, she was always fatigued. Nonsense! Just because something does not turn out perfectly at the first go does not make you a failure. You should have seen my first embroidery stitches. I made more knots than anything, but now I do most of the embroidery on your fancy gowns, and I take great pride in my work. It was not always so. I will not speak against her ladyship, but I cannot agree with her. She should have encouraged you more, instead of letting you give up so easily. Nancy's colour was up, and she waved her hands in frustration. Anne crossed the room to the couch and pulled out Father's letter from behind the cushions. This is my chance to change. I am not sure how, but I feel it. So long as you do not get yourself banished from your own home, I would not put it past her ladyship to react severely. Mother may be harsh sometimes, but she would not cast her own daughter out of her home, I think. Anne could not imagine a world without her home, Rosings. It was the only place she knew, not having had the opportunity to travel much. If she had to be trapped anywhere, she was glad it was such a place as Rosings. Nancy closed the window and curtains and helped ready Anne for the day, requesting breakfast in her room and laying out her clothes. Darcy and Richard had arrived and had been shown to their guest rooms. Darcy was efficient, so Anne expected him to request an audience before long. Her morning routine done, Anne sat on her divan by the door to collect her thoughts and to prepare for her meeting with Darcy. She folded her feet up under her skirt and opened her sketchbook until Darcy sent his request to meet her in the front parlour. Not wishing to depart without Father's letter, she gently folded it and put it inside her pocket. Maybe it would help her be braver. She needed all the help she could get. Moments later, Anne entered the front parlour. Darcy was waiting for her. He was a handsome man and quite tall. He did not look dwarfed next to the oversized furniture in the room. He would make an admirable husband for somebody else. They had hardly exchanged proper greetings when Anne blurted, "I cannot marry you, Fitzwilliam." Anne's heart raced, and she felt light-headed. "I think I will be sick." When she realized she was patting her pocket, she took courage. It would change things. She could not weaken now. Darcy looked at her like he had not heard clearly. Clearing her throat, Anne stood taller and repeated, "I will not marry you, William." That he understood. "What about your security, Anne? If you will not have me, what do you intend to do?" He looked concerned, and Anne took pity on him. She knew that Darcy could have his pick of eligible ladies, but his desire to honour the arranged marriage their mothers had made prevented him from doing so. It made her sad to disappoint him, but there was no other way. "I wonder why you would marry me when Mother has given you every indication that I would be a pitiful wife. The only accomplishment I have is the ability to catch every illness that passes through Kent. What confidence do you have that I am capable of giving you an heir? Pardon me, cousin, for speaking of such a delicate subject, but you know it to be true. I would only disappoint you." Anne hoped she could appeal to Darcy's logic, but he looked so confused, and she felt so inadequate. Darcy relaxed his crossed arms and really looked at her. "You are determined, Anne. Is there nothing that would make you change your mind?" Anne was grateful for his consideration. She was not accustomed to being asked about her thoughts. "I am determined, Darcy. I thank you for your concern for my welfare, and I hope you fall in love with a good lady who will deserve your loyalty more than I can." The words came from her heart, and she felt happy to say them. There was silence in the room, and Anne searched Darcy's face for any sign of hurt. He, too, stood looking at her, but his expression, as usual, was difficult to read. Finally, he nodded and dismissed himself. Anne's fingers were like ice, and her stomach was a ball of nerves. She turned to the window so she might warm up from the sun shining in. Before he could reach the door, Anne heard it open and then the solid footsteps of her mother as she entered the room. "Why are you leaving so soon, Darcy? I thought to find you making arrangements with Anne." Mother's gaze soon shifted from her favourite nephew to Anne. Anne opened her mouth to speak, but she saw her cousin, Richard, enter the room. Dressed in his red uniform, he was a dashing figure. But Anne knew he would say something unfortunate. He looked much too happy and tended to speak before considering. "Darcy, let me be the first to congratulate you." Richard stepped toward Darcy to shake his hands. The tension in the room caught up with Richard as all three faces turned to glare at him. "I apologize. I fear I have spoken too soon." He shuffled his feet and looked quizzically at Darcy. No one spoke or acknowledged his apology. Anne felt her mother's attention focus back on her, and with it the full force of her anger. Mother's presence filled the room, and her voice echoed off the walls as she demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" "Be brave. Be strong." Clutching the letter in her pocket, Anne pretended father was holding her hand, offering his support. She stood firmly in place and spoke as clearly as she dared. "I released Darcy from our engagement, Mother." "You foolish child! Would you cast off a promise made and sealed with the death of my sister as if it were of little consequence?" Taking a steadying breath, Anne said, "I honour the memory of my Aunt Anne, and I do not take your promises lightly either, Mother. However, this concerns my future, and I feel that only I should choose what makes me happy. Please, Mother, let me make this one choice." "Your impertinence is not appreciated, Anne. You have no experience in life, and lack the wisdom to make such decisions," Mother said in her condescending tone. It angered Anne to be scolded like a child. She was a woman of 27. "Perhaps I lack wisdom because I have never been given a chance to live." Anne's eyes teared up in emotion, but her decisiveness never wavered. "You have become quite stubborn and dramatic of late, Anne, and I'm going to have to get to the bottom of it. This disrespect for your superiors is unacceptable. This will not do." Dropping her voice to a hiss, Mother said, "Do not forget that I can change my will on a whim. If you refuse to marry Darcy, I will disinherit you. I can cast you off without a penny to your name." She enunciated each syllable. So intent was her focus, she did not even blink. Anger crowded out Anne's disbelief at her mother's threat. She forgot the presence of her cousins in the room. "You are in no position to do so, Mother, and you know it." Anne pulled out father's letter and waved it in front of her, then quickly put it back in her pocket lest Mother should grab it away from her. Anne had seen Mother upset many times before, but she was unprepared for the horrified expression she saw. This was so much worse than their discussion at dinner the evening before. Mother must have remembered the presence of her two nephews then, for she spun on her heels. "You two, out, now!" she demanded as she ushered them out of the room, the door banging behind them. Anne wanted to beg them to stay, but knew Mother would never discuss family affairs with witnesses in the room. Mother could no longer deny such a letter from father existed. Her secret was discovered, and Anne braced herself for the consequences. She prayed that, at least, she might get some answers, though the cost be great. Chapter 4. London. Luc Mauvier shook his head and pretended not to hear the conversation on the other side of his front room. He wondered if his younger sister, Adelaide, would change her normal recital, or if she would go with the original piece. It was impossible to focus on the newspaper in front of him, with such entertainment happening on the other side of the fireplace. "I am sincerely flattered at your offer, Mr. Grayson. Really, I am. However, it is not my intention to marry. I have a successful dressmaking business to run, and my young women depend on me to give them work and stability as they get back on their feet. Surely you can see how I could not abandon them. I thank you for your understanding." Her tone was firm, but kind. The normal recital it is. What amazed Luke the most was why gentlemen kept trying. It was only March, and this was the second proposal of marriage Adelaide had refused that year. He did not blame the gentleman. Adelaide looked like the heroine of a work of art. Her hair was the colour of the strong coffee he drank each morning. Her eyes were like emeralds. Her skin was pale, but she maintained a healthy pink glow in her cheeks. Her lips were the envy of many an actress who would bite us to achieve the same effect. It felt that half of the gentlemen in London had proposed to his sister. Fortunately for Adelaide, Mr. Grayson took her refusal graciously and soon left. Folding up his unread newspaper, Luke stood and walked over to his sister. He clapped as he got closer. "A brilliant act, mademoiselle. I do hope, however, that there will be no repeat performance." "I cannot help what men say to me, Luke. You know I give them no encouragement." She looked distressed, so Luke softened his tone. "It is because the English appreciate beautiful things, Adelaide," Luke said in his soft French accent. They had escaped France 19 years before, but, unlike his sister, who spoke perfect English, Luke refused to part with his accent. As the owner and manager of a small theatre, it had not hurt him. If anything, it tended toward the artistic, and, in the past years, London's appreciation for the arts had grown. Luke's theatre was attended by many members of the ton. Even Lord Chamberlain blessed it with his presence and allowed Luke the use of a Burletta license. Luke was pleased to be amongst the best theatres in town, allowed to give a dramatic performance with dialogue, so long as it was set to music. "I am the mirror image of you, excepting your brown eyes. In complimenting me, you compliment yourself," Adelaide said, her hand on her hips. Luke laughed. Adelaide always did speak her mind, in plain, impossible to misunderstand speech. She soon joined in his laughter, and Luke was happy to see the distress of an unwanted proposal escape her mind while she smiled. "That is better. Only smiles and pleasant things for my little sister." "I wonder when you will be in the same position as Mr. Grayson was a few minutes ago. You are surrounded by beautiful women, the most desirable women in England, yet you remain unmarried. When is it your turn to fall in love?" She looked at him with her eyebrows inclined, in judgment and curiosity. "Love is such a fickle emotion. It comes and goes." Luke waved his hand in front of him like a pendulum. "That is not love, brother. That is fantasy, infatuation. When you meet a good woman you can respect, then you will know what love is. I do not believe in the kind of love talked about in novels or plays." Luke grabbed his chest dramatically, his eyes darting around the room. "Do not say such sacrilegious words too loudly. Someone might hear you. And who would I get to come to my theatre? Speaking of which, were you able to get Juliet's costume finished?" "If you had looked, you would see that it was in the wardrobe yesterday." Luke grabbed Adelaide's hand and bowed to kiss it. He knew everything that went on in his theatre, and had seen the finished costumes the day before. He had efficiently changed the subject, though, and he did not mind the chiding from Adelaide. "I should have noticed, but I am avoiding Miss White at the moment. She's been flirting shamelessly with me, and I have made it 33 years without being entrapped, and I intend to make it at least a couple years more." "I suppose that you will then stand very still while some ambitious beauty sets her trap? Or would you prefer to marry a proper lady? Either way, you will be powerless when the right woman comes along. You are not like me. You do not like to be alone." She jabbed her finger into his arm. "Yes, I know, but I have lived here too long. I too have grown to love beautiful things, and love to surround myself with their company. I am not ready to limit myself to just one." Adelaide rolled her eyes. "You should marry." Her suggestion made, she turned and left the room, probably to return to her dress shop on the ground floor of their townhouse located near the busy Strand. Luke wanted to see her settled and happy, but he respected the work she did. Adelaide had a reputation in London for her creative, fashionable gowns, and she chose to use it to help other women who found themselves alone or destitute in town by giving them needlework in her shop. She paid a fair wage, and her apprentices learned from the best under her vigilant eye. Adelaide's words echoed in Luke's mind. You should marry. But if Luke had learned one thing in his life, it was that some people's lives were taken away before their time. Each day was a gift that should be enjoyed to its fullest. Life was meant to be savoured. Now alone in the house, Luke felt uneasy. He did not like to be idle or left with his thoughts. It is a blessing there is always work to be done. Luke donned his hat and coat and left his home. Le Soleil, his pride and joy, was located just a 10-minute walk away from his home, on the west end of the Strand. It was not as grand as the Theatre Royal, but it was his passion. Crossing the open square opposite Charing Cross, Luke saw a figure up ahead who he would much rather have avoided. Their paths would intersect, and there was no polite way to avoid Mr. Josiah Garrett, the manager of a much larger theatre nearby. His theatre had been rebuilt recently, after it had burned down. It was a common enough occurrence in the theatre world, and one that Luke took care to prevent in his own establishment. However, Mr. Garrett had built his theatre to cater to the elite, raising the price so that only the rich could attend. Even Luke had to admit that the theatre was pleasing to the eye and comfortable for those who could afford to enter. But it was not enough for Mr. Garrett. He wanted all of London in his theatre, and resented Luke and Le Soleil for drawing the ton with its quality entertainment and the poorer gentry with its reasonable prices. "Good afternoon, Mr. Mauvier." He inclined his head and came to a stop next to Luke. "Monsieur Garrett, what a pleasure." Luke forced a smile and waited for the attack. It never took long. "You had best take care this season. I have some inside information that Lord Chamberlain intends to crack down against you small theatres operating on the Burletta licence. Only theatres with the prestigious letters patent will be allowed to operate by the end of the year." He grabbed the lapels of his coat and puffed his chest out. Luke was not worried. He had been threatened too many times about the letters patent for it to ruffle him. "You know as well as I do that the law permits any theatre to play accompanying music to a drama, thus avoiding the need for your famous letters patent. Besides, Lord Chamberlain and his wife often frequent Le Soleil. Only last night they were praising Miss de Vries for her extraordinary performance as Calista." He knew that would be a sore point for Mr. Garrett. Miss Alexandra de Vries had been an instant success since her debut at Le Soleil, and was much sought after in society. Wherever Miss de Vries appeared, a large public surely followed. "You are out of the loop, my friend, if you think you can rely on Miss de Vries for the rest of the season." Mr. Garrett pulled his eyeglass out of his pocket and polished it, waiting for a reaction. Luke was intrigued. If something had changed with his main actress, he should know about it. But he would never give Mr. Garrett the satisfaction of knowing he was the source of such information. "Do not think for a moment that my entire show rests on the talents of one actress. When the time comes, I have someone in mind to take her place. I bid you good day, Mr. Garrett. May every seat be warmed in your theatre this evening." Luke bowed and continued walking before Mr. Garrett could breathe any more threats. It was no secret that he would shut Luke down at the first opportunity. So far, Luke had escaped, but this news of Miss de Vries' unreliability unsettled Luke, so that he picked up his pace to get to the theatre. Le Soleil was a haven to Luke. It was a beautiful sight in the evening, with a giant chandelier in the entryway, lit with hundreds of candles reflecting off the white marble floor. Its veins of black and grey weaving pearls on the surface, the rich red velvet curtains and matching carpets leading up the stairs on either side of the wall were brushed and ready for the evening's crowd. Even the ceiling within the theatre had a glorious painting of a sky with fluffy white clouds to imitate a perfect spring day. It was a place that radiated luxury and drew the finest families week after week to see Miss de Vries in her latest performance. It was also a place the not-so-wealthy could come to forget their financial woes. Luc entered through the front doors. When he stepped inside the familiar front hall, calming his heart from the vigorous walk, he relaxed his shoulders and reminded himself not to worry. There was no need to make himself anxious over Mr. Garrett's implications and innuendos. That was what he thought, until he saw Miss de Vries waiting for him. Chapter 5. Rosings. Anne braced herself for the storm that was about to let loose in the room. No servants were around to protect her. Richard and William were gone. It was only her and her father's letter, against an enraged Lady Catherine. "How dare you? How dare you threaten me with scandal in front of your own cousins? Give me that letter!" Mother extended her hand out. When Anne did not react, she pulsed it impatiently up and down. "Where did you get that from?" Mother insisted, as Anne stood firmly, with one hand in her pocket. "Mother, that is not important. Did Father know about me?" "It is of the utmost importance. It means someone has been spying in my belongings and must be dismissed immediately. Who found the letter?" Mother's voice got louder the quieter Anne spoke. Anne would not betray Molly. Besides, was not the letter itself of more consequence? How it was discovered paled in comparison, and Anne's disappointment grew each time Mother refused to give a simple answer. "If I have a father, do I not deserve to know him? Mother, please, I beg some answers of you." Anne's calmness broke, her shaking hands pressed together in supplication before the only woman who could relieve the ache in her heart. "I should have destroyed that loathsome letter years ago. Your father abandoned me. He left me when I was a child." Her words dripped with hatred, and something Anne had never seen in her mother. Hurt. "He left you? You mean he is still alive? Did he know? Did he know you were expecting me?" Mother lifted her head and jutted out her chin. "I forbid any mention of that man in my house. His picture only remains above the mantel to cut back on gossip. He died before you were born, and that is the end of it. Now, hand me the letter." Again, she held her hand out expectantly. Anne stood rooted to the ground. The room began spinning around her, and she had to reach out to lean on a chair. Mother turned to leave the room, and Anne felt like her heart might break. "No!" she shouted before Mother reached the door. Mother whipped around to face Anne. Her face was hard as stone. "You defy me in my own home?" she spat. Anne reached out to her. "Please trust me. I need to know the truth. I want to find him, to see him." "You selfish girl, only concerned with your wants." She crossed the room, and Anne did her best not to shrink back as her mother stopped right in front of the chair she leaned against. Anne felt so small next to her towering figure. "Hear this, Anne. If you intend to pursue this foolishness, then you are not welcome in my home. You have disappointed me today more than your father ever did when he left. Give me that letter now, or I vow before God that you are no longer my child." Anne stared at Mother in disbelief. Surely this is a dream, a horrible, terrible dream. But the paper in her hand crinkled inside her pocket. That was real. Bracing herself against the chair, Anne lashed back. "If you will not help me, then I shall find out on my own." Anne felt proud of herself for speaking up. How many times had Mother hurt her with words, while Anne stood meekly by? But Anne's bravado was short-lived. She was not prepared for the disappointment in her mother's eyes. "I will be discreet lest I shame our family name, but I must find him. I wish you could understand." Once again, Mother hardened her face. Without a word, she turned to leave the room. As she opened the door, she said over her shoulder, "Be gone in a week." The door closed. Anne made it to her room in a daze. She felt numb. Her ears made a buzzing sound. Nancy held out a bottle of smelling salts. The strong odour of vinegar brought Anne out of the trance she was in, but she still did not believe what had happened downstairs. She pinched her arm, trying to wake from the nightmare. Her skin reddened, swollen with irritation. When she squeezed her eyes shut and opened them, nothing changed. Finally, Anne focused on Nancy's concerned face. "She has disowned me. I am to leave." Nancy stepped back with her hand over her heart, eyes wide. Then her face turned red and she huffed. "Just wait until Mum hears this. What a pretty piece of work her ladyship has become. To turn her own daughter, her only daughter at that, out of house and home." She plunked her balled fists on her hips. Anne wished she could be angry at her mother like Nancy was, but the hurt look in Mother's eyes loomed before her, and no amount of blinking or pinching would make it go away. Perhaps she should speak to Mother once her emotions were settled. There was a knock on the bedchamber door. Anne stood and walked tentatively toward the door in hopes of seeing her mother. Surely she had come to set matters straight. She was stern, but she had never been cruel. A footman stood in front of her door, a trunk in front of him. "Where shall I put this, miss?" he asked, an apologetic look on his face. Anne sunk down to the floor, too stunned to respond. Nancy had the trunk set in the middle of the large room. Before the footman left the room, he addressed Anne. "Miss, we're all very sorry." He looked like he wanted to say more, but bit his lips and disappeared from the room in 2 long strides. Anne felt defeated and soon broke down in tears. "Oh, Nancy, what am I to do? Where will I go?" she asked between sobs. Nancy sat with her on the floor, lending a shoulder to cry on, and patting Anne's back like she were comforting a child. There now. It will be all right, you shall see," she repeated in a soft voice. The words were a comfort to Anne, even if she did not believe them. She would have languished in tears the rest of the day, but Nancy shifted to sit in front of her. She held both of Anne's hands, demanding her full attention. "That is enough, Miss Anne. Her ladyship has made her desire for you to leave as clear as crystal. We must make a plan and pack your belongings." Her words were decisive, and Anne stifled to stop her tears. "Very good, miss. That is the spirit. You have lived like a caged bird your whole life. You must try to see the opportunity in this." "But I do not have anywhere to go. All I know is Rosings. I do not have the kinds of friends I could presume upon for hospitality. I am alone." A wave of hysteria threatened to overtake Anne. "You are not alone. Do you think I would leave you in a time like this, Miss Anne? Where you go, I go. I could not, in good conscience, watch as my childhood friend suffered such a severe punishment." She shook Anne's hands in her insistence. "I thank you, Nancy, but I cannot pay you. How would we live? I do not know much about, well, anything. However, I do know that it takes money to live, and I have no way of earning it. What could I do? You would be much better off if you looked for a different position. I could give you excellent references." Nancy furrowed her brow. "No, miss, we will manage somehow." Anne firmly shook her head. Standing up, Nancy said, "Miss Anne, you must be reasonable. How do you plan to survive without my help? I can see that you come to no harm and serve as a companion. What I think you should do is discuss your situation with your cousins before they leave. I cannot imagine that they will stay long after the events of the morning. Did you offend Mr. Darcy in your refusal? Might he help us find somewhere to go? Perhaps his house in town. Maybe Colonel Fitzwilliam has friends who could extend their hospitality." Anne breathed steadily to calm her pounding heart. She did not want to be selfish by dragging Nancy away from Rosings with her, but she was relieved beyond measure to hear her maid's determination to accompany her, wherever that may be. Now that she had mastery over her numb limbs, Anne stood and straightened her skirt. "I will speak with Richard. He has many friends, and I trust his discretion enough to seek his help." She would have preferred to confide her new circumstances to William, but after refusing his offer of marriage only minutes ago, Anne did not feel free to ask for his help. When Anne inquired as to Richard's whereabouts, she was informed that he had gone for a ride with William. Anne requested that she be told as soon as he returned. It was not much of a plan, but it was a start. She would speak with Richard and try to secure sanctuary with the family who would receive both her and Nancy until she could find her father. It was a pity she could trust no one with the contents of her father's letter. The risk of scandal was too great, but information was to be found in London, so that was where she preferred to go. To London. Chapter 6. London. Good afternoon, Mauvier. I had hoped you would come. Miss de Vries battered her lashes up at Luc, a tool she used to get something she wanted. She advanced until she stood in front of him. She barely reached the height of his chest, and when she looked up at him through her big eyes, she seemed almost like a child. She was up to something. To what do I owe the pleasure of your seeking out my company, Miss de Vries? Luc was in no mood to dance around the issue. Mr. Garrett's warning had set him on edge, and he prayed it had nothing to do with his leading actress. She pouted. I see that now is not a good moment. May I speak with you after tonight's performance, perhaps? Luc sighed. The uneasy feeling he had since Charing Cross grew upon entering his theatre doors, and there was no sense suffering all afternoon to see what she had to say. He was certain, now more than ever, that she bore bad news for him. No, let us not postpone the inevitable. If you please, accompany me to my office where we can talk. Adelaide will join us. The inevitable? And you accuse me of being dramatic. I assure you my news is not as bad as that. She placed her hand on Luc's arm in reassurance as they found their way to the back of the theatre. Luc spotted Adelaide just where he suspected she would be, in the dressing room with a threaded needle pinched between her lips while she marked a piece of fabric for one of the dancers' costumes. At his motion for her to join him, Adelaide instructed one of her helpers to finish the fitting and hurried to follow Luc and Miss de Vries. Luc settled behind his large, polished desk in his small office. The only sign of disorder in the room was the pile of manuscript plays on one side of his workspace. The view from his desk revealed a wall of books to his left and a table with decanters and bottles on his right. Directly in front of him were welcoming chairs and a view of his mother and father in a portrait next to the door. The portrait helped him remember what was most important to him in life. "Shall I call for some tea, or would you prefer something stronger?" he asked, pointing to the right side of the room. Adelaide looked between her brother and Miss de Vries. Miss de Vries placed her hand on Adelaide's. "Do not look so worried. I am one of the happiest women in all of England today. Harry finally proposed, and we are to marry by the end of the season." Luc clapped and bowed his head with a large grin. "Well done." He relaxed a little, but sensed that more was to come. An earl would not want his wife to work. "I know, I thought he would never ask." Miss de Vries had been courted by Harry Winston, the Earl of Worcestershire, for almost a year. The competition for his affection had been so fierce, it was no small achievement for Miss de Vries to win his heart and his title. It was good news. Turning to Adelaide, she continued, "I do hope you will help me with my trousseau. I want to be the most stylish bride of the season. Money is of no concern." She clapped her hands together and bounced her feet up and down. "Oh, how I have longed to say those words!" she giggled. Joining in her happiness, Adelaide said, "You shall have the best, Alexandra, or should I call you Countess?" "Oh, not yet. Harry only just proposed last night, and it is not well known, though I dare say the gentlemen at his club know. After a lovely romantic dinner, he went there to celebrate." "That explains Mr. Garrett's warning me a few minutes ago, then. He must have found out at the club." Miss de Vries' eyes widened. "What did Mr. Garrett say?" "Nothing else. Only that I need to keep myself better informed of the goings-on in my theatre, and to expect bad news. There is nothing bad with you marrying an earl. In fact, as word spreads, it will only give more credibility to you as an actress and to the theatre you perform in." Luc sat back in his chair and crossed his arms in satisfaction. Miss de Vries shifted her weight in her seat and cleared her throat. "There is only one slight hiccup in your reasoning." Luc looked up, all ears. "You see, my dream has always been to have a sensational wedding. Maybe it is the actress in me, but I want it to be something special, an occasion for which all the members of the ton will remember. Some of those ladies were horribly wicked to me, considering me beneath them. Well, maybe it is wicked of me, but Harry is proud of me and agrees that we should have an extravagant wedding right before everyone leaves town." She looked at Luc, like she hoped he could fill in the blanks and she would not have to continue. He had an idea of what was to come, but he wanted to hear it from her. "When exactly is your wedding to be, and how does this affect your work here?" Luc prompted her. "The morning of the final performance of the season, so I will not be able to act that night. It was difficult for me to convince Harry to let me continue to act once we became engaged, but he agreed to let me continue until we are married." "I am grateful you managed that much. It is unfortunate you will miss the most important evening, but there is sufficient time for me to find a replacement." Luc's mind was already in motion, mentally auditioning for another talented actress to take Miss de Vries' place. "Oh, I knew you would be happy for me. Thank you. To think that only 2 years ago I was a background dancer in a travelling show, scrounging for bread and a decent place to sleep as we toured the country. I am so glad you found me, Mauvier. My life is like a dream becoming reality." "And you deserve every good moment that passes your way. Lord Worcestershire will rejoice in his choice of a wife." Miss de Vries calmed down, looking solemn. "I will do my best to make sure he never regrets choosing me. Oh, but I do love him so. He is a constant and so steady in his ways. That is what I like most, I think. He makes me feel secure. I tease about the money. It is nice, I will admit, but he is so much more to me." Luc knew she spoke the truth, but it would not prevent the gossips from calling her a social climber out of spite. He knew from his own parents' experience that the snide comments would never stop, no matter how worthy she proved herself to be. "I wish you the best. Let nobody rob you of the joy you feel with each other." She nodded her head, her eyes large. "I understand your meaning, and I am ready. That is our motive in having a smashing wedding. It is a statement." Adelaide said, "Good for you, Alexandra. If people with nothing better to do than talk about other people's business need some new gossip, well then, I say, by all means, give them something to talk about." Adelaide soon led Miss de Vries away, so they might plan her wardrobe, leaving Luc alone in his study. His mind had already eliminated many candidates to take the place of his leading dramatic actress. She was simply too good to be easily replaced. There was also the obstacle of her petite size. Luc could not ask Adelaide to make new costumes for only one night's performance when she had acquired all the work of creating a new lady's wardrobe. For a countess, no less. The closing performance was in almost 3 months. Surely he could find someone suitable in that time. Hours later, Luc stood in the entrance hall of l'Atelier. The first performance of the evening was soon to begin, and his regular patrons would arrive, fashionably early, to see and be seen in their boxes. He felt it was important to establish relationships with his frequent customers, so most evenings would find Luc greeting and bowing while enjoying polite conversation in his theatre. When a plump, elderly woman with an outdated bonnet and cane, used more for show than out of necessity, walked in the front doors, Luc immediately dismissed himself from the group with whom he was exchanging pleasantries. Her hair refused to grey, though she was old enough to be Luc's grandmother. "Maman," Luc called as he neared her. He held his arms out as if he would hug her in front of everyone. Miss Beatrice's face lit up in pleasure. The lines around her soft brown eyes smiled upward. Clucking her tongue at Luc, she waved off his hug. "No public displays of affection from you. You do not want people to talk. It is bad enough that you forget yourself and call me maman. One thing I have learned is that people will talk no matter what I do, or do not do." "Yes, but you do like to give them reason to gossip. You have become quite the rascal, you know." She tapped her cane against his shoulder. "You keep me accountable for my actions, or else I should be much worse." Luc smiled, and still managed to wrap an arm around her tiny shoulders and squeeze. Miss Beatrice pretended to scoff at him, but her smile betrayed her. "Please, let me escort you to your seat." Taking her arm, Luc helped her up the stairs. She was spry for her age, but Luc loved helping the dear lady when he could. She had, after all, done so much for him and Adelaide. She had received them into her home and helped them establish themselves so many years ago. Luc opened a velvet curtain onto a balcony which looked over the stage, affording the best view as well as the clearest sound. No hustle and bustle from the pit below. It was Miss Beatrice's favourite spot, and Luc reserved it especially for her, for she often came to his theatre. He would accept no payment, and after years of insisting, she had finally contented herself with providing a weekly tea for Luc and Adelaide. "Thank you, my dear boy. How is Adelaide? I was sad she could not come for a visit yesterday. I do hope she will not miss our tea next week. An old lady living alone as I do enjoys the company, and it does me good to be around you young people." Luc took her veined hand and caressed it between his own. "She will not want to disappoint you again, I am sure. Besides, you serve the best tea cakes in London." Miss Beatrice had never married. Her father had bought her a small house in a quiet section of town when it became apparent that she would not marry. She lived off her dowry money in a respectable home in St. James. Her table never lacked good food, though her house was sparsely furnished and horribly outdated. Still, he would never dream of making her pay for her seat in his theatre, or missing his weekly tea with the woman he loved like his own mother. Her hand now warm between his own, Luc dismissed himself to go back downstairs. It was of the utmost importance to keep up appearances and stay on good terms with his patrons, many of whom held important positions in society. It was one way to ensure the continued success of his theatre. He must have bowed hundreds of times to the ladies and gentlemen who graced Le Soleil by the time the music started and the evening's performances began. It was a dramatic play, and the music set the scene for the desperation the audience would feel for the lead actress in moments. As Luc listened to the crowd's reaction to Mr. Fry's, no little amount of desperation infected Luc. How could he possibly find another actress like her? Chapter 7. Rosings. As the afternoon continued, Anne grew anxious to speak to Richard about her changed circumstances. Her desire to quit Rosings grew as the hours dragged by, and Nancy helped plan what to pack in the trunk. Her panic and despair was now edged with a bit of excitement as she anticipated her freedom. It was not until the sun began its descent that she heard activity downstairs. Her cousins had returned. She could consult with Richard. Anne arranged to meet him in the library accompanied by Nancy. Punctual as ever, Richard was already waiting for her when she opened the door to the bookroom. The concern on his face was immediate. "Please, Anne, are you well?" Anne had washed her face of the tears of that morning, but there was no hiding the feverish pink in her normally pale cheeks and the puff around her eyes. "Yes, I am well enough. Let us sit. I am in need of your assistance." Richard nodded for her to continue. "You heard Mother's threats this morning. The thing is, I am not at liberty to discuss what has upset her so much that she could cast me off, but I find myself without a home." "She did what?" Richard stood from his chair and began pacing as he pulled his sideburns. "Mother has given me 1 week to leave Rosings." "I cannot believe it. Why would she insist you leave? It is so extreme." Anne smiled inwardly at Richard's loss of words. It was not a common occurrence. "Aunt Catherine is not well known for her reasonableness, but what could you have possibly done to deserve this?" Trying to sound braver than she felt, Anne straightened her shoulders. "It is a bit like a dramatic play, is it not? Errant daughter banished from her childhood home to languish in London. The thing is, I have nowhere to go, and I need to avoid people's talk." Richard sat back down, squinting his eyes and stroking his chin. After a minute, he said, "All this from one old letter. You cannot tell me the contents of the letter?" "No, I am determined. It is not my secret to reveal." Anne knew she would have to do her best to inquire about her father without raising suspicion. She would have loved nothing more than to allow Richard to see the letter, but the fewer people who knew about her father's faked death, the better. Aunt Catherine has a secret." Richard chuckled, and Anne glared at him. "That is enough. I am not at liberty to reveal any details. If you want them, you must ask Mother." She knew that would silence the pest in front of her. It did. "As you wish. There is no need to drag me into your family feud." He held up his hands in surrender. "Please, let us stay on the topic at hand." Really, talking with her cousin was much like speaking with a child at times. She crossed her arms and looked at him sternly. "Very well. Does your banishment exclude the use of the de Bourgh house in London?" Anne sighed in exasperation. "Of course it does. Why should I ask for help otherwise?" Now it was Richard's turn to look annoyed. "I have learned in my years of military service never to overlook the obvious. I merely asked to eliminate the possibility. Now, what about Darcy House? Darcy plans to return to Pemberley and has no use for a house immediately, except for a brief visit on his way north." "I wish it were so easy. How could I take advantage of the Darcy family's hospitality when I so recently refused William? I do not think it would be appropriate. Besides, I would be horrible company for Georgiana right now." "There is that." Anne shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "How is William? I do hope he is not much offended." It was a statement that came out sounding more like a question. "Do not worry yourself about Darcy, Anne. He is inconvenienced, but his heart is untouched. For me, I consider you did him a favour. I cannot wait to hear about Uncle George's reaction." Richard chuckled again. While Darcy's father, Uncle George, was much more yielding than Mother, he had made no secret of his desire for his only son to marry and begin his own family. Anne wished she could help William, but knew she would only make things worse, as much as she would have liked to help ease William's discomfort. She had her hands full with her own problems, and it would take every bit of her energy to survive. Anxiety swept through her, and her temples throbbed. "I hope Uncle George is not too harsh with him. It was hardly his fault our mothers made that atrocious pact of our marriage. I never thought he would feel the need to honour it, and I certainly do not expect it of him now." Anne's head ached, and the day's events closed in around her. She wanted so badly to cry and hide in her room. To think she had been excited to leave. What a fool. Richard pulled his chair closer and spoke softly. "Anne, I apologize. You are in need of help, and I will gladly give it. I only attempted to lighten your mood, but I see how inappropriate that is now." Anne nodded, grateful for his change of tone. Addressing Nancy, Richard asked, "You will go with her then?" "Yes, sir." "I am glad of it. It will not be easy. Our Anne is a babe in the ways of the world, but she will be safe with your help." "Thank you, sir." "I will discuss this with Darcy tonight at dinner. He is not so much in shock that he would refuse to help you." When Anne started to protest, he continued, "I will let him know that I am seeking his counsel of my own accord. Really, it is the best thing to do for you." The following morning, a note was waiting for Anne. She recognized the tight, small handwriting of Richard. We are off to London and will speak with the family we both agreed to be suitable to your circumstances this afternoon. The name is Hepplewhite. Mrs. Hepplewhite is on various committees and campaigns in an attempt to end world hunger, provide drinking water to orphans in Africa, give homes to unwanted pets, etc. I know your desire is to leave Rosings as soon as possible. I will venture to say you can begin your journey as early as tomorrow. The idea came from Darcy, who was pleased to help. I thought you would find comfort knowing that you have caused no harm to others, though I do wish I could say the same for you. I am stationed in London for the duration of spring and possibly summer. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am easily found if you send someone to inquire at the barracks. Relief flooded through Anne. She and Nancy would have a family to receive them. Maybe this will not turn out to be such a disaster after all. Nancy, will we be ready to leave tomorrow? Nancy nodded. I should say so. I spent all afternoon packing yesterday, but, Miss Anne, there is something we must discuss. All of your necessary items are tucked away, except for what you are using now. I packed your most practical day dresses, as I doubt we shall spend much time amongst the ton, or going to social events. She stopped, apparently at a loss for words. She twisted her hands in her apron. Please continue, Anne urged her. It is a delicate subject and an uncomfortable one. Nancy heaved a breath in and out and said, Pardon me, miss, for speaking so directly. After another gulp of air, she asked, Do you have any money? Never in her life had Anne worried over money. How easily she had spent her pin money on books and small gifts for the children on the estate. She looked at the stack of books waiting to be packed near the trunk. Her most recent purchase, a new set of drawing pencils in a beautiful case, mocked her with its elegant cover and gold-embossed letters. Walking over to her reticule, Anne poured its contents onto the bed. Nancy was her ally, and there was no use hiding anything from her. Together, they counted the coins in one glance. Just as I thought. Nancy pursed her lips, hands on her hips. Is it very expensive to live? Nancy relaxed her stance and answered in an overly chipper tone. This will get us to London easily enough, but that is all. I think we should pack your dresses. They will fetch a tidy sum until we can establish ourselves somehow. Do you have any jewellery? Anne had some jewellery that had been handed down through the family, but she could not bring herself to take them. They belonged at Rosings with Mother. It would feel too much like stealing to pack them away only to sell for money. She picked through her jewellery box, hoping to find something of value that truly belonged to her. The only item was an amethyst-encrusted locket on a gold chain. It had been an engagement gift for Mother. Anne picked it up and held it in her hand. It was heavy and took up half of Anne's palm. Opening it, she saw her mother's painted picture on the right. She was an elegant woman with strong features, unlike Anne, who felt small and childish next to her. She saw Father's picture on the left. He had dark hair and long whiskers. His eyes looked kind, like he was trying not to smile, but was too happy not to. Snapping the locket shut and holding it out to Nancy with her eyes closed, like she could not bear to part with such a meaningful token, Anne said, "This is all I have of my own." Nancy looked from Anne to the locket and back. "We will pack it, but only sell it as last resort. I will look for additional work when we get to town." "You cannot work yourself to the bone like that. Do you think I could manage as a governess?" "Lord love you, Miss Anne." She took Anne's hand and pulled her over to the couch. "Can you play the pianoforte and sing?" "Not well enough to instruct someone else." "How was your needlework?" "Ghastly. How was I to learn when the curtains were always drawn?" "Could you instruct in French?" "I know the rules of speech and vocabulary, but I fear my accent is not good enough. I had no one to practice with." Anne, beginning to feel defensive at her lack of abilities, quickly apologized for her snappy tone. "Think nothing of it. You will have many more opportunities to defend yourself, so you had best practice now. What do you think of watching small children?" Anne stopped breathing as another wave of panic shivered through her body. This time, she braced herself and steadied her voice. "I am not an expert in the care of children, not having any in my company, but I could learn." "That is the spirit. You are smart, Miss Anne. All those years reading books in bed must have taught you something useful, probably much more than you realize. And you are talented with your sketches and pastels. We will look into that." Anne picked up her portfolio of sketches. One of her favourite pastimes had been riding over the property and into the village in her pony and cart to draw landscapes and passers-by. The occasional familiar face would pop out and greet her between pages. Little Tom, the butcher's son with his missing front teeth, Amelia with her multitude of freckles, Nurse Callahan's plump figure sitting in a rocking chair with a cat purring at her feet. Anne sighed and tucked the book safely into her travelling bag, which would remain with her for the duration of their travel to the Hepplewhites' home. It was too precious to separate from her person, so it lay next to her reticule with her locket and coins. The day dragged on as Anne grew impatient to begin her search for her father. Questions only he could answer flooded her mind, but she forced herself to push them aside to think of more practical things. How would she find him? After so many years presumed dead, who would have information about his whereabouts? Who could she trust to be discreet and not reveal her family's secret? She desperately wanted to find him, but not at the cost of hurting Mother further by uncovering a scandal publicly. Anne could imagine what the front pages of the newspapers would say. It would be devastating. Anticipation tempered with sadness made rest impossible. Still, Anne tried to sleep, knowing that a long, tiring day awaited her. During the endless night, she settled on a plan to find her father, and now only needed dawn to break to pack her final things and catch the post-coach to London. Morning approached, and with it came a stuffy nose. As the sky lightened, a scratch tickled Anne's throat. Each passing minute seemed to bring a new symptom, until Nancy arrived to find a red-nosed, watery-eyed Anne ready to oversee the rest of the packing. "Oh, miss, of all the days to get sick, should we delay our trip a couple of days?" "I am fine." Her voice sounded nasal through her clogged ears. She was packed and ready. A common little cold would not stop her now. "Very well, let me fetch some tea and broth. Then I will help you finish here." As much as Anne detested bone tea, it did soothe her throat and helped her breathe. They soon had the trunk packed, along with a pair of Nancy's belongings. Following the footmen carrying their possessions downstairs, Anne froze when she saw her mother standing by the open door. "Good morning, Anne." "Good morning, Mother," Anne said cautiously. She slowed her pace, not knowing what to expect. "I have come to give you another chance." She held out her hand. "I want the letter." "Tell me what I need to know, and it is yours." Mother stepped back with a look of disbelief. "I cannot do that. If you will not leave this foolishness, I insist you take my carriage." "Thank you." "I only offer it because it will not do to have you show up without a manservant and in a post-coach. I detest gossip, and I trust you to remember that before defiling our family's name with your inquiries." No goodbyes were exchanged. Mother turned on her heel and walked upstairs to her room. Anne swallowed the lump forming in her throat. She was leaving home, probably for good. Her eyes swept the front room, trying to memorize every detail. She smelled springtime and rain in the air as she stepped out to Mother's carriage. Anne would miss the roses in the summertime. Even when the carriage pulled away, Anne looked out of the window between the streaks of rain until all she could see was the blur where her home used to be. Chapter 8. The Hepplewhites' home was a cheerful place located in fashionable Mayfair. Even in the gloomy weather, the sunflower yellow curtains smiled in welcome through the sparkling glass windows. Anne was nervous, but Mrs. Hepplewhite soon laid her fears to rest. She welcomed Anne and Nancy and walked them up to the guest room where they would stay, chatting non-stop the whole time. "Colonel Fitzwilliam is such a good friend and so helpful. We were honoured he thought of us to help you while you suffer through some difficult times." Anne arched her brow. What had Richard said? What did Mrs. Hepplewhite know? "Sometimes people need a little space and time to sort things through. You will see, Mr. Bourgh. We will soon put you to rights." Growing curiouser, Anne cocked her head and asked, "May I ask exactly what Richard told you?" "He described your constant bouts of illness and your desire to improve your health by strengthening your spirit. I myself have never been sick a day in my life, and I owe it all to my charitable work. Where the spirit is strong, the flesh will soon follow." What an ingenious half-truth! Anne was both proud of her cousin and relieved not to have to explain her situation further. Mrs. Hepplewhite continued. In fact, she never stopped. Anne just picked up on the conversation as soon as she could order her thoughts again. "It does appear, though, Mr. Bourgh, that you are coming down with a cold. I will call our physician, and you shall rest today. Tomorrow we begin." Mrs. Hepplewhite clapped her hands and rubbed them together in anticipation. "Please, Mrs. Hepplewhite, do call me Anne. If we are to be guests in your home, I would prefer not to uphold such formalities as using only surnames." She liked Mrs. Hepplewhite and her cheerful manner. "I would be delighted, too, if you would call me Milly. Amelia is my given name, but my friends call me Milly, and I have determined that we will become great friends. Now, please, you must rest. I will send a petit tray. I do not like to boast, but my cook bakes the best cream scones in all of London." Like a whirlwind, she left Anne and Nancy in their rooms. Anne's room was a generously proportioned apartment decorated in a feminine style. Soft pastel colours on the walls, the window dressings, fluffy pillows, and thick blankets made Anne feel as if she were standing in a field of spring blossoms. The window had been left open, and a breeze entered. The smells of the overcrowded town were neutralized by the blossoming tree outside the window and the damp smell of the rain which had followed her most of the way from Kent. The dressing-room had been turned into a guest-room for Nancy, and only a door separated them. Anne rather liked the brightness which reflected light around the room. It felt clean and fresh, very distinct to the dark velvets and deep colours she was used to in Rosings. "Well, this is a happy place. Colonel Fitzwilliam matched you well, Miss Anne." Anne smiled and reclined herself on a chaise in front of the window overlooking the garden and stables. A ray of sun burst through the hole in the dark grey clouds, and its warmth comforted Anne. It only lasted a few minutes, but with the sunshine came hope, and the feeling that perhaps her endeavour to come to London to find information about her father was not so foolish. A maid brought up a tray with a pot of tea with hot steam coming out of the spout. Anne walked over to the small table it was set on. The scones were warm from the oven. Bowls of clotted cream and strawberry preserves sat on the tray in mounds. There was enough food to feed 6 people. Mother's doctor would have scolded Anne for so much as considering a small nibble. She leaned over the vapour and wished she could smell through her stuffy nose. Nancy stood near the table, watching her reaction. Anne reached out for a scone, but after hesitating, decided to pour the tea instead. "Miss Anne, I think Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mrs. Hepplewhite are correct in thinking that activity and purpose will improve your health. That was very clever of him to appeal to Mrs. Hepplewhite in such a way. It is also my opinion that some good rich food might do you good rather than harm. When was the last time you ate a scone with clotted cream and sweet preserves? Anne tried to remember, but such delicacies were long ago removed from her diet. Her thoughts were further muddled when her stomach made a rumbling noise. Nancy plopped a dollop of cream and preserves on a plate and handed it to Anne. The first bite was heaven. Anne closed her eyes and moaned, afraid to swallow and lose the moment. Nancy giggled. "What you have been missing all these years. Here, wash it down with some tea and you will enjoy the next bite just as much." Anne ate slowly and deliberately, savouring each morsel of the 2 scones she ate. The tea worsened her runny nose, but it felt so good to drink. Anne allowed herself another cup when she was finished. A couple hours later, the doctor arrived and confirmed a head cold. He suggested sunshine, weather permitting, rest and a lot of liquids. No leeches, no drawn curtains, no strict bed rest. Only a spoonful of tonic, which was not too distasteful, in the morning and at night. Anne easily forgave him the recommendation of beef tea because of this. "You shall be back to normal in a week's time. I do not recommend venturing out in this weather, but on a nicer day some exercise might improve your health." With this final recommendation, he departed, leaving Anne with Nancy and Milly. "I think he is right. Today's for rest, but you are new to town, and I am sure will not want to stay in for too long. Is there anything you would like to do, or anywhere in particular you would like to go?" "I wish to do everything," came out of Anne's mouth before she could stop it. She did not want to come across as a country bumpkin, but she was not accustomed to being asked for her opinion often, and her head filled with ideas of museums, theatres, libraries, walks in the park. Milly's laugh got her to smile through her embarrassment. "I will enjoy presenting you to the ladies of the committees as soon as you are well enough. In the meantime, make good use of our library and anything else you might require. A month here will be just the thing." Anne's breath caught mid-inhale. She covered her shock with a sneezing fit that started out fake and ended real. "A month?" she squeaked when she finally caught her breath. Milly's hand instantly moved to Anne's back, rubbing back and forth. Handing her another cup of tea, she said, "Yes, that was the time stipulated, was it not? It works perfectly for me as my nieces are arriving in a month's time for an extended stay. I love visitors and much prefer for this room to be occupied than not." "Right, yes, of course, and again I cannot thank you enough for your hospitality. You have made us feel most welcome." Anne forced a smile. That is what she deserved for wanting too much too soon. She reminded herself why she was in town. It was not to socialize or enjoy the entertainments. She was here to find her father, and it was becoming quite clear to Anne to learn to take care of herself. "You are welcome any time, Anne. I think you will like my nieces. Since I do not have children of my own, I love their company." There was sadness in her words, but she did not remain melancholy for long. Clasping Anne's hands between her own, she squeezed them and stood from the chair next to Anne. "I will leave you to rest. If you need anything at all, ring the maid, as I will be out. A special meeting was called and I must attend. We are ripping bandages for the hospital," she chatted until the door closed. Anne turned to Nancy. "Only a month. I suppose I should not have presumed, but what are we to do after a month? I cannot simply return to Rosings, and if father is in France, how can I receive word from him in only a month?" "Each day has enough worry, Miss Anne. We will take one day at a time. Today is for you to rest and recover from your cold. Now, how do you plan to search for Sir Lewis?" "I had thought to call at Mr. Haggerston's office. He has been the Darcys' family lawyer these many years, and he can be trusted, I am certain, to be discreet and thorough in an investigation." Nancy opened Anne's trunk and pulled out the best gowns. She laid them out on top of the end of the bed for Anne to see. There were 6 of them. "Which one should we sell first? Mr. Haggerston will need to charge a fee. I will find a shop to pay a decent sum while you rest." Anne immediately picked out the green satin gown with lace, and Nancy wrapped it up in paper to keep it from getting wet outside. It would fetch a better price if it were shown to its full advantage. Now, alone in her room, Anne tried to relax and nap, but, try as she might, she could not stop worrying. Only 1 month. Chapter 9. The next day, Anne received word from Mr. Haggerston's secretary. Mr. Haggerston was on holiday and was not expected back until the 1st of April, almost 3 weeks away. An offer to forward any urgent messages was given. It was not the news Anne needed. Despair, more than her cold, kept her in bed for a full week. The only solace Anne found was in her sketches. The excellent lighting in her room afforded ample opportunity to escape the worries of the day and put them on page in charcoal drawings. She flipped through her sketchbook. There was a lovely sketch of Mrs. Hepplewhite, with her ever-present smile. The next page was a picture of Mother. Anne had been haunted by the hurt look in her mother's eyes, and tried to capture it on the page in the hopes that it would give her some peace. Thus far, it had not worked. Anne consoled herself by remembering how easily Mother had cast her out of her home. Still, perhaps she had been right, and Anne should return home and beg for forgiveness. She would return Father's letter to its rightful owner, and no mention would be made of him ever again. Anne closed her book so determinedly, the pages made a loud slap. While she would love nothing more than to return to the comforts of home, the need to know about her father consumed her. She could not go back yet. But she was not doing a very good job on her own either. She hit her pillow in frustration. "Miss Anne, how are you feeling today?" asked Nancy in her chipper voice. "I am miserable," Anne groaned. "Miserable from your cold?" Anne took the time to think. She had used her cold as an excuse to stay in bed, thus avoiding her problems, just as she had done in Rosings. The disappointment in herself caused more misery than any illness she had suffered from. "If you have to think about it, miss, then I think the cause of your malaise is something other than physical. Might I suggest an outing? The day is lovely." "I should do something, but I have no idea what. I know I cannot just continue to lie here. Milly is worried as it is." Sweet Milly had checked on Anne several times every day. She asked about her comfort, offered to call the doctor again, suggested they invite Colonel Fitzwilliam for a visit. Anne had refused Milly's attempts to cheer her up. She could hardly stand her own company. Inviting others to socialize with her would only be a punishment to them. Finally, Anne pushed back the covers and stood. "Where shall we go?" "I am happy to hear it, Miss Anne. Mrs. Epplewhite expressed her wish for us to accompany her to her dressmaker's today. I see an opportunity for me to get employment, so I have already chosen your gown with my best work for you to wear. You shall be a walking advertisement today." Nancy grinned. "At least I can be useful somehow. I shall do my best to show your embroidery to advantage." Anne was happy for Nancy, but could not help feeling guilty, as she had no useful accomplishments she could use to help in their situation. "I can teach you, you know. Without her ladyship looking over your shoulder, I think you could progress quite well. You know the basics all right. You only lack practice. No one will close the curtains on you here." Anne's first reaction was to deny any ability she might have and refuse Nancy's kind offer of help. She even began to shake her head before it struck her. She was free to do what she chose to do with her time. There was nobody to tell her that she was not good enough. Nancy had left her family and steady position in Rosings behind her. How could she disappoint Nancy by not even trying now? Anne's headshake turned to a nod, and she said, I believe I shall try. If you will be patient with me, Nancy, I will do my best. Have confidence, miss. You will do fine. I have even started my own inquiries as to your father. Nothing direct, mind you. I merely ask the other servants of the household if they know or have heard of anyone with the name de Bourgh. It is not much, but 'tis something. You have done more than I have, Nancy. It is time I made an effort. I do not want to disappoint you, or myself. Anne's shame grew, and she determined within herself not to hide from life and its problems any more. She would probably fail, but she would at least try. Nancy helped Anne into a cream muslin day dress. Pink and red flowers cascaded down the front, with delicate green leaves and twisting vines. Matching flowers were stitched onto the sleeves. Nancy had turned a plain, simple dress into a work of art with her needle and thread. It was one of Anne's favourites. A rose-petal pink spencer and bonnet completed the look. Anne looked in the mirror and was generally pleased with the image reflected. If only I had more colour to my whitewashed face, and flesh on my bony frame. Mrs. Hebblewhite's footman soon came to see if they were ready to leave. Anne, I am so pleased you could come. The doctor suggested some exercise, so we shall forego the carriage. It is a glorious day outside, and a nice walk to the dress shop will put some colour in your cheeks, Mrs. Hebblewhite said as they met at the bottom of the stairs. You will simply adore my dressmaker. She has the most amazing story, and she does such wonderful philanthropic work. Every worker in her shop has been saved from destitution on the streets, and she protects her girls like they were her own children. She does not talk much of her past, but she came over from Paris during the Reign of Terror. She was a young child, but her brother brought her to safety, and now she is an established businesswoman, and he owns a theatre in town. Mrs. Hebblewhite went on to describe the talents of Luc Mauvier. Anne could only listen half-heartedly. There were too many distractions surrounding her, competing for her attention. She moved her parasol off to the side so the sun could soak through her hair. Her worries melted away as her body warmed. They walked past a bakery and paused to smell the yeast rolls coming out of the oven. Her mouth filled with saliva, but their group walked on, and Anne was soon distracted by her shortness of breath. It did not feel like they had walked very far, but she was tiring. Her legs burned. "Are we very far, Milly?" she asked as Mrs. Hebblewhite paused to take a breath in conversation. "Oh, dear me, how thoughtless of me! You have not had time to gain any strength, and I am pushing your limits. I am so sorry, dear Anne. We should have taken my carriage." She looked at the buildings around them. "Ah, yes, I was so caught up in conversation. I was walking without paying much attention. We are only 2 blocks away. Do you think you can make it?" Mrs. Hebblewhite looked so sincere and apologetic. Anne wished she had held out just a little bit longer before asking the distance. "The doctor did recommend exercise. Let us continue." Anne tried to slow her breathing and took some steps forward to convince their group to continue. 2 blocks later, they arrived at Mademoiselle Adelaide's. A bell announced their arrival as they opened the door and entered. A hallway continued straight to what was most likely the lady's residence. To the left, between a giant arched entryway, surrounded by potted ferns, was the shop. A young woman came toward them with a broad smile on her face. She was beautiful. Her green eyes and dark brown hair, so dark it was almost black, gave her an exotic beauty more lovely than anyone Anne had ever drawn. With hundreds of bolts of fabric behind her on the far wall, it was an explosion of colour. Her fingers itched for her sketchbook. Anne had expected a French accent, but Mademoiselle Adelaide's English was as perfect as her own. "How lovely you have come, Mrs. Hebblewhite, and you have brought friends, I see." Adelaide took in her guests as Mrs. Hebblewhite made presentations. Her eyes stopped at Anne's skirt. Mouth open in a gasp, Adelaide knelt down for a better look. "May I? Such artistry is to be appreciated and much praised." Nancy was beaming in her pride. Anne saw her opportunity to help. "You may praise the artist directly, mademoiselle. She stands before you. Her name is Nancy." Adelaide stood, and Anne directed her gaze to Nancy by putting her hand on her maid's shoulder. "In my dreams I can teach my girls such stitchery as yours, Nancy." Turning to Anne, she continued, "You had better keep a close eye on this one, or I shall snatch her out from under you." Anne and Nancy exchanged a look and smiled. Now was not the time to talk of employment, but Anne felt confident Nancy could secure a position before they left. Adelaide caught her eye and nodded, as if she understood Anne's thoughts. A small weight lifted off her shoulders at her friend's success. "Now, how may I serve you? I have acquired some gorgeous silks since your last visit, Mrs. Hebblewhite." She expertly directed them past the fitting room, to the fabric displayed on the far wall of her shop. They were grouped according to colour, and Anne was fixated on a blue, the colour of flowers in the myrtle plants at Rosings. Adelaide asked her, "Do you need a new dress, miss?" She pulled out a length of the blue fabric. "This is what we call periwinkle. It will bring out the blue in your eyes." She held it up to Anne's shoulder, and everybody gasped at how lovely it complimented her. "It makes your eyes go from grey to a clear, brilliant blue. So lovely! Oh, you must have it!" exclaimed Mrs. Hebblewhite. Anne felt like she was 4 years old again. She had seen a porcelain doll with curly blonde hair and a fancy silk dress and velvet shoes. She wanted that doll more than anything she'd ever wanted, but was too afraid to ask Mother for it. Mother would have considered it a frivolous purchase, just like this beautiful fabric laying across her shoulders. The bell in the front door rang, and Anne turned to see who had entered the shop. She had to remind herself to breathe. The gentleman walking toward their group had to be one of the most handsome men she had ever seen. Not that she had met very many men in her enclosed life. His hair was the same dark colour of Mademoiselle Adelaide. His eyes, neither green nor brown nor blue, rather a mixture of all three, turned up at the corners, and he smiled at her. Oh dear, he saw me gawking at him. Anne looked down at her feet, closely inspecting the toe of her left boot. Her ears burned. She occupied herself with the fabric, pulling it off of herself to pile onto the display table. Adelaide spoke to the man as she expertly smoothed the silk into place and back to its display. "Luke, your timing is perfect. You know Mrs. Hebblewhite, of course. Let me present you to her guest, Miss Anne—" "Oh, how silly of me. We have only just met, and I do not remember hearing your last name." "De Bourgh." Did Anne see it, or did she imagine it? Did Adelaide's eyes widen at the mention of her surname? Adelaide collected herself and smiled. "Miss Anne de Bourgh, this is my brother, Mr. Luc Mauvier. He operates a theatre just down the road." "Enchantée, madame, mademoiselle," Luc said as he bowed to Mrs. Hebblewhite and Miss de Bourgh, never taking his eyes off the petite woman in front of him. Her eyes were intriguing. Now they were a stormy grey, when only a moment before they were a brilliant blue. "That silk suited you, mademoiselle. You should allow my sister to make a gown fit for an elegant woman such as yourself." Miss de Bourgh blushed at the compliment. She must not be used to receiving praise. Encouraged, Luc continued, "Your eyes, Miss de Bourgh, are the very colour of a summer sky. Beautiful." She opened her curvy red lips to speak, but no words came. A charming flush spread over her pale cheeks. Miss de Bourgh finally found her voice. In a soft murmur, she said, "I thank you, sir. It must have been the reflection of the fabric you saw." Turning to Adelaide, she continued, "I regret that I cannot have a dress made at the moment. I have so many gowns as it is." She added the last bit like it was an afterthought. He examined Miss de Bourgh closer. She was looking everywhere but at him, so he felt at liberty to do so. There was no doubt in his mind that she was a lady of high class. Her thinness suggested illness, as did her pallor. Her shyness and inability to take a compliment was opposite to every woman of his acquaintance. He would wait until she left to see what else his sister knew about her. She was intriguing. Chapter 10. Luke, you are incorrigible. I bet Mrs. Hepplewhite is warning Mr. Bourgh to stay away from you and my dress shop as we speak. You, brother, are bad for business. Adelaide crossed her arms and glared. I am very good for business. I have not met a female who does not like a compliment. I merely told the truth, though I could have gone to much greater detail about her ruby-red lips, her ivory skin, mahogany hair, and those rose-petal cheeks. He let out a sigh. Adelaide, arms still crossed, said, Thank you for exercising restraint. Now, why did you give me that look when she said her surname? That. You know how private Maman is. She has spoken to me of her family before, and I do not know if she would appreciate us interfering in her family affairs. Let us find out a little bit more about this Miss Anne de Bourgh. Before involving Maman, we owe as much to our dear friend. You are right. I am grateful you stopped me before I said something inappropriate. Did you notice how she refused the silk? When she came in, I complimented the embroidery on her dress, and it was as if she encouraged her maid to find employment here. Adelaide chewed on the corner of her mouth, a habit she had when deep in thought. I see the wheels turning. I do hope you consider employing Miss de Bourgh's maid. Maybe we could get to know her better and become friends. Adelaide looked daggers at Luke. I will have none of your flirtations with Miss de Bourgh. She is not one of your actresses or dancers to be treated like a plaything. If she is who we think she is, then she is of high birth and out of your league, brother. You should put such thoughts out of your head. Luke held his hands up in surrender. As you wish, Adelaide. He would do his best to put Miss de Bourgh out of his mind, but she had become like a gold doubloon dangling in front of a pirate. I think she is in need of help. She did not suggest as much, but I have my suspicions. I am glad our tea with Miss Beatrice is this afternoon. Shall we mention her? A damsel in distress. Luke wanted to help her. Yes, she should know. Perhaps this Miss de Bourgh is her niece. Mrs. Hepplewhite, concerned that Anne might overexert herself, had insisted on sending a boy from the shop to fetch her coach. The outing had done Anne much good, and she was feeling better, but she was grateful for Milly's kind thought. Is Miss Adelaide not lovely? She has helped keep many young ladies from ruin, and her own history so tragic. It makes me happy to live in good old England. She would make a lovely portrait. I plan to sketch her when we arrive home. Anne conjured Adelaide's beautiful face up in her mind. Mr. Mauvier made an appearance as well. I did not know you sketched. May I see some of your drawings? Pulled out of her dream, Anne wanted to refuse. One of her former art teachers had said she had talent, but Anne preferred to keep her art to herself. It was safe and free of criticism there. A sharp pain like a sting at her elbow drew her attention to her side and to Nancy, who was nodding her head in approval. Even after Anne's grimace, Nancy prodded her by poking her in the arm. Preferring not to receive another pinch, Anne said, Absolutely, I would love to hear your point of view. Though it was scary, it was the right decision. She could no longer hide behind her timidity and fear. Time and resources were running out, and maybe Nancy's prediction that Anne could make some money with her drawings would prove true. When they entered the house, a message was given to Mrs. Hepplewhite, which required her immediate attention. Anne was relieved to have a few minutes to sketch, while the images of the Mauviers were still fresh in her mind. She grabbed her pencils and set to work, drawing the first face she could see in her mind's eye. She lost track of time, whether it was half an hour, or 2 hours, Anne did not know. But her first sketch was almost finished when Mrs. Hepplewhite came to see her portfolio of drawings. Anne focused on the picture before her, A pair of dreamy eyes looked back at her with a crooked grin which suggested trouble. Mrs. Hebblewhite sat next to Anne at her table. "You have captured Mr. Mauvier's look perfectly. I thought you handled his coquetry like a real lady, but I will warn you that he has a reputation, and you would do well to avoid his company." "That should not be a difficulty. I see no other reason why I should frequent the dress shop or his theatre. I came to London with a purpose, and I do not want to be distracted." Anne was firm. However, she would not mind chancing upon Mr. Mauvier again. For artistic purposes, of course. "I do believe your health is already improving. Your cheeks have a glow you did not have before. How do you feel, Anne?" Anne thought for a minute. Normally she suffered either a headache or stomachache or a general malaise, but right now she felt exhilarated. "I think I feel normal. It is such a strange thing for me, I hardly know how to describe it." She smiled brightly at her caring hostess. Milly squeezed Anne's hand. "I am pleased to hear it, and it pleases me even more that I have had a small part to play in your recovery. It seems that increased activity agrees with you. Now let us have a look at the rest of your drawings." Anne opened her book to the first page, holding her breath. There were landscapes of her favourite spots at Rosings, many of them coloured with pastels. "Oh, I wonder why you would want to leave such a lovely place. It looks like something out of a fairy tale. London must seem so drab and crowded to you." "I love my home." Anne felt a stab of homesickness and regret. How much time had she wasted away in her room, avoiding conflict and exertion, when she could have done much more? In London she could be different, and she grew more determined to try. "London is crowded, but I would never call it drab. There is so much here to see and people to meet. I will soon fill the pages of this book." Milly pursed her lips as she flipped through the pages, stopping to consider the portraits in great length. Anne's nerves returned. "Have you tried doing miniature portraits?" Unprepared for the question, Anne stammered. "I have attempted them. The technique is more difficult, painting watercolour on ivory. I think achieving the right mixture of watercolour and gum arabic is key, but I have not practised much." "I am certain you would soon become expert at it. I am not a savvy judge of good art, but several of the ladies have taken to getting their portraits done in miniature. They make for nice keepsakes, you know. The artist they prefer is kept so busy that several of the ladies have been made to wait, so that he might have the time to paint them." Nancy walked closer. "Forgive the intrusion, but might I inquire who this artist is? I ask because he might be willing to teach his techniques to Miss Anne." Anne was certain this was not the only reason Nancy was asking. Never before had she expressed such active interest in the craft. "Yes, if I do remember correctly, it is a Mr. Carrera. Is that not an elegant surname? From what I hear, he is a descendant of Rosalba Carrera." She gave Anne a "what do you think about that" look. Anne admired the work of the Venetian painter. She would have loved to study with a master like Rosalba Carrera. She hoped this Carrera upheld his family's legacy. For him to be so much in demand proved his talent. Milly continued, "It would be a good diversion for you. If I mention your artistic abilities to the ladies on the committees, they will line up around the block to have their portraits done. You would meet many families that way and widen your acquaintance, and you would be kept occupied, which we have determined is for the benefit of your health." Anne did not need much convincing. It terrified her to expose her art to the public and potential critiques of the ton, but she could easily ask into her family and conduct her own sort of investigation until Mr. Haggerston returned from his holiday. Nancy drew closer. "Pardon me for speaking up, Mrs. Applewhite, but I too hold an interest in seeing Miss Anne's health improve. Might you have an address for Mr. Carrera? Perhaps we could go to his shop this very afternoon." "I must have it scribbled somewhere on my desk. I shall look for it directly." Standing up with purpose, Milly said, There, now it is settled. I will spread the word about the miniature portraits, and you will soon have more to do than you have time to do it in. Oh, is this not exciting?" She had barely closed the door when Nancy squealed in delight. "Do you realize what this means? We have figured a way for you to earn money without compromising your standing as a lady completely. We only need to convince Mr. Carrera." Anne thought back over the conversation, trying to understand. Nancy sat next to her. "Let me explain. The artist, Mr. Carrera, has too many customers and not enough time. What if we convince him to let you help him lighten his load for a price?" A nervous knot balled up in Anne's stomach. "But he is a real artist. I only pretend to be. I am not good enough." "Nonsense. Even Mrs. Applewhite recognised your talent. If the ladies in her committees have their way, you would paint them for free. Well, I see an opportunity, and we cannot afford to let it pass us by." Anne was not sure which sensation was stronger, the dizziness or the nausea. Whether she fainted or vomited, neither was pleasant. Nancy put her hand on Anne's shoulder. "Miss, what have you got to lose?" Anne focused on the question. She had no home, she had no money. She, as yet, had no information about her father. She could not afford pride. Nothing. What have you to gain? It was difficult for Anne to see any positive outcome. Using her imagination wildly, she said, "If this venture is successful, which I highly doubt, I could earn a living. I think it would be very nice to see my paintings about. It would be pleasant to be good at something." "Your prospects are improving by the day, Miss Anne. Once we get an address, we could offer your services this very afternoon. Then, if it is in the area, we could return to the dress shop. I am certain Miss Adelaide will give me work." Nancy's optimism slowly seeped into Anne. She had no information about her father yet, but she was buying time to find him. She just might succeed. Interrupting her happy thoughts, a footman presented a letter on the silver tray. It was addressed to her in Mother's hand. Chapter 11. Anne's hand shook as she reached out for the letter. Her legs felt weak as she walked over to the settee and broke the wax seal. Before she could open the page, Milly returned. She waved a piece of paper in her hand triumphantly. "I've found it. I really must see to that desk. It is a mess, and this little slip of paper had found its way to the bottom of the mountainous pile. But that is of no matter now. Here it is." Anne took the paper and looked at the address. "I do not know London very well. Is this near us or near Mademoiselle Adelaide's?" "It is closer to Adelaide's shop, only perhaps 3 or 4 blocks." Milly said the distance like it was a short jaunt, but Anne remembered how large the blocks were, and her legs already quivered. Best to take a carriage there and attempt to walk back. "Thank you for going to the trouble of finding this." Anne held up the paper, only then remembering that Mother's letter was still in her hand. "Oh, you have correspondence. I will leave you to it. I really must attend to some letters as well. I may even tidy up my desk while I am at it. Are you in need of a carriage? Mrs. Turford is picking me up in her carriage for a tour of an orphanage. We need to see what improvements need to be made to raise funds, so mine is available to carry you all over London if you wish." "That is very generous, thank you. My feet, thank you." Everyone laughed, and Anne thought how nice it was to make people merry. When Milly left, Anne looked at Mother's letter and then to Mr. Carrera's address. 2 bits of paper. One, no doubt, contained nothing pleasant and would cast a shadow to Anne's hopeful mood. The other was terrifying, but held the promise of good things if she did not ruin it. She put Mother's letter on the table by the settee. It would not hurt anyone if she waited a little longer to read it. A few minutes later, Anne sat in Milly's carriage, clutching her sketches to her chest as if they were armour. "Remind me why I am doing this, please." Her heart was pounding just as hard as it had been during the walk that morning. "You need the money, and you need to make more connections so that you may inquire about your family. This achieves both. Yes, right, I can do this, I think. Of course you can, miss. All you need is to be brave for 30 seconds. Anyone can be brave for 30 seconds. I have not been brave a moment in my life, Nancy. 30 seconds is an eternity for me. Well then, how about 5 seconds? Nancy smiled at Anne in her encouraging way. Anne controlled her breathing and practiced what she might say in her mind as they drove nearer to Mr. Carrera's shop. They got there too soon. Nancy herded her through the door, and before Anne could gather her thoughts, she was standing in front of a gentleman about the age of Mother. He wore spectacles, and his white hair poofed out over his ears on the sides surrounding a shiny dome. He looked over his spectacles at Anne. Nancy nodded for Anne to speak. 5 seconds. Are you Mr. Carrera? I am. And who might you be, young lady? He spoke softly, like a father would to a child. My name is Anne de Bourgh. I come with a particular request. I hope that we might be able to help each other. She stepped forward until she stood in front of Mr. Carrera's work table. You have my attention, Mr. Bourgh. Please tell me how I may help you. He got up and pulled 2 chairs over to his table, motioning for the ladies to sit. Anne relaxed slightly. At least he would be kind when he refused to let her work with him. I find myself in need of work. My family is very proud and my skills very limited, so my prospects are poor to say the least. I would never venture to call myself a talented artist. You are a much better judge of that. Is that your book of sketches? He asked, holding his hands out. Anne handed the book over and picked at her fingers while he looked. She was afraid to look up and see the disapproval on his face. You captured the devilish look in the eyes of this man. Your portraits are very expressive. Have you studied much? Encouraged with the praise, Anne sat taller in her chair. Only a short time, many years ago. Good. Too many people waste years on theory and nonsense when they should be practicing. Starved to hear more, Anne asked, Do you really think I have talent? Mr. Carrera sat back in his chair with his arms crossed, looking at Anne over his spectacles. She regretted the question, but his answer meant so much to her. Finally, he leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. I do. Now, tell me, please, what I can do to help you. Anne clutched her heart and slumped into her chair, smiling so big her cheeks hurt. A friend of mine mentioned that you do miniature portraits and have much more work than you can handle. I would like to help you, if you think I am good enough. Ah, your friend is right. He waved his hand around the room, and Anne noticed for the first time all of the sketches lined up on the wall waiting to be painted. There must have been 24. Mr. Bourgh, your sketches are excellent, but have you worked with watercolours? I should like to see your work before we make any agreement. He opened a drawer and pulled out cakes of colours and unwrapped a thin square of ivory. Right now? Anne's trepidation returned. How could she paint in front of a real artist? Yes, why not? You do not have enough time to finish a complete portrait, but it will be enough for me to determine if your technique is good. He pushed the jar of brushes closer to her and placed the ivory next to them. Selecting a picture from the wall, he said, Can you paint her? Anne looked at his sketch. His lines and shading were much better than hers. Nancy reached over and squeezed her hand, mouthing the words, 5 seconds. She had made it this far. She would not stop now. After asking a few questions about the lady's colouring and general demeanour, she started to work. The paints were easier to work with than she had anticipated, and it did not take long for the noise outside the shop to dull to a low hum. She was alone in her own world, where time had no meaning, and she felt at ease with herself. Anne did not know how much time had passed when a shadow covered her piece of ivory and broke her concentration. It took her a moment to remember where she was. Mr. Carrera stood behind her. his eyes squinting through his spectacles. "Good, good, very good, Mr. Bourgh. I will be frank, your technique is lacking in some areas, but you undeniably have talent." It was not enough. She had failed. Anne's chin quivered, though she did her best to stop it. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Carrera, and thank you for your time. I am grateful." She rose to take her leave. "Where are you going? Did you not say that you needed work?" Confused, Anne sat back down. "It is true you cannot paint the portraits today, but I think that with a couple weeks of instruction you would be ready. Can you come in the mornings?" Anne wanted to leap up and hug the man. "Yes!" she almost yelled. "Tomorrow morning, say 9 o'clock. That is not too early?" "I would come if you said to be here at the break of dawn. Thank you." "I look forward to working with you, Mr. Bourgh." He bowed. The lines on the side of his eyes crinkled upward, magnified by his spectacles as he held the shop door open for their departure. Elation overtook Anne. Finally, she had made some progress. She had bought herself more time to search for her father. Anne was too excited to sit, so they sent Milly's carriage home to walk the rest of the way to the dress shop, and then home. "He was so pleasant. I wonder why he was so kind," Anne asked Nancy. She could not believe how simple it had been. "There are nice people in the world, miss. Perhaps he is one of them. Things are looking up, are they not?" "Yes, they are. They finally are." Luc tapped the door knocker at Miss Beatrice de Bourgh's apartment. It was located at a comfortable walking distance from Luc's home. No bright colours or adornments greeted him at the front step, only drab grey. It did not welcome callers, which suited Maman just fine. A butler as old as Miss Beatrice answered the door and showed Luc and Adelaide into the waiting room. The furnishings were sparse but clean. Luc thought how well the room represented his dear friend. She was meticulous in her habits, but was not given to luxuries. They stood when she entered the room. "Luc, Adelaide, how good of you to come." A dimple flashed in her wrinkled cheek. She must have been a real beauty in her day, thought Luc, as he bent over to hug her. He could see the similarities between her and Mr. Bourgh. Both were small in stature and had the same pointy chin. Standing between him and Adelaide, Miss Beatrice led him into her parlour, where the sweet aroma of cake constantly lingered. It was the only room in the house with any special adornments to Luc's knowledge. Above the fire mantel hung the gilded mirror he had bought her to brighten up the room. A stack of books, mostly poems and the plays of Shakespeare, towered on the table next to her favourite chair. Luc made a mental note to bring some wax candles. The room smelled of the inexpensive tallow candles she often used. They sat, and a tea tray was brought in. Miss Beatrice occupied herself in pouring before asking, "What news do you have this week?" Luc looked over at Adelaide. He was hesitant to bring up her family. She had avoided the topic vehemently in the past. "My leading actress is marrying an earl. Her wedding is in June, and puts me in a most vexing position." "I can understand why she would marry that month. Society is still in town, and for someone used to an audience, she would want a crowd to attend. Why is this vexing to you?" "The Earl forbids her to act once they are married. If he had his way, she would quit the theatre immediately, but she convinced him to allow her to finish through most of the season. What I cannot fathom is why she agreed to marry on the morning of what was to be her final performance." Luc smacked his hand against his thighs. "I am left without an actress." Miss Beatrice waved away his worry. "You will find another, I am sure. Each day has its worries, Luc. Do not let what might happen in almost 3 months' time ruin today." Adelaide sighed audibly from her chair. "If only it were so easy. Mr. Vyse is as petite as you are, and it will be no small feat to find an actress to fit her costumes. I will not make them new for only one performance, not when I have a whole wardrobe to make before her wedding." Luc smoothly said to his sister, Maybe Maman will offer to fill her role. The costumes would be a perfect fit, and I am certain she knows all the lines." He nodded toward her stack of the works of Shakespeare. Miss Beatrice chuckled. "You would lose all of your audience by the end of the first act. Who wants to see a plump old lady when they are used to Miss de Vries? I do not envy you, but do not lose too much sleep over it." She patted Luke and Adelaide's hands. "Now is the moment." Luke started slowly. "There is a lady we met only this morning, who would meet the physical demands of the piece. But she is a lady of high class." "Humph! Some of those ladies give themselves airs. Times are changing. I never believed it beneath me to do some form of work. Look at Adelaide. She is more accomplished than many ladies of the ton, and a real credit to women in London. If only more women of the upper classes could see past their own noses and do something worthwhile, maybe people would stop blaming the French for the moral reform taking place here." She pounded her fist into her hand. Luke saw that Adelaide's colour was also up. This was a sore topic to her, and Luke needed to redirect the conversation quickly or lose his opportunity. "The lady we met this morning was unlike most I have met. Instead of jealously protecting her maid, she seemed happy when Adelaide offered her maid work at the dress shop. She was just your height as well, not fat and stuffed into a corset like so many others. In fact, I thought her too thin. She could benefit from some of your cakes." He held up a bite of cake before popping it into his mouth. Probably a lady fallen on hard times. I hope you indeed hire her maid, Adelaide." Luke washed his cake down with a gulp of tea. "Her name was Miss Anne de Bourgh." Miss Beatrice snapped her head up, her warm brown eyes hardening. Luke watched her struggle to control her reaction. He softened his voice until it was only above a whisper. "Please, can you tell us about Miss de Bourgh? She never implied as much, but we think she is in a predicament. If she is your niece, would you not like to know her? She could be good company." "Good company? How could she possibly be good company when she has been raised in the pit of a viper? Lady Catherine drew my brother, her own husband, to desperation." Adelaide stared at Miss Beatrice, nostrils flaring and fire in her eyes. "Did you know Sir Lewis had a child?" Luke held his breath. He loved Miss Beatrice as if she were his own mother, but withholding the birth of a child was unimaginable to him. Miss Beatrice hung her head. "I may have heard something, but I never cared to confirm it." Lifting her head, she looked at Luke. "How could I tell my Lewis that his child was born merely 6 months after his faked death? How could he possibly have come back? He was so miserable with Lady Catherine, he was willing to face a revolution rather than live in his own home." Silence overtook the table. Adelaide pushed her plate with a half-eaten cake away. Luke could not force another bite if he tried. Disappointment filled his stomach. After he had collected his thoughts, Luke said, "You know as well as I do that the child should not be punished for his or her parents' wrongs. Would you have allowed Adelaide and me to die in Paris like mother and father?" Luke's voice choked out of him. The memories were too raw and his sadness too real to hide. Adelaide stood to leave. Where Luke felt disappointment, she felt anger. He could see it written on her face and in her clenched fists. Luke, too, was upset, but it was not in his nature to leave in anger. He would do his best to soothe the woman he had depended on after her brother bravely helped him and Adelaide escape death. "What you did was wrong. So very wrong, Maman." Miss Beatrice flinched at the endearment. "When you have had time to sort through your thoughts, I believe you will draw the right conclusion. I have faith that you will make this right with your niece. She is up to something, and you could help her. I feel it in my soul." Luke bowed and followed Adelaide out the front door. Adelaide marched beside him toward their home. Luke knew that now was not the time for conversation, and wisely let her be. Luke could not understand, much less explain to someone else, why he felt the need to help Mr. Bourgh. He had spoken with her only a few minutes, and he hardly knew anything about her outside of his own observations earlier that day. She just appeared so vulnerable. "If no one else will, I will protect her from harm. What is her business in town anyway? What is Mr. Bourgh up to?" She was a mystery, and he determined to play the detective. Chapter 12. Anne watched the people they passed. She studied the dresses and bonnets the ladies wore. She tried to look at their hair without staring. She peeked in the windows of the shops and smiled at the children walking by. Colours were vibrant, the breeze was soft, and Anne's prospects were much improved. If it would not have caused a scene, she would have walked with her arms outstretched, revelling in the freedom and the open air. All too soon, they arrived at Adelaide's dress shop. Anne felt the ball of nerves tighten in her stomach, but paid it no heed. "I am getting good at this," she thought as they entered the shop. What would have sent her to bed only a week and a half ago was now giving way to prickles of excitement as Anne explored life in town as she had never done before. Adelaide greeted them with a smile. "I had hoped you would return. Mr. Bourgh, it is so kind of you to lend me your personal maid." She turned to Nancy. "Now, your work is neat and amongst the best I have seen. I pay a fair wage to my seamstresses, and, as their teacher, I will offer you more to provide my girls with instruction and guidance. You see, I have more work than I have able hands to help me do, and I cannot take the time I would like to properly train every girl as I would like. That is where you will come in, I hope." She looked expectantly at Nancy. Anne was overjoyed at the opportunity before Nancy, and had to clasp her hands together to keep from clapping. "When may I start?" was Nancy's reply. "Tomorrow morning, should you wish." As Anne listened to the two women make arrangements, she went over their new schedule in her mind. She and Nancy would leave together in the mornings to go to Mr. Carrera's shop to join his art class. From there it was an easy walk for Nancy to the dress shop. If it was no inconvenience to Milly, perhaps Anne could arrange for her carriage to take her home in time for lunch. While Nancy worked until the early evening, Anne would make an effort to accompany Milly so she might meet more people who may have known her father. If not, she held high hopes of sketching and painting some of them. It would be busy and so different from her normal day. Anne was pleased with the change. A smooth, accented voice behind her said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Bourgh." Anne jumped in place and turned around. So deep was her concentration, she had not heard the bell announcing anyone's entry into the shop. "I startled you. My deepest apologies, mademoiselle." Mr. Mauvier swept off his hat and swooped an elegant bow, never breaking eye contact with Anne. "Good afternoon, Mr. Mauvier. Please do not worry yourself. I was so distracted I did not hear you enter." "Distracted? Pray tell, what brings a lovely lady such as yourself to distraction?" His crooked grin and close proximity weakened Anne's knees. Anne's face felt hot, and she wished she had a fan. "You, monsieur, are a distraction." Both wary of and drawn to this man, Anne crossed her arms to create a protective shield. Then the rascal winked. Righteous indignation boiled up inside of Anne. "Mr. Mauvier, your behaviour toward me is offensive, and I thank you to control yourself, if indeed you are a gentleman." Silence consumed the room. It was so noticeable, Anne looked about her. Nancy and Adelaide stared at them, mouths open and eyes wide. Never in her entire life had Anne scolded anyone, but he had deserved it, and she refused to repent. She was a lady, after all. Maybe she should not have spoken so loudly. Her firm resolve began crumbling down around her, and she started to doubt herself, until she saw Adelaide slap her hand over her mouth to restrain the laughter she could not hide. What Anne did not expect was for Mr. Mauvier to join in the merriment. Looking at him, Anne tried to figure out the man next to her. Most men would have been offended by her rebuke, yet he took it in good humour. "You have effectively and, I must add, rightfully put me in my place, mademoiselle." He took a step back and clasped his hands together. He reminded Anne of a repentant little boy, a troublesome little boy. Mr. Mauvier took away her insecurity with his apology. However, she feared that extending any crumb of forgiveness would only embolden him, so she said nothing. He was much too forward for Anne's taste. He behaved as a perfect gentleman for the remainder of their stay in his sister's shop. When it was time to depart, he held the door open and offered to walk with them, an offer which Anne refused. On their way home, Anne and Nancy discussed how their roles would change. Not a word was mentioned of Mr. Mauvier. That suited Anne just fine. She had a difficult time concentrating when he was around, and she had matters to discuss with Nancy. Anne was concerned Nancy would overwork herself and insisted that she could help by taking on more responsibilities. Nancy objected, just as Anne suspected she would. Still, Anne considered she was entirely capable of laying out her own clothes and brushing her own hair, amongst the many other things Nancy did as her maid. She did not want her friend to tire out on her account. Dinner with the Hepplewhites that evening was boisterous and full of cheer. Mr. Hepplewhite had heard some good news about an investment he had made. That was good news for Mrs. Hepplewhite, who was glad to hear that she would be able to make a more sizable donation to the orphanage she had visited earlier that day. Mr. Hepplewhite was all the happier to help in his wife's cause. Anne watched the couple's exchanges and how one's delight increased the joy of the other. It was pleasant to observe, and Anne let her spirits be lifted with their company. "Enough about us. How was your day, Anne? Did you meet with Mr. Carrera?" asked Milly, her face flushed with excitement. "I did. After looking at my drawings, he offered to teach me. He thinks I have talent, but am not yet ready to paint miniatures adequately." "Oh, well, the ladies will just have to wait then. How wonderful to study with such an accomplished master. You must be very excited." "I am. In fact, I was hoping that I might accompany you to some of your meetings, so that I may meet some of these ladies of whom you speak. I can practice my sketches in the evenings, and my progress will quicken." "That is a lovely idea. Now that you are well, I would love nothing more than to show you around town. You may enjoy helping others so much you decide to join some of our committees. You have a kind nature." The desire was present, but Anne doubted she would be of much help to anyone. She could hardly take care of herself. However, she reminded herself that she was learning, and maybe the day would come that she could be more useful. "I would like that very much." Feeling better than ever, Anne returned to her room. The first thing she saw as she entered was the unread letter from her mother. The excitement of the day had put it completely out of her mind. Grabbing the letter, she plunked down on the sofa to read. March 14th, 1812. Rosings. Dear Anne, by the time this letter reaches you, you will have been in London for over a week. What you have determined to do is doomed to failure, and I suspect you know it by now. I will arrange for my coach to pick you up so you may return home to where you belong. I am disappointed that you did not write me with your address. You have no idea how inconvenient it was to find out where to send this letter. I had assumed you would stay at our house in Grosvenor Square. A more agreeable child would have at least written their mother with an address. I will send my coach as soon as a few minor repairs are done. Expect it in 2 days hence. That is all for now. I await your prompt return. Your mother, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Anne dropped the letter onto her lap. Her heart thundered in her chest. She writes to me as if I were a child. Perhaps I am in many ways, but I do wish to change. Nancy stood across the room, a worried expression on her face. "Are you well, miss?" Anne stood up and straightened her posture, her hands still trembling in her upset. Lifting her head defiantly, she said, "I have never been more determined than now to find father and prove my worth. Until now, all I had done is lounge about and do absolutely nothing. That is to change. Rather, it has already changed." With a smile and a nod, Nancy showed her approval. "Very well, miss. Is there anything else I may help you with?" Anne squinted her eyes and picked at her fingernails in thought. "Yes, I do believe there is. Here I have had one of the best embroiderers in England under my nose, and yet I can barely manage to stitch my initials on a handkerchief. Would you help me? If you are very patient with me, perhaps I might learn." Nancy clapped, her face lit up. "Oh, Miss Anne, how I have longed to hear you say such a thing." Anne did not realize how nervous she had been until she had ripped her newly regrown pinky finger's nail down to the quick. "I must stop picking at my nails. Such an unladylike habit," she chastised herself. If she expected Mr. Mauvier to behave as a proper gentleman, she should rid herself of any unladylike habits too. Although why she should compare her behaviours to his at that moment, Anne did not know. She pushed it aside, willing herself not to allow Mr. Mauvier any more space in her mind than was absolutely necessary. The next morning, Anne woke early to write a response to Mother, thanking her for her consideration and apologizing for her neglect in providing an address. She refused the offer of a carriage, explaining that her purpose in town had not yet been reached, and that she required more time. She would notify her of any change of address. Anne was beginning to think that Mother's threats of disinheritance were merely that, threats. Still, she would not put Mother to the test, and she would not accept any help from her in case she would use it against Anne. She hurried to get dressed and delivered her letter to the butler to be sent. Mr. Carrera had not mentioned any kind of payment for his instruction, so she slipped some of her precious coins into her reticule. She would at least have to pay for her own paints, brushes, and ivory. Looking at her armoire, she hoped her remaining dresses would pay enough until she could earn her own money. She did not want to sell her locket. As Anne envisioned, the next 2 weeks were a blur of activity. It was overwhelming at the start, but soon Anne developed a routine of painting in the morning, embroidering with Nancy and the girls at Adelaide's, making calls with Millie in the afternoon, and attending various functions and meetings in the evening. There was only one dark cloud hanging over Anne's head. She was no closer to finding her father than the day she discovered his letter. Chapter 13. After 2 weeks of daily visits, Adelaide had shown Anne her workroom. She turned to walk into a hallway behind the large counter, bursting with buttons, ribbons, and lace, waving for Anne to follow. A short distance down the hall, they walked into a large room with windows surrounding the walls facing outside. Anne recognized the display window on the other side of a light organdy cloth hung up to give the workers privacy from the sidewalk. Nancy stood to greet her. "A vast improvement over the dark rooms at Rosings, is it not?" Anne took in the ambience of the room. Bright colours and the warm afternoon sun took Anne back to the orchard full of colourful blooms when she was a child. It is a happy place. She wondered why Adelaide had hesitated to show her this place before. Adelaide continued, "These are very brave girls who, for one reason or another, found themselves penniless, without a home and abandoned in town. Life is unjust for a young woman in such circumstances. What I offer is honest work in exchange for honest pay, and a place to rest their heads. Their rooms are across the hall. It is cramped at times, but it is a dramatic improvement to sleeping outside." Anne counted 8 ladies of different ages in the room. She noticed how some laughed with Nancy as she walked around to inspect their work. The thinner girls, of whom there were 5, were more sombre and nervous. Nancy expertly put them at ease, but many glanced towards Anne, with distrust in their eyes. Anne thought she understood Adelaide's delay in presenting her to the girls now. Anne had a difficulty in social situations. But with the constant exposure to society and Millie's comforting presence, she had learned to improve. These girls still needed protection, and they would distrust anyone new. Feeling awkward being stared at, Anne picked at her fingers. She wished she could put the wary girls at ease, but she was afraid they might misjudge her. After all, her appearance was so similar to theirs, with her sunk-in cheeks, dark circles surrounding her eyes, and bony body. Wanting to leave where nobody would have to look upon her pitiful figure, Anne turned away. A woman she did not immediately recognize looked intensely back at her. Anne had not recognized her own image. Her appearance had improved in the 3 weeks since arriving in town. Her cheeks had filled out, she looked rested, and her collarbones did not jut out quite so shockingly. Quickly, she turned away from her reflection. Vanity was a sin, and preening in a mirror was the height of vanity. However, such pious thoughts did not prevent Anne from smiling to herself. She did not consider herself beautiful, but she did not look homely any longer. When she looked back up, a couple of girls met her eyes. Instead of looking away, Anne held her head up and smiled at them. When they responded in like manner, her smile grew. It struck Anne that the girls around her reflected the same attitude she projected. She was nervous and uncertain when she entered the room. They were too. Now she was relaxed and happy, and they seemed so as well. Maybe if I act confident when I am terrified out of my wits, people will not think me such a weakling. It was worth a try. She stood as tall as she could in her tiny frame, shoulders back, chin up, and ready for her next challenge. "Adelaide? Adelaide, are you back there?" called a voice from the front of the shop. Soon the owner of the voice appeared in the hallway. She was an elderly woman, small in stature, carrying a cake, which was set on the work table by the door. Her dress was outdated but clean and pressed. Her eyes were large and a warm chocolate brown. She stopped abruptly when she saw Anne, a startled look on her face. Anne, too, felt something familiar about the elderly woman. Her inclination was to like her. She smelled like cake, and the young ladies in the room welcomed her warmly. "Ah, you have come. Please come in and let me introduce you to my new friends. Miss Beatrice—" "I do not mean to intrude while you are busy, dear," Miss Beatrice said to Adelaide. She exchanged a look with Adelaide that puzzled Anne, before turning to her and asking, "Pardon me for interrupting. Now, who is this young lady? Perhaps I know her mother." "Miss Beatrice, let me present you to Miss Anne de Bourgh." Adelaide enunciated her name so clearly, Anne figured Miss Beatrice was hard of hearing. She did look to be quite elderly. Anne curtsied and remembered to smile with her chin up. She refused to break eye contact or shrink into herself, even as Miss Beatrice inspected her with pursed lips and narrowing eyes. "What brings you to town, Miss de Bourgh?" she asked. Anne had memorized her answer by rote. "I am here to widen my acquaintances and improve my health." Most people thought it odd that she would choose to come to London for the improvement of her health instead of Bath or the coast. But they would nod their head and change the subject. She did not feel Miss Beatrice would accept her normal response. The elderly woman looked at her askance, narrowing her eyes until they were almost closed. "I have come to better myself," Anne added. It was partly the truth. Miss Beatrice cocked her head to the other side. "Really, very interesting. You are not particularly young. Why do you see the need to better yourself at this point in your life?" The question was too direct for such a new acquaintance, but out of respect for her elders, Anne answered, "I was not happy with myself, and saw no need to continue such a course if I could change it." She heard the bite of her own words, but it was an honest answer. She thought Miss Beatrice would ask another question, but fortunately she did not. Instead, she tapped her cane on the floor a few times and took her leave. Evidently, Cake Lady's temperament was not as sweet as her sugary aroma. What an unusual woman. Curtsies and farewells were exchanged, and Miss Beatrice left as easily as she had come. Anne watched her form walk past the display window until she was out of sight. Adelaide had one of the girls put on the kettle, and everyone turned their attention to the delicious cake Miss Beatrice had brought. Anne asked Adelaide, "How long have you known Miss Beatrice? She seems like an interesting woman." "She is prickly around the edges at times. I am sorry if she made you feel uncomfortable." "I am accustomed to prickly. She reminds me of my mother." Adelaide snorted into her tea. "I am sure she would be pleased to know that," she said sarcastically. Before Anne could ask what Adelaide meant, her friend continued, "Miss Beatrice is the first person I met when Luke and I came to England. She can be difficult, but she is fiercely protective of the people she loves. I admire that about her. While I did not learn tact from her, she did teach me to speak my mind. That has served me well." Looking down at the cake, Adelaide cut another slice and set it aside. Anne looked at the clock. It was almost time for Mr. Mauvier to join them for some refreshment. He never failed to show up at the same time in the early afternoon. He still offered to accompany Anne home, an offer she still refused. His conduct toward her was as gallant and proper as her cousin, Darcy, and that was saying something. The bell rang, and Anne looked toward the workroom door, waiting for him. His normally smoothed back hair was dishevelled. His forehead was creased in worry. He spotted Adelaide, who was still sitting next to Anne by the work table near the door, and walked over. "Luke, are you well?" she asked in concern. He ran his hand through his hair and pinched the back of his neck. "Oh, nothing to worry about. I had another encounter with Mr. Garrett. He is determined to close my theatre down and takes every opportunity to remind me of it. You still see to Lady Chamberlain's wardrobe, do you not?" "I have done a few gowns for her over the years. Perhaps I should offer her one of my new designs." "Do it. It is only by her husband's good grace that I am able to show dramatic performances. Without them, the higher classes would soon quit Le Soleil." Anne was appalled that someone would take away Mr. Mauvier's livelihood without a thought. "What a canker blossom," she said under her breath. "What was that? What did you say?" asked Mr. Mauvier, his furrowed brow smoothing. Anne rolled her eyes. She had not meant the insult to be heard. "I called Mr. Garrett a canker blossom." She giggled at herself. It was such an old-fashioned insult, but Anne was unaccustomed to insulting people. "You quote A Midsummer Night's Dream. That is one of my favorites." "I have memorized all of Shakespeare's plays, I believe," Anne said with a sigh. She should have used her time better instead of learning lines she would never use. Luke, however, looked intrigued. "Let us see about that. What is your favorite line in Hamlet?" He crossed his arms and outstretched his legs in front of him. He looked so confident he could stumble Anne. Anne looked him directly in the eye, meeting his challenge. "This above all, to thine own self be true," from Act 1, Scene 3. Luke sat up in his chair. "Mon Dieu, you are serious." Adelaide clapped. "Brava, mademoiselle. Do another one." "Yes, but this one is more difficult. Be not afraid of greatness." Anne joined in. "Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. I do not remember which scene, but that is unmistakably from Twelfth Night, Act 2. Anne bowed her head to Luke and Adelaide's applause. She loved beautiful words, and it felt good to speak them aloud. "You missed your calling, Miss de Bourgh. You should have been an actress," said Luke. Laughing at the ridiculousness of the idea, Anne said, "I am much too shy for such a grand profession. Besides, my mother would disinherit me for sure if I became an actress." Luke stopped laughing, and Anne realized her mistake. Only Nancy knew of her situation, and she had no intention of sharing the state of her precarious relationship with her mother with her new friends. She took a bite of cake and chewed slowly. "You should come to my theatre. The Hepplewhites have a nice box along the dress circle, which has been unoccupied the past 2 weeks. You would be so close to the stage. You could serve as the actor's prompt, should they forget their lines." Anne relaxed at the change in subject. What a foolish mistake she'd made. The bell sounded, announcing someone's entry. To Anne's surprise, it was one of Millie's servants with a carriage to take her home. Anne looked at the clock again, astonished at how quickly the time had passed. Giving her adieus, she grabbed her belongings and, together with Nancy, went outside. It was quicker to walk than to ride in the carriage on the crowded streets, but Anne did not mind. She watched people and told Nancy how Mr. Carrera had seen so much improvement. He was now willing to let her help him paint some of the portraits. He had so many to do, he agreed to let her keep the full commission, as long as she could do her own sketches of the ladies. Otherwise, she would receive 60%. So happy with the world was she did not notice the unknown carriage sitting outside the Hepplewhites' door. When she paused to let the footman carry a cumbersome trunk by, it never occurred to her that something was amiss. Chapter 14. Mrs. Hepplewhite greeted Anne, grasping her by both shoulders, as she walked into the foyer. "Oh, Anne, I have waited in anxiety for your return. Are you well, Millie?" Anne reached out to touch Mrs. Hepplewhite's arm. "Yes, and no. My nieces have arrived a week early to surprise me, and surprise me they have." She fanned her face with her hand before resting it over her chest. "The visit is something I look forward to all year, but being without children myself, but it puts me in the most awkward position of needing your room." Anne's ears rang and her pulse pounded at her temples as Mrs. Hepplewhite continued, "I hate to be the cause of inconvenience. I have enjoyed your company immensely, and like to think that perhaps we can remain close friends after you depart. Would it be too horrible for you to return to your home 1 week early?" Her face scrunched up, and Anne saw the plea in her eyes to say that everything was fine. Anne did not have the heart to disappoint her. Needing a moment to recover, Anne addressed Nancy. "Will you start packing? I will be up in a moment to discuss our plans." Giving her best effort, Anne turned back to Mrs. Hepplewhite and smiled. "You have been wonderful company, Millie. You should enjoy the time with your family and worry nothing about me. My health is much improved, thanks to you, and I think it will be no difficulty to find suitable lodgings elsewhere, for I am not yet ready to return home." She may never be ready to return home, but it was not the time to mention that. Mrs. Hepplewhite sighed and visibly relaxed. "How kind of you, Anne. I have been fretting since my niece's coach pulled up." Hesitantly, she asked, "Would you like to meet them?" "I would love nothing more." "Sure, I will meet them. Thoughtless creatures they are." "They are waiting in my sitting room. Please come with me." It was all Anne could do not to cry as she walked up the stairs, but she was determined to give the appearance that all was well. What else could she do under the circumstances? Sitting at a table by the window, playing a game of checkers, were 2 young ladies who could have passed as twins. Both wore pink dresses with a pink bow tying up their blonde hair. They looked to be in their early teens, not yet out in society. The girls stood as their aunt entered the room with Anne. One girl was taller than the other. "Theodora, Sophia, I want you to meet a friend." They walked over to Anne, eyes and smiles wide. The sunlight behind them reflected on their light hair, giving them an angelic glow. "Miss Anne, these are my nieces, Theodora and Sophia Hepplewhite. Theodora is the eldest at 13, and Sophia is 12. Living in the country as they do, they like to visit me to experience the excitement of town during the season. Girls, this is Miss Anne de Bourgh of Rosings in Kent." Theodora and Sophia curtsied, and Anne regretted her negative thoughts toward them. Theodora clasped her hands together in front of her, just as Anne's mother had taught her to do. "Are you having a pleasant stay in town, Miss de Bourgh?" she asked in a posh voice. Anne tried not to smile too much, for Miss Theodora was trying her best to act like a high-born lady, and she did not want the girl to feel ridiculous on her account. Nodding, Anne said in a serious voice, "I thank you for asking, Miss Theodora. Your aunt has ensured a pleasant stay. Do you come often to town?" Extending her neck to stand a bit taller, Theodora said, "Indeed we do. Every summer, Aunt Amelia welcomes us to her home. It is an edifying experience, and we return home much refreshed." Anne shook in her effort not to chuckle out loud. What a darling girl. "I like the theatre. Have you been to the theatre yet, Mr. Bourgh?" asked Sophia. She bounced up and down on her toes, unable to stand still for long. "Unfortunately, I have not. It is a shame, for I dearly love the theatre. Do you plan to go during your stay?" "Oh, yes. Please, Aunt, let us go tonight," begged Sophia. Mrs. Hepplewhite raised her hands up. "What a splendid idea, Sophia. We shall take Miss Anne with us. Will you accompany us to the theatre, Miss Anne? Please say you will come." Sophia jumped for joy and spun in circles. Theodora stood still, but she could not keep the happiness from her face. It was not a difficult choice for Anne. "I would be delighted to accompany you." She suggested they meet at the theatre. They could not very well pick her up in the carriage when she did not yet know where she would be staying. By the time Anne returned to her room, Nancy already had half of the trunk packed, not that there was much left to pack. Anne collapsed into a chair, laying her head on her arm on the table in front of her. "Today was going so well, Nancy, and now I feel so powerless, like a ship with no wind in its sails." "I thought you handled yourself well, miss, if you ask me. A month ago something like this would have sent you to bed with a headache." Anne sat up in her chair. She had done well. Not once did she cower, and she decided not to start then. "My only family in town is Georgiana. She would receive us at Darcy House, but after refusing Darcy not quite a month ago, I do not feel I should go there. It seems to me that the practical thing to do, then, is to find a hotel near the dress shop. We have some money I have left over from my dresses. Do not forget about my earnings. You have worked doubly hard, and I prefer for you to keep your wages, especially since I have not been able to pay you. No, we will use my dress money. Mr. Carrera asked me to help him with 2 paintings. I am to begin tomorrow, and will receive payment as soon as they are complete. If that is not enough, I always have my locket to sell." She hoped it would not come to that. "I would rather use my wages than have to sell your mother's locket, miss. Money is replaceable. Keepsakes are not." With more resolve, Anne said, "We shall stay in a hotel tonight and the next. We can be closer to work, and we will think clearer on the subject tomorrow." Nancy's mouth gaped, and she stood staring at Anne. "What, did I say something wrong?" Anne reached up to her face to feel for an unsightly blemish. "You are fine, miss. Oh, please stop. There is nothing wrong with your face." Anne put her hand down. Nancy's behaviour confused her. "Just now, you spoke decisively, something I do not recall ever hearing you do. I know you do not feel it now, but getting away from your habits at Rosings has done you so much good." Nancy continued packing, leaving Anne alone with her thoughts. My habits at Rosings. The only habit I had was feeling ill constantly. Why should I fall ill so often in the clean country air, and in cramped, polluted London feel better than I ever remember? So many of Anne's experiences in town had caused great discomfort, leaving Rosings to live with an unknown family, meeting new people and having to speak for herself at social engagements, exposing her art to a master for him to critique, living every day not knowing what would happen, not having a place to rest her head that very evening. The list went on and on. Yet here she was, happier and healthier than she ever had been. When she had left Rosings, her intention had been to find father immediately. He would step in and take care of her needs while they got to know each other better. She would be free of mother's overbearing influence and would enjoy the independence she now knew she had craved. Now, Anne could see how selfish her thinking had been, and how much her own actions were to blame for her lazy life. Not mother. How could she assume father would even want to meet her, much less take care of her? Besides, she was doing well enough on her own. Even mother would be proud of what I have achieved thus far. Anne stiffened in her chair as she thought of the burden she must have been to mother. A woman with ambition having a daughter with none. A self-sufficient, opinionated woman raising a mindless ninny. Mother was certainly not without her faults, but Anne felt she could understand her better. At the thought of mother, homesickness writhed through Anne. She let the misery overtake her for seconds before firmly pushing it aside. She had given in too easily, and look at what she had become. The woman she wanted to be would not give in now. It was time to leave the comfort of Milly's home and begin the next part of her journey, wherever that might lead. Looking up at Nancy, she said, "We will be fine, Nancy. You just wait and see." "I know, miss. I know it." For the first time in her life, Anne knew it too. Luc paced in front of the doors of his theatre. He could not shake the worry, and he desperately wanted to be rid of it. It invaded his mind at the most inconvenient times, and the activities he formerly enjoyed were no longer pleasurable to him. Earlier that very day, he had to fold at cards because he could not concentrate. He had been dealt a good hand and would have won, but he found himself withdrawing early before the other vultures at the table took advantage of his vulnerability. What really upset Luc was his recent inability to flirt. His charisma and charm had ensured a packed theatre and happy performers for the past few years. Now he felt guilty so much as looking at a beautiful woman. This was so unlike his character. His unease grew by the hour. He checked his pocket watch again. Miss Beatrice entered just as he snapped it shut. Rushing over to greet her, Miss Beatrice said, "You seem to be anxious. Is there something wrong?" "Nothing you care about." Miss Beatrice said nothing, just looked at Luc with her eyebrows raised. "It is your niece." Luc threw his hands up in the air. "You have become closer to me than a mother, and it pains me to know you have a niece in need of your assistance." "Let me assure you then, my dear boy, that I fully intend to speak with her." She patted Luc's hand. "In fact, I met her this afternoon at Adelaide's shop, and she was not as bad as I had thought she would be. I was pleasantly surprised." It took 2 weeks, but she had finally come around. His faith restored, Luc grinned all the way up to Miss Beatrice's special seat, where he left her to enjoy the show, which was about to begin. Descending the stairs, he chanced to see a family going up the stairs in the opposite end of the foyer. He recognized Anne straight away. She stood between 2 girls. She was only slightly taller than them, but there was nothing girlish about her figure. Luc looked at his pocket watch again. The first performance would start in minutes. He was tempted to run up behind her and take her to her aunt that very instant, but he had best to let her enjoy the show with the family she came with. The intermission, now that might provide an opportunity to casually see her and present Miss Beatrice as her aunt. How happy she would be! He went backstage and saw Nancy busy at work behind the scenes next to Adelaide. It was a flurry of performers and stagehands, each busy in preparation, rushing to beat the raising of the curtain. Luc wondered if Miss de Bourgh would visit the theatre more often with her maid. Nancy usually stayed in the shop with Adelaide, but she had been helpful with a few costume issues. Anne still came to the shop at the same time every day. Most ladies of his acquaintance preferred their maids to do their best to be invisible, but Miss de Bourgh treated her maid like a friend, as if they shared a past together. Luc wished he knew more about Anne's past. The opening act led to a ballet performance, which would be followed by a comedy. Luc had heard the act so many times in practice and performance over the past week that he had memorized the lines and timing of it all. He occupied himself in his office with his letters until he could speak with Mr. Bourgh. The crowd roared in laughter, and Luc knew the comedy had come to its climax. He, too, had laughed the first few times he had seen it. With more pressing matters to attend to, Luc ascended the stairs to where his assistant had seated the family and Mr. Bourgh. He hoped that they would decide to mill about, as so many others did during the intermission, and he could appear to bump into them by coincidence. Velvet curtains opened along the hallway. Luc nodded and smiled to the ladies and gentlemen inside their boxes, many of them acquaintances and friends. Mr. Bourgh was only 2 more boxes down, but the curtains did not stir. 2 more steps and he would have to think of a reason to linger. 2 steps later, the curtain opened. Looking right at him was none other than the very lady he wished to speak to. "Miss de Bourgh, what a pleasant surprise. I do hope you are enjoying the entertainments this evening." Luc bowed, never looking away from her face. "Mr. Mauvier, how very pleasant to see you. You know my friends, the Hepplewhites, of course." Mr. Hepplewhite bowed to Luc, and Mrs. Hepplewhite curtsied prettily. The 2 girls were unknown and stood gawking, staring at him with open mouths. Flashing his most brilliant smile, he tilted his head to the side and said, "I do not believe I have had the pleasure of meeting these 2 young ladies. Are they your sisters, Mrs. Hepplewhite?" Mrs. Hepplewhite laughed and blushed. "You are a charmer, Mr. Mauvier. These are my nieces, Theodora and Sophia Hepplewhite. They are staying with us for the season." The girls curtsied politely, mouths still opened. "Such lovely girls. Your family has been blessed, Mr. and Mrs. Hepplewhite." The taller girl, Theodora, blushed and looked at the floor. Sophia, the younger one, grinned as broadly as her lips would allow her. Looking back at Anne, he said, "I am happy to have run into you, Mr. Bourgh, for there is someone I very much hope for you to meet. If our friends do not mind, might I borrow Mr. Bourgh for a moment? The woman I want you to meet is seated on the other side of the theatre." He held out his arm for her to take, after getting a nod of approval from Mr. Hepplewhite. When she hesitated, Luc said, "She is a fascinating elderly woman with some knowledge about your family." His suggestion worked. Mr. Bourgh took his arm and told her friends she would be back shortly. Luc was very aware of her delicate hand resting on his forearm. They wove their way down the stairs and through the crowded lobby. Twice Mr. Bourgh bumped into him to avoid being trampled upon. She was so small in the crowd, Luc was tempted to put his arm around her to steer her through the multitudes and prevent injury. It was all he could do to keep his arm down when he itched to see how his hand would fit in the small of her back. "Who is she? How does she know my family?" Mr. Bourgh asked in a voice lacking breath. Her normally grey eyes had darkened to a deep blue, and Luc had to remind himself to breathe. "Excuse me, what did you ask?" He shook his head to gather his thoughts, which were scrambled at the moment. "Who is the woman you want me to meet? You said she knows my family?" She bit her lower lip and looked up at him, her eyes expectant. Luc felt his heart beat faster. Anne's charm was most effective because she was completely unaware of it. He tried to look at her eyes, but became so mesmerized, he forgot how to talk. He looked at her mouth, but the way she chewed on her lower lip was disconcerting, and he forced himself to look away. Finally, he settled with addressing her forehead, which now had little furrows across it. "Ah, you are curious, as you should be, Miss de Bourgh. We are so close to her seat, and I think it is best for her to speak for herself." Reaching the top stair, they turned to the box, and Luc opened the curtain. "Miss de Bourgh, I believe you met Miss Beatrice earlier today. Miss Beatrice de Bourgh." Chapter 15. Anne gasped. "You are my aunt. My father has a sister?" Feeling faint, Anne looked for a chair before her legs became useless. She was grateful for the strength of Luc's arm and held on tighter as she fought the weakness crashing through her body. Luc steered her toward the chair next to the woman, her aunt, concern lining his forehead. "Are you well, Miss de Bourgh?" "Yes, I thank you." She retracted her arm and collected herself. Addressing both him and Miss Beatrice, she said, "I never knew I had an aunt." She looked nervously at Miss Beatrice, who sat next to her, her hands folded in her lap, a cane resting against her seat. Miss Beatrice examined her for a while, and Anne did her best to square her shoulders and keep her chin up. "If we get along, you may call me aunt. For the meantime, Miss Beatrice will do." It sounded like something her mother would have said, and, strangely, it put Anne at ease. "Please, tell me about my father. Is he alive?" Anne struggled to maintain her composure, but her words trembled. If Miss Beatrice were anything like her own mother, she would pounce on her at the first sign of weakness. Anne knew she must keep calm and appear confident, though she was shaking inside. How long is she going to just sit there looking at me? Will she never answer my question? Finally, Luc intervened. "She deserves to know, maman. You must tell her." Miss Beatrice was so hesitant, and Luc spoke to her so endearingly, that she was sure it was Luc who had arranged the meeting, and not the elderly woman. Miss Beatrice huffed, but she started speaking. "Your father is alive and well. He lives in France." Anne clutched her heart. "He is alive. I knew he must be." In a whisper, she asked, "Does he know about me?" Miss Beatrice squirmed in her chair and rubbed the top of her cane. She would not look at Anne. "Did he know I was born?" Anne pleaded a little louder, desperate to know if her father had left her as well as mother. Without looking up, Miss Beatrice said, "No." It took every bit of Anne's control to keep her feelings at bay. The lump in her throat made it difficult to talk. While she struggled to keep her reaction calm, she could not help but notice how guilty Miss Beatrice looked. She fiddled with her cane, and still would not look at Anne. A doubt crept into her mind. "Miss Beatrice, did you know about me?" "Yes." She offered no excuse or explanation. Anne's breath came in short bursts. "You kept my father from me. How could you?" A tear soaked into her glove, despite her resolve to keep her composure. She stood to leave. What a wretched woman! Luc reached over and grabbed her hand as she turned to leave. "Do not go yet. Let me help you." Anne wrenched her hand from his grasp. "You have helped enough already. I must return to my party." The steps were blurry, but Anne made it to the bottom without any mishaps. Finding a corner, she hid in it until she could calm herself. It would not do to return to the Hepplewhites in tears. She fumbled to open her reticule to get a handkerchief. Behind her, a man cleared his throat. Then someone tapped on her shoulder. She sniffed before turning to see who it was, hoping her eyes were not too red. A clean white handkerchief with the initials L.M. stitched on it was the first thing she saw. A very repentant-looking Mr. Mauvier stood offering it. "I am so sorry, Miss de Bourgh. I had hoped to bring you good news. Instead, I find I have only brought you pain. Please forgive me." Anne accepted the handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes. "I am sorry for speaking so brusquely to you. You do not deserve it." Mr. Mauvier dusted off his arms. "I am unscathed, as you see. You spoke in a moment of passion, and have no need to apologize." Anne felt her face burn at the mention of such a word. She needed to change the subject. "Is Miss Beatrice always like that, so unyielding?" Luc sighed. "Mostly, yes. But when she grows an attachment to people, she is a fierce protector. I do hope you will give her a chance." Adelaide had said something similar about Miss Beatrice when they had met 2 weeks ago. How could she give her another chance when the woman had purposefully ignored her existence and hid her identity so cunningly at the first meeting? Anne opened her mouth to protest. Luc held his hands up in defense. "I do not defend her actions toward you. It was cruel, and she must face the consequences. What I hope is that you will not let her past choices prevent you from achieving what you look for." Anne looked at the man standing in front of her, wide-eyed. "How do you know what I am looking for?" "I have some knowledge of your family's history. You have come to find Sir Lewis, have you not?" There was no use denying it. Mr. Mauvier knew too much, but she must secure his silence. "It is true, but I cannot emphasize the importance of your secrecy enough. My family would suffer needlessly and drastically if our secret were made known. May I count on your discretion?" She searched his face for any sign of insincerity. "You have my word, mademoiselle." He looked her straight in the eyes and never flinched or wavered. Anne nodded, knowing it would have to do. She would have to trust him to keep his promise. Handing back his handkerchief, she said, "I must return to my box." She turned to leave, but felt his hand touch her arm. "One moment. You missed one tear." He reached up with his hand and gently touched her cheek. Anne felt fire where the water had been. Luc pulled his hand away, as if he had been burned. Awkwardly, he said, "There. Now you are perfect." It was nice to hear, even though she doubted he meant it in a complete sense. They stood looking at each other. Anne knew she should leave, but she yearned for the comfort Luc offered and wanted to hold on to it. A gentleman bumped into her, and just like that, the moment was gone. When she turned to leave again, an idea struck her. Mother always invited the neighbors she least liked to her home to keep appearances. She often said that she preferred to meet her enemies in her home. It somehow gave her an advantage. Miss Beatrice may not have been an enemy, but Anne would not yet rule out the possibility. "Mr. Mauvier, would you do me a favor?" "Anything." His quick response and eager willingness made Anne forget for a moment what she wanted to ask. Would you please ask Miss Beatrice to call on me tomorrow at the Golden Lion Hotel? All unpleasantness aside, I do wish to see my father, and she owes me an explanation." Anger would help her face the rest of the evening, and she embraced it. It was preferable to tears. "I will go to her now. Enjoy the rest of the evening, Mr. Bourgh." He bowed and gave her a crooked grin. "She has some fire in her." Luc put his handkerchief into his breast pocket and patted it to the rhythm of his steps up to see Miss Beatrice. Pulling the curtain back, he frowned at her. "Do not look at me like that," she snapped at him. "You behaved most atrociously toward your own niece. Still, she wants you to meet her at the Golden Lion tomorrow, during the normal calling hours. I will give her this. She is one tenacious woman." Miss Beatrice sighed. "And you like her, I suppose? You see yourself as her knight in shining armor." The words were sarcastic, but Luc chose to take them literally. "Does not every woman deserve a champion for her cause? What is so wrong with me wanting to help a damsel in distress?" "You do not know she is in any distress. She, no doubt, has led a life more comfortable to anything you have known since your childhood. And yet, here she is alone, with only a maid, and staying in a hotel. No, Miss Beatrice, something is wrong, and I think it has everything to do with Sir Lewis." Miss Beatrice shrugged her shoulders. "I will find out if I call on her tomorrow." "If." Luc gave his most disapproving look. He felt like he was scolding a child. All right, I will go. But if she puts on airs like her mother, I've worked very hard to keep that woman out of my life, and out of my brother's. I will not allow her offspring to ruin our peace. Just give her a chance, please." It was an order more than a plea, and Maman begrudgingly acquiesced. Luc left, content with his efforts. He had done the best he could, and now it was up to Miss Beatrice and Mr. Bourgh. Several times during the evening he looked up into the box where Mr. Bourgh sat. At first she was very solemn, but it was lovely to see her face light up when she smiled during the concluding clown act. Though she was clearly a full-grown woman, there was a sweet innocence in her face, like a little girl expressing her merriment with no restraints. He wondered what that laugh sounded like. Even hours after the theatre closed, Luc thought about Miss de Bourgh. She was intriguing, and so unlike any other woman he had met before. Not within the ranks of the society in the ton, nor in his theatre, with the freer lifestyles of the actresses. How would a man go about courting a woman like Miss Anne? Luc quickly dismissed thoughts of courtship, pushing them away as if they were a disease. He enjoyed his life the way it was, and saw no need to complicate it with the added responsibilities and burdens of marriage. He was a career man, and enjoyed whatever company he pleased. However, Miss Anne's face loomed before him the next morning. He still felt the smoothness of her cheek on his fingertip. He had slept well, and the pleasant dreams of a very different kind of life with her left their sweet aftertaste. As Luc readied himself for another busy day, he came to a decision which could change his life. Whether for the better or for the worse remained to be seen. Anne paced her room and glanced at the clock. Nancy had given her some hems to practice her stitches on, but she did not have the concentration to keep her stitches even. She would tend to it later. She looked about her room to ensure nothing was out of place. By the window opposite the door, she had placed 2 chairs on either side of a table, and she planned to order some tea to be sent up when her aunt arrived, if she arrived. Her father's locket lay on the table, open to show his picture next to her mother. She hoped the sight of his picture would appease Miss Beatrice's prickliness. The door knocked, and a boy stood there with Miss Beatrice behind him. Anne thanked him and asked for some tea to be brought up. The boy scurried about his business, leaving Anne alone with her aunt. "Please do come in. I apologize for the cramped size of the room, but it will give us the privacy we need." Miss Beatrice entered and sat down stiffly. For a moment, both ladies sat looking at each other, measuring each other. Anne had many questions for Miss Beatrice, but she was uncertain how to start, and hoped the elder woman would say something in conversation. However, that did not happen, and Miss Beatrice seemed to grow impatient as she sat and waited for Anne to begin. She tapped her cane against the side of the table. "Very well, then. If she is determined to act as prickly as a rosebush, I shall get straight to the point. Why did father leave my mother?" Anne held her chin up and kept her voice steady. "My dislike for Lady Catherine is severe enough that I insist my friends call me by my first name. The less association I have with that woman, the better. The simple fact is that your mother made my brother miserable." She spat the words, and Anne felt her venom like a slap on the face. "Their troubles started the very day the wedding ceremony was held. But Louis was faithful and obliging to your mother in the hopes that an heir would be born. After 6 years of barrenness, even that hope was taken from him. He had grown sickly, with the constant strife in his house, so he decided to leave. It was either that or stay and die much too young. He is younger than me, you know. Political troubles were brewing in France, but he preferred the threat of direct violence over the subtle manipulations within his own household. I hoped to make arrangements to cross the Channel after he faked his death. He did not know when he left that your mother was indisposed. Anyway, that is the long and short of it." "Did you tell him when I was born? Did anybody?" The hurt Anne felt at being overlooked before she was even born squeezed her throat. Was I not worth knowing about? "No. If Louis knew, he would have immediately returned to England and opened up a scandal that would have ripped our family to shreds. He had been declared dead. Your mother arranged a grand funeral, though she knew his death to be a farce. I guess she wanted him out of her life just as much as he wanted to leave." "You do not understand my mother completely, and I thank you to speak of her with more respect. She has a difficult personality, as do you, but she stayed with me. She raised me alone, which is more than I can say for my own father. And you certainly kept your distance over the years. Did you really hate my mother so much that you would deny me, your own niece, your company?" Anne's chest heaved and her eyes burned. A knock sounded the arrival of their tea. Anne received it and poured the piping hot liquid into their cups, taking care not to spill with her shaking hands. "I have answered your questions and have been chastised for my honesty. Now, answer my question. What are you doing in town? Why are you looking for Lewis?" Anne's nerves were raw. The reproof in Miss Beatrice's tone lit a fire in her, and she was determined not to weaken in front of that impossible woman. "I only last month learned of my father's existence. Like everyone else, I was raised to believe that he had died before I was born. By chance, I found a letter from him which my mother had saved. It was dated after his supposed death. When I asked Mother about it, she refused to talk. When I insisted, she threw me out of my home. I stayed with the family until yesterday, when they received unexpected company, and I was forced to find other arrangements." She had Miss Beatrice's full attention. "Do you have any money?" "No. My maid has saved me from shame by packing my best gowns. We have been selling them. Now she has work at Adelaide's dress shop, and I recently began painting miniatures." Anne refused to feel ashamed for pawning her possessions and working to earn money. It was not considered ladylike, and no doubt her aunt would disapprove, just as her mother would. Instead of the reproof she was waiting for, Miss Beatrice clutched her cane and took a long sip of tea. Her posture seemed to relax in her chair. "It is no wonder you could find no information about your father. We did such a good job feigning his death, and I have purposely lived a quiet and secluded life. I know I am not very easy to find." She rubbed the top of her cane, contemplating Anne. "I wonder at your mother keeping Lewis's letter." She picked up the locket on the table and looked at their pictures. "You look nothing like your mother, you know. In fact, when I first saw you, I thought I was looking at my reflection from 40 years past. Except for the eyes. You inherited your mother's stormy eyes." She spoke while looking at the pictures, her thumb rubbing over the image of her brother. Looking up, Miss Beatrice said, "I will write to Lewis this afternoon. If it is possible for him to come, he will." Anne breathed in her aunt's promise. For the first time all morning, she smiled, and happy tears flooded her eyes so that her vision blurred. "Many years have passed, nearly 30. If we are very careful, I doubt anyone will make the connection." Draining her tea and standing up, Miss Beatrice said, "Now, I want you to pack your things this afternoon. You will come and stay with me for the duration of your stay in town. I will send a manservant to collect you before dinner time." Before Anne could think to say, "Thank you," Miss Beatrice left. Sinking into her chair, Anne let loose the tears she had needed to shed for too long. Tears over her father's absence in her life, and the joy she had in the prospect of meeting him, tears for her wasted youth, and the pride she felt in what she had recently accomplished, tears for ruined relationships in her family, and hope they could be mended. Chapter 16. The manservant came just as Miss Beatrice said, and very soon they were brought to a grey building, which could have been a home or a warehouse. Nothing about the structure declared it a warm, welcoming home. A bit prickly, like its owner. Anne wondered if it was a mistake to come, but what other option did she have? She could not have stayed at the hotel forever. An elderly butler opened the door, and her trunk was carried up some stairs. Miss Beatrice met them as they entered the house and walked them up to a guest bedroom, with a large room beside it where Nancy would be. The furnishings from the entryway up to the stairs and into her room were sparse, as if those parts of the house were not often in use. Anne was very happy her friend would be close to her. She had helped Anne improve her stitching enough so that she had gone beyond merely doing hems. Anne was proud of this accomplishment, as well as her embroidery, and Nancy was encouraging. "You shall be doing the intricate work on the bodices before long if you keep this up, Miss Anne," she would say, her chest puffed out in pride at her pupil. Miss Beatrice said, "This is where you will stay. I have not done much to these rooms, as I have seldom had use for them. but I believe the necessities are present. If anything is lacking, you can learn to do without or find it yourself." "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Beatrice," Anne said. She hoped her voice did not sound too sarcastic, for she was grateful for a place to reside. She had hoped her aunt would soften toward her, perhaps in time. "You are a cheeky one." Anne panicked until she saw how her aunt contorted her face to keep from smiling. Nobody had ever called her cheeky in all her life. It was so opposite to Anne's character. She could not help but feel flattered at the strange compliment. "I will give you some time to settle yourselves. Dinner will be served in an hour." With that, Miss Beatrice left Anne and Nancy in their rooms. Neither Anne nor Nancy had much to unpack, and the work was done quickly. Then they took inventory of their rooms. Spinning about the room, Nancy declared hers satisfactory. After all, what more was needed than a bed, a wash-basin, and a chamber pot? Not much more in the way of furnishing was in Anne's room. The wallpaper had once been yellow or pink, Anne guessed, but it was so faded it now looked to be a soft shade of grey, just like the rest of the house. Her bed covers were clean and smelled like lye soap. There was a couch in a corner with 2 pillows, which had seen better days. On the opposite wall, by the door, was a writing desk and wooden chair. The desk was too small to be useful for her paintings. She liked to have all her materials surrounding her when she worked. As soon as she had some funds, she would purchase a larger desk. In the meantime, the small one would have to do. With Nancy's help, she moved it to the other side of the room, next to a large window where the light came in. That done, they stood in the middle of the room, thinking what to do next. "Nothing some fresh flowers will not cheer up, miss." Anne thought of her room at Rosings. It had sometimes felt like a cage, albeit a very comfortable one, with the windows and curtains always closed against the cold and the draught. Though Mother never consulted with her about the colours, she always used the richest velvets and the softest silks and satins available. Anne's bed had been fluffy and warm, with well-made blankets. Pillows were abundant and plump with feathers. Lavender from the sachets placed about the room and sweet roses from the bushes beneath her window lent their pleasant smell. The room she found herself in now had no such luxuries, but was very practical in purpose. It is not as comfortable as Rosings, but it will do. Anne would not allow homesickness to deviate her from her purpose. She would make herself useful in life and find her father. Accepting Miss Beatrice's invitation would bring her one step closer to her goal. "You had best go downstairs, miss. I do not think Miss Beatrice would appreciate being kept waiting. I will go to meet the rest of her household staff. Have you noticed how everyone here is ancient?" "I have. For a moment I was not sure the footman would get my trunk up the stairs." Anne covered her mouth and giggled. She had been tempted to try to carry it herself to avoid an accident. The dining hall was the most inviting room of the house thus far. Butter-yellow paper with cream flowers covered the walls. There was a lovely flower arrangement in the centre, and wax candles flickered and danced in their sconces, which reflected off mirrors and shining silver to illuminate the room. She had been placed to one side of her aunt, instead of at the opposite end of the long table. "Stop gawking and sit down, Anne. Good food must be eaten while it is hot, not cold on your plate." Anne did not know what to expect for their meal. She suspected simple fare, since everything she had seen in the house suggested as much. She would not be surprised to be served brown bread and tea without sugar or cream. To her amazement and delight, she was served a white cream soup, roast beef with new potatoes and stewed vegetables, with a sauce she was tempted to lick off the plate with her tongue. Her aunt sighed contentedly with each bite, enjoying her meal as much as Anne was. When she thought the meal was over, Miss Beatrice said, "Now for the best part. My cook works miracles with butter and sugar." Dessert was brought in next. It was gingerbread, and Anne's mouth watered as the sweet biscuits were set in front of them. Even her aunt looked like a child in a candy shop, rubbing her hands together and licking her lips. She may have miserly taste, but Miss Beatrice knows how to lay a table. Enjoy the final flavours of winter. June will arrive soon, and with it, strawberries. Anne savoured every bite, washing it down with chocolate so rich it left a creamy residue around her cup. She looked to her aunt and saw how relaxed she was. Now would be a good time to ask about father. Taking another sip of chocolate, Anne said, "I know nothing about father. What was he like?" Miss Beatrice sat back in her chair, a wistful expression on her face. "Your father was a very handsome man. He was gentle and kind-hearted too. I am sure he still is. All the workers on his estate were happy to have such a generous landlord, although some took advantage of his kindness. Lewis always did have a hard time with the business side of things. I think that was what drew him to Lady Catherine. He thought they would balance each other out. Well, we both know how that turned out." "You said he was handsome. What did he look like? All I have seen is the portrait in our sitting-room at Rosings, and the likeness in my locket." "I have seen the painting you speak of, and it is actually a fairly accurate likeness. I have not seen Lewis since he left, the trip being too complicated to make." "Do you think he will come?" Anne hated knowing she might not see her father when he was only across the channel. "He has helped many others leave, so I should think that he could come if he is so inclined." Anne did not want to ask if Miss Beatrice had already sent a letter, but she was too impatient not to. "Have you told him about me?" "No, I have not yet. I thought you might like to send a message along with mine." "Oh." Anne went blank. She had so much to say to him and ask him. She could not possibly know where to start. "You have all night to think on it. I will send my letter first thing in the morning. I suggest you have something written before breakfast if you want it sent too." Anne had more questions to ask her aunt before retiring for the night, but her mind was occupied with the letter she must write to her father. Not having paper to waste, Anne mentally tossed letter after letter into the trash bin. After spending too much time ruminating and not enough time sleeping, Anne decided that simple was best. April 3rd, 1812. Miss Beatrice's house, London. Dear Father, Yes, you read that right. I am your daughter. My name is Anne. I only recently found out you were alive. At this moment, I am residing with Aunt Beatrice, and my hope is that we might meet somehow. Mother is in Rosings and does not approve of me seeking you out. Please do not disappoint me, if it is at all possible for you to return to England, even if it is only for a short while. I await your response anxiously. Your daughter, Anne de Bourgh. Anne sprinkled sand over the wet ink and sealed the letter before she could change her mind. She also addressed a letter to Mother with her new address. She discreetly left out who resided at the home. If Miss Beatrice thought unkindly of Mother, Anne could only imagine what Mother's opinion of Miss Beatrice was. Though sleep escaped her until the wee hours of the morning, she woke earlier than usual to march her letters down to the butler, so they would not be left behind. She prayed that her father would receive it kindly. Luke slicked back his dark hair and checked his reflection against the mirror. "You are worse than a lady presenting at court," chided Adelaide, as she stood by the door tapping her foot. "And you, my dear sister, are as charming as ever." Luke scowled in return. One last adjustment to his cravat, and he vowed not to look in the mirror the rest of the day. He was not normally vain, but he felt the need to look his best today for their weekly tea with Miss Beatrice. The short walk to her residence did nothing to calm his nerves. Adelaide's odd glances did nothing to help either. "What has you so befuddled? This is very unlike you," she asked. Luke wished a breeze would cool his face. His sister would torment him when she saw his blush. Could it be? Her face lit up in revelation, and she poked him in the arm and laughed. "You have been caught! I would not have thought it possible, but I do believe you are falling in love with Miss Anne." Luc attempted to give an answer to her accusation, but only managed to sputter unintelligibly. His eloquence had deserted him when he most needed it, and Adelaide laughed all the more for it. They arrived at Maman's, and the butler opened the door before Luc could form a clever retort. He felt flustered. They were led into the front parlour, where Miss Beatrice had a lovely table spread out with fresh flowers. The fare looked more abundant than usual, with tea sandwiches, 2 different cakes, fruit, jam, and cream, besides the cold cuts of meat. It reminded Luc of when he first arrived to London with Adelaide. They had been very thin when they arrived, not having enjoyed a good meal in weeks. Miss Beatrice had taken it as her personal mission to fatten them up. It appeared that it was now her niece's turn. Miss Anne greeted Adelaide like close friends do. Luc would have welcomed an embrace, but contented himself with her neat curtsy. It did please him to notice a slight blush in her cheeks when he smiled at her. He made a note to smile at her often. The blush was most becoming. "You have outdone yourself, Miss Beatrice. Such delights are usually saved for a special occasion. Do tell, what are we celebrating?" asked Adelaide. "My niece has been with me these past 5 days, and her company has cheered me up. What is not to celebrate in that? Also," she dropped her voice, "there is a possibility that Louis will return to meet her. We have not heard back yet, but I firmly believe he will come." She clapped her hands together, her eyes tearing. "Imagine, after all these years—" "You may count on our discretion, maman. You have other family on your father's side, do you not? Could he pose as a cousin or some other relative while he is here?" asked Luc. "I have been giving it much thought, and that is precisely what I plan to suggest. He was always so clever, I would not be surprised if he has thought of the same thing. It has been so long." Feeling bold, Luc asked, "How do you think he will find his daughter?" Luc found her extremely well. Miss Beatrice understood his motive for the question, and looked at him with arched brows. Miss Anne looked down at her lap. The tips of her ears were bright red. Finally, after some consideration, Miss Beatrice said, "He will be proud to have such a tenacious daughter. She gets that from our side of the family. She has stepped out into the unknown with a bravery which it would do well for other ladies to imitate." Miss Anne looked stunned. "Do not look at me like a codfish, Anne. I see you learning embroidery and design from Nancy every morning and making calls, sketching and painting well into the evening. The drawings littering the wall of your room are a vast improvement on the faded wallpaper, I dare say. I have seen your portraits and think them of the highest caliber. I do think your desk is too small, though, and have arranged for you to have a bigger one." She spoke matter-of-factly, as if her words would have no effect on Miss Anne. Luc watched Miss Anne bloom before his eyes. She sat taller and had a sparkle behind her eyes. He knew it impolite to stare, but he wanted to capture that image of her to keep forever. She looked up, and for a moment they locked eyes. "I thought I heard you were a sickly girl, Anne. You do not seem so to me," Maman commented, before cutting a bit of cake. "I was quite sickly growing up. It has only been recently that I have recovered." Luc remembered how thin and pale she had been when he first saw her nearly a month ago. "Give a girl purpose and good work, and there is no time to get sick." Maman waved her butter knife in the air. "I believe you are right, and it is how I want to continue to live." Addressing Adelaide, Miss Anne continued, "There is a rush of excitement in having something to do and a set time to do it in. I understand why you enjoy running your dress shop and helping the young ladies like you do. My girls enjoy your daily visits. You are a good influence on them, and, no doubt, their stories have inspired you as they have me." "Thank you. I would love to credit myself with unselfish interest, but my visits with them are as much for my benefit as theirs. Besides, when else am I to see my friends?" Luc was happy to include himself amongst Anne's friends. It was much easier for him to think of an excuse to go through the shop below his home for some daily errand at the same time, rather than to think of some excuse to call on Maman every day. "You will soon tire of us and take to travelling about the country. I know how these great ladies are," Adelaide teased. "I would love to travel more, but I've grown attached to London. What about you? Would you return to France if it were possible?" "I plan to return to France the moment it is safer. There are some things I miss that I cannot replace here, though I have grown to love my home in England as well." The longing in Adelaide's voice was not lost on Luc. It tormented her that she could not remember details as he did. "Not me. This is my home, and will remain my home until my last breath. I have spent too much time establishing myself as a businessman to give it up so easily. But a visit, now that would be divine. We shall go together, Adelaide." "I would love to go on a tour of the continent, or travel England for that matter," Miss Anne said in a dreamy voice. "Perhaps you will join us then," Luc said enthusiastically before he could stop himself. Clearing his throat, he asked innocently, "You have not travelled much?" "No, like Aunt said, my health was too poor and prevented it. This is, in fact, my longest stay in London, and I must say that I am enjoying it immensely." She smiled at her aunt. The man plopped another slice of cake onto Miss Anne's plate. "Maybe when the fuss is over on the continent, you shall take your tour," she said, returning the serving knife to the plate. "I should like that so much. There are still so many things I want to do." The butler entered the room, more hurried than usual. On his heels was an imposing woman. She walked into the room without being announced, her hands on her hips, lips pursed together, and nostrils flared. She would make a fantastic dramatic actress. Anne pulled back from the table and stood, her eyes wide. "Mother!" Chapter 17. Aunt Beatrice pounded her cane against the floor and stood, her chair almost falling in her haste. "What are you doing in my home? You are not welcome here." "What have you been doing with my daughter? Poisoning her against me, I assume." "You threw her out. What choice did she have? Some mother you are, throwing your only child out in the street with no money and no connections. You should be ashamed of yourself." The butler tried to explain. "She would not let me introduce her. I could not stop her from entering." He was flustered, and Anne was concerned that the excitement might prove too much for his aged heart. The two women paid him no mind. "She left me, just like her father did," Mother roared in a voice much too loud for the size of the room. Anne's heart was beating so fast she thought it might leap out of her chest. Feeling another verbal attack coming on, she begged, "Please, Mother, Aunt Beatrice, please be civil." Both women glared at her for her impertinence. Remembering how to react, Anne straightened up and held her chin high. "We have guests." Aunt Beatrice sat and fiddled with her cane. Mother stepped back, looking confused for a moment. Then she stood in silence. It was awkward, and Anne was not surprised when Adelaide chose that moment to stand and take her leave. Luc followed suit, but was hesitant. He looked like he wanted to say something, but remained quiet. He cast a sympathetic look at Anne. She nodded, trying to communicate that she would be all right, and he left with Adelaide. Restraint left with her guest's departure. Anne felt the tension in the room grow. "You selfish woman! How could you deny Anne her wish to meet Louis? So he could leave her disappointed just as he did me? You made him miserable. That was why he left. A better man would have stayed." Mother smacked her fist into her hand. "It was you who ruined him with your unbending opinions and constant criticism. If he would have listened to me, there would have been no cause to criticize." The two ladies pointed their fingers at each other. Steam practically rose off the tops of their heads. "Mother, Aunt Beatrice, stop this at once. We are all ladies here, and I suggest we act as such. Mother, Please take a seat." She moved the teapot away from the two women, not trusting them with the boiling beverage. "That is not necessary, Anne. No amount of hot tea could thaw your mother's cold heart." Anne sighed. This was not starting out very well, and most likely would end worse. Mother looked about the room and humphed. "I see your taste has not improved over the years, Beatrice. You were always gaudier in your preferences, Catherine. It must be your theatrical nature." Insults would keep flying unless Anne interrupted. "Mother, why did you decide to call in such a fashion?" "I received your letter. You are very careful to give the minimum amount of information, but I would never forget this address. Why you choose to stay here with this puffed-up prune instead of our house in Grosvenor Square is an insult to me." Anne felt the guilt, but determined not to let it defeat her. "You are right. A good daughter would write with more attention to detail. However, you forced me out of my home. I assumed you did not want to hear from me, nor appreciate my staying in your house." "Nonsense! You were never supposed to leave in the first place to follow this fool's errand." Mother waved off the bothersome irritation with a flick of her hand. "It is not foolish to meet my father. I hope to hear from him any day now." Mother laughed, a loud, empty cackle that set Anne's jaw on edge. "He will disappoint you, just wait. It was all he was ever good at." Bitterness oozed from each word. Aunt Beatrice interrupted. "I thank you to speak of my brother more kindly while under my roof. You are quick to name the faults of others, but you have plenty enough of your own." "I certainly have far fewer faults than your brother." "If you cannot keep a civil tongue, then I must ask you to leave." Aunt Beatrice pointed her finger toward the door. Anne felt like a referee at a boxing match, not that she had ever been to one. Standing up and leaning over the table, she begged, "Please do not fight. Your quarrel was almost 28 years ago. Cannot the passing of time have softened the blow?" Mother and Aunt Beatrice looked at Anne as if she had sprouted an extra nose. Aunt Beatrice extended her pointed finger directly at Mother. "This woman ruined my brother's chance at a happy family life by forcing him to flee England to find some measure of peace. She has withheld his existence from you, her own daughter. I am certain that she would have taken more comfort in his death had it been real. Lewis chose to leave me and my unborn child. He does not deserve to be part of her life now." "Mother, that is for me to decide, not you." Anne's arms trembled as she remained standing over the table. Mother's eyes narrowed. "You are becoming stubborn and opinionated. That is the pot calling the kettle black," harumphed Aunt Beatrice. Anne bit her lips to keep from smiling. There was some truth there. "I only strive to imitate the example I have been given." The humour had passed, and Anne spoke softly. "Whose example? This conniving, manipulative woman's?" Mother glared at Aunt Beatrice. "I still think you were the one to encourage Lewis to leave." Interrupting before another joust of sharp tongues began, Anne said, "Please, stop this bickering and fighting." It pained Anne to see Mother, who she loved and was beginning to understand better, and her aunt, who had faith in her and encouraged her toward her goals, attacking each other. They both opened their mouths to protest. Before they could utter a word, Anne held her hands up. "If you are going to fight like misbehaved children, then I am leaving." She felt like the grown-up in the room, though she was the youngest by decades. She stared them down, starting with Aunt Beatrice, then moving on to Mother. Aunt Beatrice looked sheepishly at Anne. Mother looked appalled. Anne waited for her rebuff, but it never came. "There, is that not better? Mother, come and sit. We have all this cake left. Please have a slice with some tea." Mother walked cautiously to the table, keeping an eye on Aunt Beatrice's cane. "I do not bite, Catherine." Aunt Beatrice rolled her eyes. "If you do indeed have any teeth remaining to bite with," Mother countered as she sat. Anne held her breath. Mother had always been opinionated, but she was rarely blatantly rude. She looked at Aunt Beatrice to read her reaction, imploring with her eyes not to retaliate. "You just eat your cake," she managed to sputter out. Anne exhaled and sat to finish her tea, content that a truce of sorts had been made. "You old bird," Anne heard from Aunt Beatrice's side of the table. Anne looked accusingly at her aunt, who seemed to get no end of merriment that her comment had gone unheard by the recipient at the other side of the table. The tea was drunk efficiently, and with little conversation. Mother dabbed her mouth with her napkin. "I do not like you staying here, Anne. You are to pack your things and leave with me. My house is in a much nicer neighbourhood, and we can stay in town for the remainder of the week before returning to Rosings." She said all this while sorting her skirts, arranging her cup and saucer just so, doing anything but looking at her daughter. "No, Mother." It disheartened Anne to disappoint Mother yet again, but she had changed so much over the past month. Anne felt that if she left now, she would only return to her former habits, and that was no longer good enough. Disappointment and unhappiness would swallow her whole if she gave up now. Mother rose from the table. "If you change your mind, I will be in residence in town through the weekend, perhaps longer. I have some business to attend to with my solicitor, I think." She stared at Anne with her eyebrows up and her lips pursed. Mother had threatened disinheritance before, when Anne had refused Darcy's offer of marriage. Anne had no reason to doubt that she would follow through. Love for her home almost made Anne call after her as she left the room, but Anne bit her tongue and swallowed back her tears with a sip of tea. For the first time in her life, she had a purpose. Her life meant something. She was making friends and learning not to be so dependent on others. She was happy. She was not willing to lose all she had gained now. Luc trudged up the stairs to his apartment. Adelaide had remained downstairs, wanting to spend her time in more pleasant company. Luc did not blame her. He felt like he had left Anne in the lion's den, and his guilt on leaving increased the farther they got from Maman's house. But what could be done? It was a family problem, and he could not interfere in such a matter. He wondered what it would be like to be a part of that turbulent family. It played out like a comedy in his mind. His mood lightened by the time he reached the entryway. Luc had learned how to keep peace in his theatre. He had years of practice placating the principal leading lady with the prima donna, the clown with the dramatic actor. Even Adelaide, who felt things passionately, was sometimes difficult to calm when she was in an ill humour. His confidence grew, and Luc began planning how he could befriend Lady Catherine without offending Maman. Rubbing his hands together in preparation of a diverting challenge, Luc felt more optimistic about his day. It was a worthy challenge for a worthy cause. The prize? Miss Anne's heart. The butler, seeing him enter, got his attention. "A Miss Sarah Dateman is here to see you, sir. She has been waiting almost a half an hour. I saw her into the waiting room." Miss Dateman was the perfect replacement for Mr. Vyse. She had auditioned at the larger theatres, but they would not recognize talent if it spat in their eyes. Miss Dateman had talent and ambition. She was also petite and would fit Mr. Vyse's costumes, with only some minor adjustments. There could only be one reason for her visit. Luc left the door open as he entered his waiting room. He would leave no wrong impressions now that he had settled his dreams on Anne. "Good afternoon, Miss Dateman. It is a pleasure to welcome you to my humble home. Would you like some refreshment?" She sat, twisting her hands in her lap. "No, thank you. I only came to accept your offer of work, if the offer still stands." She looked up through her gold lashes and bit her lips together. Luc would not make her suffer, so quickly reassured her. Of course, my offer still stands. You will take on minor roles for the next 2 months, and make your debut for the final performance of the season. I will pay you as a principal actress beginning immediately to guarantee your interest in staying with us through the end of the season, at which point you are free to pursue any other options you may have. The offer was generous, perhaps too generous, but it would secure the right actress for the final performance and save his theatre from defamation. He would give no cause to displease his patrons, nor would he hand a loaded pistol to Mr. Garrett and his lackeys. Miss Dateman stood and extended her hand. "Very well, we have an accord." Luc took her hand and bowed over it. "It is a pleasure doing business with you, Miss Dateman. I will see you tomorrow, when I will introduce you to my family of performers." After the young actress departed, Luc rummaged through his best wines. It was a moment to celebrate. His theatre was saved, and he would be credited once again with the discovery of a new talent. What was more, he had a plan to win the charming woman who had won his respect and admiration. Thoughts of marriage no longer unnerved him as they had before. Anne was an intriguing mystery, full of surprises, and he loved how she responded to his sincere praise. He loved her tenacity and humility. She was not afraid to try, though Luc knew her nature to be shy. With Anne, Luc could never be sure what lay around the corner. All the more reason to have her by his side. Chapter 18. Beginning of May. Anne continued about her routine. In the morning, she received her commissions from Mr. Carrera, as well as any payments due. Anne's stack of coins had grown substantially, and her first business was to pay Nancy her salary. Nancy tried to refuse, saying that she only saw Anne in the evenings and early mornings, but Anne insisted more than Nancy refused. Having her friend near was worth more than she could express. The coins were only a token of Anne's appreciation, and well worth the lightening of her reticule. Early afternoons were spent improving her embroidery at Adelaide's. She had so many other demands on her time, but it gave her an opportunity to improve her accomplishments, and to see Luc. He always knew exactly what to say when she felt overwhelmed. To him she had no limitations, and Anne had begun pushing herself even more because it pleased him. Anne, too, enjoyed the satisfaction she now felt. She ate lunch with Aunt Beatrice, who she now loved as much as her own mother. They were so alike it was hard not to, prickles and all. It was not uncommon for Anne to enter her room to find some new trinket or tool her aunt thought might be valuable to her art. Before going to committee meetings with Milly, Anne dedicated some time to Mother. A month had passed and Mother remained in town. Sometimes Anne dreaded going to the stuffy house in Grosvenor Square, but she was growing to understand her overprotective nature more than before. Father had already left her. Even after 28 years, the wound still hurt, and Anne doubted her mother could ever forgive him. It had never occurred to Mother that Anne would really leave Rosings. Anne was convinced of that now. She could even see how convenient it was for her to arrange the marriage with her sister, Lady Anne. By having Anne marry Darcy, she could keep the families united. At least, that was Anne's reasoning up to now. She could not believe that her mother was as selfish and disinterested in her welfare as Aunt Beatrice suggested. With her new understanding, Anne could see how every action had been made to keep her dependent and reliant on Mother. Funny how life works. Unfortunately, Mother's efforts to keep Anne close had stifled her, until Anne felt that her only choice was to leave. If only there was a way to help Mother see how her overbearing ways pushed the people she most loved away. After a month of pleasant visits, Anne decided that today was the day she would tell Mother what she had been up to over the past month. She wanted to be sincere and honest in their relationship. It was time to share her work. Nancy, who left the dress shop at an earlier hour to accompany Anne, encouraged her. She tried to formulate some plan as the carriage drew near to de Bourgh house. She could not enter without some sort of strategy, lest she lose her nerve and keep silent about her current occupation. Her resolve had grown stronger, but she was not willing to test its limits to the full. Anne had been so determined in her improvements, she had already completed the final touches on a pillow that very morning. It said Rosings in red thread. It was the same shade of rose bushes by the stairs leading up to the house. She had even stitched little rosettes to decorate around the letters. She carried it wrapped up in a package in her hands. Anne hoped Mother would like it. The carriage slowed as the house drew near. The pillars seemed grander, and a protruding balcony set the house out as different from every other house on the street. As the butler led her up to Mother's sitting room, the familiar colours greeted her. Hunter green curtains made out of thick velvet to keep the draughts out covered the windows and darkened the entry hall. Thick Turkish carpets with bold green, red and gold designs softened her steps as they approached the cold marble stairs lined with red carpet. Needing some warmth, Anne slid her gloved hands along the oak banisters of the stairwell. A speck of dust dared not settle in the house. Mother was standing in front of her chair when Anne walked into her room. They sat, and she ordered tea to be brought up. Then she looked expectantly at Anne. Anne had no idea how to start, so she held the package out in front of her. "I think this will please you." Mother accepted her offer and untied it, careful not to tear the paper. When she saw the embroidered pillow, she sat staring at it so long, Anne grew apprehensive. Mother brushed her fingers over the neat rosettes. "Surely she likes it." "Is this what you have been spending your time doing here in town?" Mother asked in a broken-up voice. Taken aback, Anne said, "It is one of the accomplishments I am learning. I have vastly improved my portraits and painting as well." "Do not neglect music, Anne. I should have been a great proficient had I had the circumstances when I was younger." She sniffed and lifted her head higher. "I fear that I inherited none of your musical talents. I can read the notes well enough, but I cannot seem to master the sound they should make. I am much happier with my sketches." Sensing Mother's disapproval, she quickly added, "But I will not give up. Perhaps with more practice I shall improve." "If you stayed here, you could practice on the pianoforte. It was recently tuned, and I would find a master to help you along." "Let me meet Father and continue painting, and I will pack my things and come this afternoon." Mother was silent, the muscles in her jaw tensed. She would not bend. "Very well, then I will stay with Aunt Beatrice." "I wonder why you are so quick to dignify that woman with aunt. She has done nothing to deserve it." "That was so in the past, but I want to give her a chance. People can change, and not all of them are bad if you give them the chance." "Is that what she told you?" Anne laughed. "Goodness, no. She was determined not to like me, but time has softened her, and I find that she is not much different than other people of my acquaintance." Anne swallowed hard. How closely she had come to comparing Aunt Beatrice to Mother. Mother narrowed her eyes. Anne settled her shoulders back, trying to give the impression that nothing was wrong. Finally, Mother said, "Humph! I pity you have more than one acquaintance with such disagreeable manners." Anne bit her lips and settled back into her chair. Mother looked at the cushion again. "This is very good," she said before giving it to a maid to place on her couch. Anne thought her heart would burst with pride. "Tell me about your drawings and paintings." Mother poured the tea that was just set on the table. "I have been doing more sketching than I have done before, portraits mostly. Then I make a miniature portrait with watercolours." "I would like to see some of your work. The arts are very important, and it only seems natural that my daughter would be proficient in some form of art. Who do you paint?" Anne squirmed in her seat. Best to tell her now. Accepting the teacup and saucer handed to her, She gently set it down without thinking how to start. The simple truth would have to suffice. When I arrived in town, I had very little money, and it struck me as unfair that Nancy should have to work to buy my bread. In conversation, the lady whose hospitality I had enjoyed, Mrs. Hebblewhite, revealed a trend amongst the ladies of the ton. She said that miniature portraits were in vogue, but the painter most of the ladies preferred was too busy to do them in a timely manner. I went to him and proposed that I might help lighten his workload. I even auditioned by painting one of his sketches on the spot. Anne remembered how nervous she had been, about as nervous as she was at that moment. After 2 weeks' instruction, he considered me proficient, and I started working with him. He is Rosalba Carrera's nephew. She paused after mentioning the renowned Venetian artist, hoping Mother would be impressed. Mother dropped a lump of sugar into her tea with such abruptness the tea splattered off her saucer and soaked through the tablecloth. "You are accepting payment. You are working." I had no other option. Anne locked eyes with her mother, refusing to look away. She wanted their relationship to improve, but brushing over the consequences of decisions rashly made would not help. Anne had never been devious, and she did not plan to start now. She had nothing to be ashamed of, she kept repeating to herself. "You could have come home. I never meant for you to leave, and when you did, I was so confident you would come back before nightfall." Mother cradled her arms, gripping the fabric of her sleeves at her elbows. Anne reached out to her, touched by her vulnerability. "You must think I am a cold, bitter old woman, but you have no idea what I have suffered." "Then tell me. Let me share your burden," Anne implored. "There are some things you protect your children from." "I am not a child anymore. I am a grown woman." Anne watched as Mother built her barrier up before her eyes. First, she exhaled deeply, straightening her posture. Then she unfolded her arms and placed her hands together on the table. A few breaths later, her head was back in its haughty position and her mask was securely in place. Her eyes were as cold as her house, and Anne could no longer see any expression in them. "We could help each other if you would let me. I will continue to call on you while you are in town, but I cannot live any longer on your terms." She stood. "Perhaps you meant to protect me from disappointment. I will never know unless you will tell me. But I have learned in these past short months that I am capable of doing things and of being someone I could look up to. For the first time in my life, I can look at my reflection and feel content with the woman I am becoming. I want to share my joy with you, if you will let me. Good day, Mother." Anne's chin trembled as she descended the stairs, but her steps were light. She had been honest and done everything she could to mend her shaky standing with her mother. And, though it was a brief moment, Anne believed that if given enough time, Mother would come around. She held on to that belief with the stubbornness she had inherited from the great lady herself. Descending the stairs to her carriage, she saw her cousin riding up on his buckskin blood horse. Saluting Anne, he dismounted and strode over to the steps. Standing 3 steps higher than Richard put them at eye level. It was good to see his merry face. A grin was never far from her cousin. He bobbed his head in greeting to her. "Our paths finally cross. I keep hearing your name mentioned at the assemblies and wonder why your name is present, but you are not." "I have been too busy in other pursuits. Unlike you, I am in no hurry to the altar." She knew that would silence his inquisitive mind. Richard chuckled. "I take it your time with the Hebblewhites was pleasant." Anne instantly felt guilty for her negligence. She could have thanked him somehow. "I should have told you how perfect the situation was. Milly has become a kindred friend. In fact, I am on my way to her house this minute. We have a meeting for the East Side Orphanage. We would like to raise funds to take them on a picnic outside the city. The air over there is stifling in the summer months, and an outing would do the children good." I am glad to hear you have involved yourself in charitable pursuits, but you are residing neither there nor here." His observation was clearly a question. "Before Mother arrived, I arranged to stay with an aunt on my father's side. Did you know he had an elder sister? She lives alone in a house at St. James, so I am keeping her company for a while." Richard knit his brows together and glanced toward Mother's house. He was not completely convinced. "I would love to stay and chat, but I really must be on my way. Milly and her orphans wait." She smiled sweetly at her cousin and stepped down the stairs toward Aunt Beatrice's carriage. The de Bourgh family crest shone in contrast to the black wood of the frame. "Very well then, my secretive cousin. Do your good deeds of the day, and I will attend to mine." With a gallant bow, he proceeded up the stairs to pay a call on his aunt. The next hour was a blur, as Anne memorized a couple new faces to sketch at home later. She had already painted a few of the ladies present, and it gave Anne a thrill to know that her art was now displayed in their fine homes. Normally quiet and contemplative, she even went so far as to make a few recommendations about the refreshments to be served for the picnic. Milly thought her idea was brilliant, and the ladies soon applauded unanimously about her suggestion. It was a simple suggestion that they serve lemonade and tea sandwiches, as they would be less cumbersome to bring and easier to distribute among the children. But they made Anne feel as if she had discovered a new star or something equally significant, and decided to make more of an effort to participate at her meetings. Soon it was time to go home to begin her real work, sketching. Aunt Beatrice met them at the door, smacking an unopened letter in her hand impatiently. "Oh, you are finally home. I am on pins and needles." She held the letter out to Anne. "It is from your father, my dear." Anne took the letter and saw how similar the handwriting was to the letter tucked away in her trunk. She held it to her chest and squealed before breaking the seal and devouring the single page, reading it aloud for Aunt Beatrice to hear. May 3rd, 1812. Paris. Dearest Anne, I write this message with trembling hands and a hopeful heart. Could it be? I have a daughter. I apologize for my delay in writing. I have written at least a dozen letters to you, all of which made it no further than the trash bin. What I want to say is that knowing about you has made me the happiest man alive, and I will leave on the first boat crossing I can find. Your father, Sir Louis de Bourgh. He says he will come on the first boat leaving. Anne looked at the date, then to Aunt Beatrice. He could be here tomorrow. Tomorrow. Chapter 19. The next morning, Luc left the theatre earlier than normal. Practice was running smoothly, and he figured his time was better spent at his sister's shop. Maybe Anne would be there. On opening the door, peals of laughter welcomed him from a sewing room. Crossing the room and peeking into the workroom door, not wanting to disturb the friendly talk in the room, Luc was surprised to see that Anne was the centre of the gaiety. She was prancing about the room, bits of fabric draped across her shoulders for effect. She looked like a Grecian goddess, very different from the sickly, quiet woman he had met at the start of the season. He watched as she waved her arms about the room, pausing to recite different scenes from the fair penitent. One moment she was innocent Callista, then she would switch roles to the seducer Lothario, preying upon the tormented Callista. The effectiveness with which Anne sprung back and forth between the two roles made Luc laugh along with the rest of her audience. While Lothario made them laugh, she was very convincing as Callista. Luc watched the girls' reaction. Most of them had stopped stitching altogether and were enthralled with the performance before them. Luc leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, one hand supporting his chin to keep it up. So engrossed in her role was Anne, she did not notice him standing there, or, if she did, she expertly ignored him. Skipping to the final act, Anne stripped a length of loose fabric off her shoulders and knelt down on the floor. She caressed the fabric in her lap as if it really were her deceased lover, Lothario. With one final outburst of emotion, Anne recited her final lines. The position of her body and the expression on her face lured in the audience. Luc heard sniffles around the room, and more than one young lady dabbed at her eyes. When Callista accepted the imaginary dagger and plunged it into her heart, much in the style of Romeo's Juliet, to die before their eyes, a silence pervaded the room. Luc shook his head to come out of his reverie. Clapping enthusiastically, he entered the room. He was soon joined in his applause by the girls in the room. Anne stood and curtsied so deeply her knee touched the floor. Adelaide and Nancy rushed up, each with a single rose they had taken out of a vase of flowers on the counter. "Wonderful, simply wonderful," said Luc as he bowed before Anne. She blushed at the compliment. She looked so lovely. Luc wished a portrait could be painted to capture the joy on her face that very moment. "I did not know you were such a talented actress, Miss de Bourgh." For weeks he thought of her as Anne, but it would not do to speak to her so intimately, not yet. "It was only for fun, and I would hardly say that I am talented." "Oh, but you are. If I could find a young lady with half the passion you displayed in your performance, I would offer her a contract immediately." Anne smiled so largely, her eyes turned up at the corners. Luc resisted the urge to place his hands on her cheeks and kiss the tip of her adorable nose. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and took a step back. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your performance?" he asked. "I received a letter from Father. I might get to meet him this very day. Aunt Beatrice grew weary of me pacing about the house, so she sent me here. I fear I have not been much use anywhere. More of a distraction." She looked repentantly at Adelaide. "Think nothing of it. Happy workers make productive workers. You have brought much happiness to me, and to my girls this morning. Besides, Miss Beatrice can easily get news to us. This is where you need to be." "This is where you need to be." Adelaide's words echoed in Luc's mind, refusing to leave. She fit in so well and had thrived in the artistic environment she had surrounded herself with. Anne needed to stay in London, where she could continue to flourish, where she had friends, where he could take care of her. No, that was not right. Anne did not need anyone to take care of her. She was stronger now than when he had first met her almost 2 months before. But Luc wanted to stand beside her and encourage her as she continued to explore her limits. He would help her see that she was capable of anything she set her mind to. It was inspiring to watch. The bell on the shop door rang. Adelaide left to see who it was. Anne stepped toward the hallway, no doubt to see if it was a messenger for her. Adelaide ran back into the room, holding out a missive for Anne. She tore it open, shuffling her weight back and forth, unable to keep still. "I must go. A boat has arrived from Calais, and Father said he would be on it." She headed out of the room to leave the shop. Nancy ran behind her. "Miss Anne, your wrap and bonnet." Anne stopped long enough for Nancy to help her tie her bonnet while she put her wrap in place. Looking to the back of the shop, Anne exclaimed, "Oh, how rude of me! I did not even properly excuse myself." Seeing her predicament, Luc and Adelaide waved her away. "Go, Miss Anne, go meet your father." Smiling, she spun around and left with the footman for her aunt's house. Luc turned and went back into the sewing room. The first thing he saw was Adelaide, arms crossed, tapping her foot against the smooth wood floor. "What?" Luc asked, feeling that somehow he was in trouble. Adelaide jabbed her pointy finger into his chest. "You like her." Luc did not like his inner feelings being proclaimed out loud before he completely understood them and could plan accordingly. He crossed his arms, saying defensively, "What if I do?" "Yet you say nothing."
What am I supposed to say? You yourself told me that she is out of my league. Or have you forgotten how well she put me in my place in this very room?
Adelaide ignored him and continued. You are sensitive to her wants and needs. You scolded Maman over her. You are very protective and encouraging. Adelaide's fingers reached up to tap on her chin while she chewed at the corner of her mouth, a sure sign she was up to something. Luc wanted to leave, but knew he could not at that moment. Adelaide and her girls would have him married by the end of the season if they had their way. Not that he would mind marrying Anne. Adelaide held her arm up in triumph. I think it will work.
What will work?
Luc was afraid to ask. You and Anne. You would make a lovely match. Now we need a plan. Her mother is in town, and her father may have arrived today. She continued tapping on her chin as she paced from one end of the room to the other. You must win the mother over. She and Anne are having difficulty now, but I can tell that Anne loves her deeply. She would respect you all the more if you could get the approval of Lady Catherine. Enough, Adelaide. Luc cut in before she enumerated her plans in front of the whole room.
I need to know she returns my affections before I lose my heart completely.
Adelaide placed her hand on his shoulder. Luc, do not be blind. You visit me every day because you know Miss Anne will be here. I know you enjoy my company, but I do not think you come to visit me. I believe your heart is already lost. What she said was true, but it still jarred Luc to hear it. I will ask because I know you will not, Adelaide said. Nancy, is there any possibility Anne returns my brother's affection? Nancy did not say a word. She walked over to the table, where lengths of fabric were cut, and picked up the tattered portfolio Anne brought with her everywhere. She opened it up and turned the pages so they could see. Miss Anne left this behind in her haste. It is hers. Luc saw his sketched portrait. Nancy turned the page to another, a profile of his face. He wanted to believe it meant something, but Anne's book was full of sketches of people. Though she had left the room only minutes ago, he needed to see Anne. Fortunately for him, Nancy held the perfect reason to call at Miss Beatrice's. Holding out his hand, he asked, May I return it to her? If her father has indeed come, she will want to show him some of her work. It would make him proud. As long as you promise to take care of it, its contents are precious. Nancy looked intensely at him, while holding the book just outside of his reach. Her meaning was clear. She loved her mistress, and would not see her come to harm. Neither would he. I promise. Nancy handed the book to Luc, and he left for Miss Beatrice's. He had little hope of seeing Anne if Sir Lewis had arrived, but he could at least return her drawings. She would notice they were gone soon enough, and having them returned would save her the worry of wondering where they were. Hopping up the steps to Maman's house, the butler welcomed him inside and showed him into the waiting room, where he greeted two very subdued women. Oh, Luc, I am glad it is you. We need some good company. Maman nodded toward Anne. She looked to be on the verge of tears. He did not come, she whispered. She set the book she had been trying to read down and wrapped her arms around her body. Luc crossed the room and sat next to Anne. He was happy to note that she did not even flinch, though he was careful to leave a sizable space between them. He had not come to startle her. He will come, so it was not today, but there is tomorrow, is there not? I know he will come. That is what I keep telling her, Luc. Lewis has made poor choices in the past, but he would never disappoint his own daughter. It is dangerous to travel, and I am sure he will come at the first safe opportunity. How could I be so selfish? I knew it was dangerous to cross the channel when I wrote him, yet write him I did. I begged him to come. I was only thinking of my own desire to meet my father. What if he should come to harm because of me? A tear trickled down Anne's cheek. He wanted to wipe it away with his fingers,
but settled with offering his handkerchief. You do not know what your father has been up to these past 20 years and more, do you? Your aunt has said nothing? Luc looked at Maman. Perhaps she should know something good about Louis. You tell her, Luc. It is your story, after all. Anne looked up, curiosity written across her brow. Your father has worked many years with a League of Spies. He has saved many lives. Amongst those whom he has helped are my sister and me. He paused until he was certain Anne fully understood his words. He looked off to the distance, his vision a hazy blur, as his mind crossed the channel and carried him back in time. I can still smell the smoke. It was so thick, I had to hold a cloth over Adelaide's mouth so she would not cough and reveal our hiding place. The last memory I have of my mother was her yelling for me to run. She shoved a leather bag at me and pushed Adelaide and I down to the hidden cellar we had used to keep our best wine. We had rehearsed the routine many times, but I never in my young, naive mind believed we would have to use it. Luc closed his eyes to see the memory clearer. I grabbed Adelaide before she tumbled down the stairs and cradled her as we hid in a corner behind a casket of wine. It smelled like vinegar, not the good wine I remember from my earlier youth. The screams still haunt my sleep. I have never felt so powerless since that moment. I heard my mother crying and my father yelling. The voices of too many men drowned them out until it was a rule. I could do nothing. If I ran after them, I would have been arrested, and Adelaide would have been alone. Luc opened his eyes and saw Anne's reaction. Her stormy eyes swam in tears. That was in the morning. It was dark out when your father came. He was good friends with my parents, and when he saw our barn up in flames, he knew that they had been taken, and he came to see if we had survived. The fire destroyed a great deal. At the time, I thought he was our guardian angel. He took care of us, hiding us in the room he had built behind his closet until he arranged for our passage to England. Maman met us and raised us here, until we could establish ourselves. What happened to your parents? Anne dabbed her eyes with the handkerchief. Madame Guillotine took their lives, for being part of the aristocracy my father was born into. My mother was an actress, and her only fault was in marrying a comte. I am so sorry, Luc. She reached her hand out to touch him, but stopped herself. Luc was sad too, but the pain was dulled on hearing Anne call him by his Christian name. The reason I tell you this story is not to depress you further. It is to give you hope. Surely, a man who has helped so many others can manage to cross the channel for his daughter. Take care and have faith. Anne dabbed one last time at her eyes and returned the handkerchief. Thank you. Chapter 20. After another evening and morning without news from her father, Anne decided to call on Mother again. She brought her sketchbook and some of her miniatures. Mr. Carrera was proud of the progress she had made with her paintings. She hoped to show Mother that her time in town had not been a mere fancy or a waste of time. Mother was taking her breakfast in her room. Anne remembered the days of sleeping late into the morning. Now she got up early with Aunt Beatrice and spent her mornings at the dress shop with Nancy after consulting with Mr. Carrera. By lunchtime, Anne had developed a healthy appetite, and she was pleased to see curves where bones had jutted out only months ago. She knocked on Mother's door and soon was admitted by the maid. You are up very early. I do not remember you ever rising before this hour at home, Mother said as Anne entered the room. Her tone was neither critical nor harsh, so Anne took heart. I have developed many new habits of late. Look, I brought my sketches for you to see. I think I have improved since you last saw them. She set the book down beside Mother and her breakfast tray. Mother waved at her tray, and the maid was quick to remove it. Let us see what you have done. She started at the beginning with the landscapes of Rosings, pausing at each picture and turning the pages slowly. Anne clutched her hands together to keep from flipping to her most recent work. "Do you miss your home?" Mother asked. The question surprised Anne. Mother had made it very clear that she intended to disinherit Anne, but Anne was beginning to believe that it was all a bluff. "Of course I do. All my memories are there. I have learned to love London with its opportunities for me to learn new things and make new friends, but I should love to return home someday." She held her breath so she could hear her mother's reply all the better. "Yes, well, we shall see about that." Mother turned another page. She was now on the portraits, and Anne jiggled her foot and leaned in to see which pictures she was looking at. That is Mrs. Hepplewhite. She is a philanthropist, and I have made many good friends in society through her. If there is a committee or a cause, she is on it. I hope she does not neglect her children. Too many women want to save the world, but neglect their own household. It is shameful. She has no children. I think this is her way of filling the void." Mother's hand froze, and she looked at Milly's happy face on the page more intently. Anne had spent a lot of time getting her eyes just right. They were so warm and kind, just like Milly. Finally, Mother turned the page, and Luke's dreamy eyes and crooked grin stood out from the page. Anne expected Mother to skip over it, but when she turned the page and saw another portrait of the same man, she flipped back to the first picture. "Who is this gentleman?" Anne felt warm. "He is the brother of a friend, Mr. Luc Mauvier." Anne picked at her stubby fingernails and avoided Mother's piercing eyes. Mother flipped through the rest of the book and returned to Luke's picture. "He is the only gentleman you have sketched. I will admit he is very handsome, but why do you have 2 drawings of him in your book?" Her tone grew more insistent. "Mr. Mauvier was raised by Aunt Beatrice when he escaped France. He is now a successful theatre owner." "Which theatre?" "Le Soleil, a small theatre on this end of the Strand." "I suppose you were often in his company." Anne wanted to melt into a puddle and disappear, but she knew not to show weakness in front of Mother. "Yes, I suppose. He often calls on Aunt Beatrice when I am home, and I have accompanied her to his theatre many times." She tried to sound nonchalant, like he was some acquaintance of no account. But it was not true. Anne had grown to crave his company. She felt happier when he was in the room. He made her feel strong, like she was capable of anything. "How convenient!" Mother slapped the book shut, a new determination on her face. The rest of her visit went smoothly. Mother commented on the improvement in Anne's drawing, and was impressed with her miniature portraits. She even asked for Anne to paint her miniature, since they had decided to prolong her stay in town. Anne breathed a sigh of relief and wondered why Mother had dropped the subject of Luke so easily. Perhaps Mother's heart was softening, and she might grow to approve of Luke. All the way home, Anne dreamed of a peaceful France where she could go and visit what remained of Luke's childhood home. She could see where her father lived. There were many things she longed to see in Paris. There was even a museum she had heard about, where important historical figures were immortalized in wax, if it survived the revolution. Sometimes her relationship with Mother felt like a battle. It had been turbulent and messy lately, but Anne started to think they might reach a peaceful accord soon. Luke left the theatre contentedly. Things were running smoothly. Miss Dateman fit in well with the other members of the theatre, and Miss de Vries had taken her under her wing, treating her like a close friend. He walked into Adelaide's shop to see how her day had gone, hoping that it was as good as his. He wished more days existed like today, days without worries. Adelaide was attending an older woman Luke had seen once before at Maman's house, Anne's mother, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. "Good afternoon, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. I do not believe we have been formally introduced, and apologize on the oversight on my part." He flashed the same smile he had used hundreds of times to create a good impression. "I know who you are, Mr. Mauvier. It was no oversight." She turned away from him to inspect the fabric before her. It was the same blue silk Luc had seen draped over Anne the first time he saw her. "It is very pretty. You had best put it away for now. I did not come to purchase fabric, but rather to speak with Mr. Mauvier." She said the words loud enough for Luc to hear clearly, even though she was speaking in the opposite direction. She would be a challenge. Adelaide gave him a warning look when Lady Catherine turned away from her to face him. He would not be intimidated. Standing firmly, he bowed. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" He showed her over to the other side of the shop, where there were 2 large chairs next to the measuring room and mirrors. "What are your intentions toward my daughter?" "She does not waste time. Neither will I." Luc looked at her steadily. "I want to marry her." She sucked in her breath, but kept her composure remarkably well. Luc saw where Anne's acting talent came from. Tipping her head up, she asked, "What makes you think you are good enough for my daughter?" "I do not think I could ever be good enough for her. Nobody could. What I can offer her is my loyal love and heartfelt devotion." "Loyalty, devotion. You use those words very easily. Do you understand their meanings?" Luc did not take offense. He respected her protective nature. But he needed to win her favor. "I do. I plan to love Anne until my last breath. As her loving mother, I can only hope you might extend your blessing." Lady Catherine looked doubtful. "She is not a young lady. She is 27 years of age, and hardly needs my permission." "Yet I do not think Miss Anne would be happy with me without your blessing. She loves you and seeks your approval. I would do nothing to create a breach between a mother and her own daughter." She harumphed. "You know nothing of my daughter." Luc leaned back in his chair, arms folded. "Then please inform me." "Anne has been complacent until recent months. She was unconcerned enough when she left Rosings this spring." "May I ask why she left?" She considered Luc before answering. "She and I had a disagreement. I was only trying to protect her, but she chose to leave to pursue something that would only disappoint her." Luc nodded in understanding. He knew much more than Lady Catherine supposed. He looked around the room to make sure no one else would hear their conversation. A dark shadow stood in the hall. If it was Adelaide, no harm could be done. But he could not see for sure, so he lowered his voice and leaned toward Lady Catherine. Her father. If Luc did not have her complete attention before, he certainly had it now. "How do you know about the vile man?" "He saved my life and the life of my sister. I am greatly indebted to him." She scoffed. "You speak of loyalty, yet you admire a man who has been most disloyal to his family. He abandoned me when I was with child to play the hero in France. Now tell me what you think of him." Luc measured his words very carefully. He could not speak against Sir Lewis, but there was no denying the harm he had done to the woman seated in front of him. Her hurt had made her bitter, her fear overprotective of Anne. "Why can you not let Miss Anne choose for herself if he is worth her company or not? You said yourself she is a woman capable of making her own decisions. She is not so foolish as to form a friendship with someone unworthy." "You overestimate her abilities. She has led a coddled existence, hardly leaving County Kent due to her frequent bouts of illness. She is unused to making decisions without proper guidance and cannot be trusted to know what is the best situation." Luc stared at Lady Catherine. His temper was up and he struggled to keep it in check. Feeling his jaw clench and his shoulders tense, Luc said, "The woman you describe is not the Anne I have met and come to love. She is caring and kind. Even your sister-in-law recognized Anne's tenderness and softened her opinion of her. She is intelligent. Did you know she has fully memorized complete plays and can perform them on the same level as some of my best actresses? She is humble and willing to try new things. To me, that is a testament of her true character, in spite of her neglectful upbringing." Having said his piece, Luc stood and bowed. "Now, if you please, I must go. I bid you good day, madame." He needed a stiff drink. He walked over to the hall and took the steps 2 at a time, needing to distance himself from that horrid woman in the tranquility of his apartment. He heard the shop doorbell ring behind him, announcing Lady Catherine's departure. Good riddance. As he nursed a tumbler of spirits, Luc hoped his outspokenness had not ruined his chances with Anne. He was on slippery ground with Lady Catherine, but he was determined to gain her favour. Gone were all thoughts of business and his theatre. Money could be made and lost at the turn of a coin. Happiness and love, well, Luc knew very well the need to hold on to the ones you love, to treasure every moment you could spend in their company.
Chapter 21. Luc gave Lady Catherine much thought during the week. After some time passed, he could see his position more objectively, and he created a plan which he believed would help his cause. Putting his normal activities off to the side, he allowed himself only one item to focus on that day. He had an important call to make. He took his time dressing and breakfasting. It would not do to call too early in the day at the great lady's house, if she received him at all. Luc knew he would not make it through another day if he did not at least try. Hours later, at the earliest appropriate time to make a call, Luc stood in front of Lady Catherine's house. It was imposing, a structure which demanded attention, much like the lady herself. Luc knocked and was promptly attended by a butler, who took his card to Lady Catherine. Part of Luc felt confident she would admit him. She seemed to be a woman who appreciated a challenge and admired assertiveness. The other part felt she would shut him out just to feel her power over him. He checked his pocket watch. How long would she make him wait? A mixture of relief and nerves rushed through him when he was admitted into the waiting room. The furniture was large and cumbersome, bordering on the gaudy. Actually, not too unlike a theatre's decor. Luc took comfort in the familiarity of the room, but he imagined how Anne, being small in size to begin with, would feel in a room with such generous proportions. She would feel like a child. Luc stood by one of the windows, overlooking the street. He refused to feel intimidated before he had even begun, so decided not to sit in the oversized chairs. After making him wait more than a few minutes, Lady Catherine finally entered the room. It was impossible to ignore her presence, as she filled the room with her stiff attitude. "I am surprised you had the nerve to call after our last discussion. I am curious what brings you here." She sat in a high-backed chair, which resembled a throne. Her hands rested on the arms of the chair, giving her a regal air. Luc would have preferred to remain standing, but she waved him over to sit in front of her. Leaning forward, his hands clasped, Luc said, "My intentions toward your daughter are unchanged. Tell me what I must do to win your approval, so that I may spend the rest of my life making her happy." Luc watched her face intently for her reaction, but her mask was firmly in place, and he could read nothing. "Tell me about your family." She leaned back in her chair, her focus never wavering from Luc. "My father was Comte Mauvier. He was of the noblesse d'extraction. My mother was a highly respected actress, Lorraine Bonnet." Lady Catherine's face twitched at the mention of his mother's name. "I have heard of her. What became of them?" "They did not escape the terror. Only my sister and I survived of my family." Luc felt a shift in her demeanour, but took care not to relax too much. "You were French aristocracy. How did you become a theatre owner?" "My mother's love of the arts remained strong even after she married. Father encouraged her to teach us, my sister, Adelaide, and me. She was a great actress, but she was also very skilled on the pianoforte and could sing like a nightingale.
When I came here, I wanted to feel close to her, to feel something familiar. So you bought a theatre, I see. Clasping her hands together and leaning forward, she asked, "And what do you intend to offer Anne?" "I want to stand next to her as she realizes her goals, to encourage her. I believe that the reason she came to London was principally to find her father, but she has used her time here admirably. You should be proud. I certainly am. It makes me curious to see what Miss Anne is capable of. I think it is so much more than even she thinks." Lady Catherine breathed out audibly and pushed on the arms of the chair to stand. "She is going to dismiss me? No, not yet. Not before you answer my question. Lady Catherine, I know your time is valuable, and so I will depart. But before I do, please tell me what you want from me." "I want you to leave Anne alone." She paused, studying Luc. His breath held while his heart sunk to the floor. "However, it seems that would be impossible. If Anne returns your affections, then I do not see what I can do to prevent you from making an offer." Before she could say something which would spoil the mood, Luc bowed over her hand and kissed it. He was too happy to care about the shock on her face. She needed to relax anyway. It would do her good. "Merci," he repeated, as he dismissed himself and bowed out of the room. Luc wanted to shout out in victory as he led his carriage to his home. Only one thing remained. He needed to ensure himself of Anne's returned affection. Normally, it was an easy thing for Luc to spot the signs of a woman in love, but his vision was cloudy where Anne was concerned, and a little doubt kept his confidence in check. Does she love me as much as I adore her? Anne returned home after delivering another miniature to Mr. Carrera. She felt immense satisfaction as the coins jingled in her reticule. It was mid-afternoon, and Aunt Beatrice wanted to go to Les Souliers that evening. Anne wanted to take a nap before dressing for the night. It had been a long week, and the desperation she felt with each passing hour, without news from father, wore on her. Nancy was waiting for her in her room. Anne looked at the time again. It was too early for Nancy to be home. "Nancy, is everything all right?" Nancy wrung her hands in her apron. "I am well, miss. What I have to say concerns you." "Then speak. You need not keep anything from me." "Oh, I know, miss. It is only that I do not know how to begin." Anne sat on the couch. Nancy was acting so strange. What could she possibly have to say that was so difficult? She patted the spot next to her. "Last week, your mother called on Mr. Mauvier at the dress shop. I know it was wicked of me and I had no business doing it, but I knew she had come to warn him away from you. So I listened from the hallway." Anne's attention was seized, and she hung on every word. "Your mother saw your sketches and drew all of the right conclusions. I swear nothing escapes her ladyship's notice." Nancy shook her head, and Anne grew afraid that she might deviate from the topic. "What did mother say?" "She asked Mr. Mauvier what his intentions were toward you." "And?" Anne's hands squeezed the bunched-up fabric of her dress. "He wants to marry you, miss. He told her ladyship that he wanted her approval." Anne pinched herself. Surely this was a dream. Luc could have his pick from the beautiful, talented women who surrounded him. Her admiration for him increased greatly on hearing how frankly he had spoken to her mother. Wait, why did he need to speak to mother? "But I am 27. I do not need her approval." "That is what your mother said. She did her best to discourage him, but he was decided. He not only wants you for his wife, he wants her blessing on the union." "How did it end? Were any agreements made?" Anne dared not hope too strongly. "Well, let me just say that Mr. Mauvier's affection for you is so ardent, he would not hear an unflattering speech about you from her ladyship. He actually dismissed her." Nancy put her hand over her mouth and swallowed a chuckle. Anne's elation at being so admired by a man she was undeniably attracted to overshadowed her concern for her mother's reaction. She grinned from ear to ear. I thought I should die an old maid, shriveled up in my bedroom at Rosings. Perhaps there is hope for me yet. But what do? I do not know how to act or what to say. Oh, Nancy, what if I mess everything up? Another barrier occurred to her, and her heart almost stopped. What if Mother never gives her blessing? Nancy shook her head and clucked her tongue. You try to please everyone but yourself, miss. Now is a good time to ask yourself what you want. Your future happiness is your responsibility and yours alone. Anne had thought so little about what she wanted, she had to think for a while. Her days had been consumed with work and the anticipation of seeing her father, who had yet to appear. She despaired that Mother was right about him, and he would leave her waiting for him, just as he had left her mother all those years ago. What do I want? You have much to consider, miss. I will leave you to it. Anne hardly noticed when Nancy left the room. She reached for her sketchbook. She needed to express all her suppressed emotion on paper. Giving no time for thought, she pulled herself out onto the page. The graphite pencil in her hand moved steadily, with a certainty that calmed Anne and excited her. Anne heard the clock chime the hour downstairs just as she finished her rough sketch. It had only taken her 15 minutes to do it, but it held all of her dreams and desires. She had drawn a building full of children. They could not be her own. There were too many of them. She counted a dozen little figures. Each of them had a pencil or paintbrush in his or her hand. The room was spacious, and Anne stood toward the front. She was teaching them something. Everyone had a smile, including Anne. Observing her at the side of the room were 4 figures. Mother stood next to a tall man with broad shoulders. They were holding hands. Next to Father stood Luc. He held a baby and looked proudly at her as she taught her students how to draw and paint. It was a lot for one piece of paper to hold. Anne felt as light as a bird after unburdening her mind. She knew what she wanted now. She wanted a family. A close, loving, real family. She wanted peace between her parents. Who said a want needed to be realistic? She wanted to continue to work, but in a way that benefited others, like Milly and Adelaide. And she wanted Luc. Chapter 22. Luc wanted to celebrate. He went directly to Maman's house with the intention of requesting a private audience with Anne. There was no sense delaying. He would declare himself that very evening. Hopping up the steps, he tapped a rhythm on the door. The butler looked surprised to see him, but led him to the waiting room while he summoned Maman. Luc was too excited to sit. He sauntered around the room, walking from one end to the other. After what felt like forever, Maman entered the room. She looked happier than he had seen her in years. How could she know my purpose in calling? She walked over to Luc, her hands reaching out for his. Oh, Luc, I am the happiest woman in the entire world today. She pulled on his hands, and he took a step forward. Come with me. There is someone here who would like to see you. She led Luc into the parlour, where a gentleman sat. He had a head full of wiry, white hair and a face full of experience. He looked much older than Luc remembered him. The gentleman stood, and he drew closer. His size made Luc feel like a 14-year-old boy again. No words needed to be spoken. They had known each other well. Luc closed the distance to Sir Louis de Bourgh, who, in turn, wrapped his arms around Luc's shoulders and held him like a father would have. Luc's throat closed up, and the tears trickling down his cheeks dampened Sir Louis's shoulder. When he finally stepped back, he could see the held-back tears in his old friend's eyes. You have grown into a dashing man, Luc. How are you? How is little Adelaide? She is not so little anymore. She has become quite the businesswoman and runs a successful dress shop. Luc wiped his face with a handkerchief, the time for tears gone. B told me that you have taken a liking to my... He had to take a breath, but his voice still came out shaky. Daughter. His chin shook, and Luke knew he craved to know more about her. Luke looked about the room. Anne was not there. She should be home any minute. She had to deliver a portrait to Mr. Carrera, Maman said. Luke rejoiced for Anne. His proposal could wait for another day. She should enjoy every moment with her father, and he would not intrude on their moment. Luke moved a chair over to sit by Sir Lewis. "I love your daughter very much. She would make you so proud." The hunger in Sir Lewis's eyes begged for more, so Luke continued. "In appearance, Anne looks very much like Maman when she was younger. She is petite and has the most charming pointy chin and turned-up nose. Her eyes are from her mother." "Like a storm," said Sir Lewis in a distant voice. "Anne is kind to others, and completely unaware of her talents and charms. She has no idea what she is capable of. But that is what makes her the most likable, loving woman I have ever had the honor of meeting." Sir Lewis let out a long sigh. "I was so afraid when I received her letter. I did not know if she was calling me only to rebuke me, or if she really cared. I deserve her rebuke for my cowardliness, but I was so worried." "What, that she would turn out like her shrew of a mother?" finished Maman. "Now, Bee, I will not allow that kind of speech against Cathy. She was my choice, and I should have stood by her. I cannot begin to imagine the suffering I put that woman through. She is the one who deserved better. Do not be so hard on yourself, my friend. I have met Lady Catherine, and she has such a character. Well, she would be very difficult to live with, I think." Luke wanted to ease some of Sir Lewis's grief. "It is true, yet her strong personality is part of why I married her. I appreciate your understanding, but I have lived nearly 30 years regretting my rash decision. Alas, I did such a good job pretending my death that I could not come back, though I dearly wanted to." "You are much changed, Lewis. You could stay now, should you choose to." "We shall see. Now, when do you expect Anne home?" Maman patted her brother's hand. "Patience. She could walk through the door at any moment." And just then, Anne did. A tall man with white hair sat next to Aunt Beatrice. He stood when Anne entered the room, clasping his hands in front of him, and then clasping them behind his back. His broad shoulders were only slightly bent with age. He shuffled his feet like a man under trial, nervously awaiting judgment. Anne's heart beat faster. She had seen those eyes, bushy eyebrows and long sideburns before, in a painting above the mantel in the sitting-room at Rosings. With a little trepidation, she asked, "Are you my father?" Sir Lewis nodded, unable to speak. He reached his hands out so that she might take them. That was not enough for Anne, so she stepped forward and buried her face in Sir Lewis's chest, weeping. He wrapped his arms around her and rested his chin on top of her head, rocking her until her sobbing calmed. The tears finally subsided, and Maman handed Anne her handkerchief. "Here, child, clean your face. Crying is never a pretty business. Lewis, let me present to you your daughter, Anne. Anne, this is your father." Now that the tears had subsided, Anne felt awkward. She had imagined this moment for so long, and now that it was here, she had no words. She still did not know what to do. Aunt Beatrice suggested everyone take a seat. She sat on a couch next to Father. Aunt Beatrice sat in a chair next to him, and Luke stood. Bowing, he said, "This is a precious moment for your family. Perhaps I should call at a better time?" "No, please do not leave," Anne blurted out. "You are as much a part of this family as I am, and I wish you would stay." He always referred to Aunt Beatrice as Maman. Her father had saved him and Adelaide from the bloodthirsty revolutionaries. He was her friend. There were numerous reasons for him to stay. "As you wish." He bowed, and then sat in the chair beside her. Feeling more comfortable with him close, Anne placed her hands on her lap and looked at her father. I have some questions for you. I will answer anything you ask. A commotion at the front door stopped Anne. Everyone looked up to the door. Mother barged in behind the weary butler, so closely he dared not to stop until he could step off to the side in the room. He managed to say, "Lady Catherine de Bourgh." She stopped abruptly, like she was looking at a ghost. Father stood, his face blanched white. Mother soon recovered, anger carrying her across the room. It was the same look she had given Anne after she had refused Darcy. She did not stop until she stood directly in front of Father. With a flash of her hand and a resounding smack, she struck him. Luc immediately reached over Anne and grabbed Maman, who looked like she would leap on Mother. He whispered, "This is not our fight." "How dare you show your face here?" Lady Catherine saw no one but Father in front of her. He did not repine. Instead, he stood firmly in place, and in the tenderest of gestures, took Mother's face in both of his hands. "I am so sorry, Cathy. I was the worst kind of fool to abandon you like I did. I can never forgive myself for what I have done, but pray that in time you might be able to forgive me." Anne watched her mother's harsh exterior thaw. Her stance relaxed, and her face seemed softer. They stood so until Mother remembered where they were. She looked around to see if anyone had noticed. Understanding her worry, Father said, "Let them look, Cathy. What do you have to be afraid of?" "You have no idea, Louis." She straightened up and looked for a seat. Choosing to distance herself from Aunt Beatrice, she sat next to Luc. Anne could see the wheels in her aunt's brain turning, and cringed when she heard the questions. "What are you doing calling at my house?" Mother tried to look superior as she answered, "I came to visit Anne." "It is late into the calling hour." "No, I think not. You are too rigidly proper for that." "If that is what you think, who am I to change your mind?" Mother looked haughtily over the group. Maman gasped. "You were spying on my house. Do not deny it. Why should you deny it when you have made no effort to call on Anne at my home since you arrived in town?" Mother shrugged, but avoided eye contact. "You devious bat! That is enough, Bee. We cannot trust her to be honest. She is such a—" She thrust an accusatory finger at Mother. "I said that is enough. If you cannot manage to be nice, then I thank you to remain quiet, and that goes for everyone." Father looked pointedly at Mother. Anne was proud of the authority with which he spoke. "Now, I have given this much thought. The last thing I want to do is create a scandal. I know how much you abhor that kind of attention," he said, still looking at Mother. "Nobody knows much about past generations of de Bourghs. I could very well be a cousin from the continent on our father's side. That would explain the last name. As to my given name, I thank you to call me by my second name, Francis." Turning his attention back to Anne, he asked, "You have some questions for me?" Without hesitation, she asked, "Why did you leave?" Anne thought she was done with the tears and had to steady her breathing to prevent them from interrupting her interview. Father looked pained, but he never looked away. "I was a fool and a coward. That is the only excuse I can give. Instead of being the strong man your mother needed, I took the easy path and let her have her way in everything. Cathy made all the decisions, and I sat by with my arms crossed, getting sickly as my emotional weakness spread over my body until I thought I would rather die. I resented her and blamed her for turning me into a weak-willed good-for-nothing when I was the one to blame." He stabbed his finger into his chest. "I cannot apologize enough for what I did. We had been waiting years for an heir to be born, and nothing. At the time, I felt I was doing everyone a favor by disappearing. Looking back, it shocks me at how easy it was to arrange." "How did you do it?" asked Anne. "I had gone to some healing waters on the coast. A colleague from my Cambridge days was there. He had become a doctor, being the third son of his family. Over cups one evening we were solving the world's problems one at a time when we finally got around to my miserable life. We concocted this plan together, and it seemed like such an easy, simple solution. He took care of the legal arrangements, and I boarded a boat to Calais. "Why France, Louis? Why could you not have chosen somewhere safer?" Aunt Beatrice asked. "It was the only place that occurred to me at the time." He shook his head, a grimace on his face. "When I had spent some time alone, I thought over what I had done. I was ashamed, but I was also trapped. By then, news of my death would have spread, and I could not very well have done like Lazarus and come back from the dead. So I stayed. I had to." "What have you been doing all those years?" Mother asked. Anne was relieved Mother deigned to speak to Father after all he had done. Reconciliation was too much for Anne to hope for, but she wished some measure of peace between her parents. "Not attaching any value to my life, for, really, I felt that I did not deserve to continue living. I helped some who were in danger to escape. There was an ace of a fellow who made the arrangements. All I had to do was get the families to him, and he took care of the rest. I cannot speak much about him and our adventures, lest his identity be made known. Perhaps when all this unnecessary bloodshed is over." Anne looked at Luc. Her father had saved his life, but could do nothing to prevent his parents' early death. How unfair life was for some. Anne realized how fortunate she had been. Mother was overbearing and overprotective, but at least she had a mother. Some children, like Luc and Adelaide, had their mothers taken from them. Even now, her father sat next to her, and she felt that things would be better here on out. She was not certain how, but she felt it. "I am so sorry I could not get your parents out in time, Luc. I would gladly have taken their place. Why is it that those who treasure life are the first ones to lose it, while those of us with little regard live much too long?" Father's face twisted up, and he rubbed his hand over his eyes. Luc answered firmly. "What kind of a man would I be to wish you dead and deny you your family? No, never. You risked yourself and helped many people. I miss my parents, but I am grateful for every day of my life, and I thank you for it. My question for you is what you plan to do now." Silence filled the room as Father looked at his loved ones around him. Aunt Beatrice broke the silence with her cane. She cracked it against the floor and stood. "I will tell you what you should do. Stay here in London with me." Father chuckled. "As your brother, I could do what you suggest. But during my stay here, I am your cousin, Francis de Bourgh, who has come to visit from the continent. The last thing I want is to cause my family any scandal." Mother grasped the arms of her chair and cleared her throat to command everyone's attention. Anne noticed her pinky finger tapping against the chair, the only betrayal of her nerves. "You could stay at the de Bourgh house as soon as I leave the residence. As a member of the family, you could stay there as long as you like, and call yourself whatever foolish name you please." Anne looked nervously at her father. Leave it to Mother to give offence at the first opportunity. Father laughed, causing Mother to huff in her chair. He laughed so heartily, though, that Anne soon noticed the side of Mother's face twitching. "That is the best idea yet. When I left Paris, I knew I could not return. I had hoped that I could find a home here in good old England, and it seems fitting that I should reside in my own home, does it not?" "Is that why you delayed in coming?" asked Anne. "Yes, dear Anne. I came so close to being discovered, but I am done with the life of a spy, and there is nothing that can separate me from you, unless you wish it." Anne shook her head. "No, I want you to stay. We have so many years to make up for." Father patted her hand. "Thank you. After what I put you and your mother through, I half expected you to send me back on the first boat out of here." "Nonsense, Francis," Mother waved away his ridiculous assumption. I like how you say my name, Cathy. Mother scoffed. You have spent too much time with the French. You can keep your compliments to yourself. They are wasted on me. She sounded gruff, but Anne knew her mother better than that. Anne bit her lips and stared into her lap. What if, after all these years, her mother should fall in love with father? Why should I not compliment you? Look at our lovely daughter. You did a marvellous job raising her, Cathy. Aunt Beatrice rolled her eyes and harumphed. Well, it was difficult, but I am happy to say that Anne has become quite the self-sufficient woman. She got that from me, I think. Mother raised her nose up into the air. Of course she would take all the credit, but Anne did not care. All the people she loved the most were in the room with her, and she had never been as happy as at that moment. Heat crept up her neck and into her cheeks as she realized how easily she had included Luc amongst the people she loved. She met his eyes and he stood. I think that now is a good time for me to take my leave. Perhaps Sir Francis would do me the honor of accepting my hospitality until his home is made available. Thank you, Luc. I will go immediately to prepare a guest room. If you would like to make your entry into society smoothly, I might suggest you all accompany Maman to my theatre tonight. You will be seen by many, and news will quickly spread that Francis de Bourgh has come from the continent. Does that suit you, Bee? Father asked, his eyes twitching in Mother's direction. It took longer than necessary, but Aunt Beatrice finally got the hint. With all the enthusiasm of a child being forced to do something she did not want to, she asked, Lady Catherine, would you like to join us? Very well. I've always thought the theatre to be a worthwhile pastime. Anne almost choked in her attempt not to laugh out loud. Mother and Aunt Beatrice were more entertaining than any comedic act, with their bantering insults. She smiled up at her father, looking forward to their time together. Even after a month had passed, Mother continued in town, and Anne spent every spare moment in her father's company. This threw her into Luc's presence even more than before, Father being his guest until Mother returned to Rosings. It was a happy arrangement. Of course, it would be difficult to be anything but merry, surrounded by good company, sunshine, and strawberries. Mr. Carrera kept Anne busy as well. With only a week left before the end of the season, it was imperative to complete their miniatures before the grand families left town for the country. Chapter 23. The past months had been good to Luc. With only one more week remaining of the busy season, he walked from the Strand to his townhouse, grateful that Mr. Garrett's threats had been nothing more than hot air. How he would love to rub his account ledgers in the naysayer's face, but a gentleman would never stoop to such pettiness. The vengeful thought was pleasant, though. Sir Francis, Luc had trained himself to use his friend's second name so well, he hardly had to remind himself of it any more, was a delightful house-guest. He often consulted with Luc and Adelaide about which trinket or bauble to give as a present to Anne. Luc frequently accompanied them, as they would go for an ice cream or for a tea in a nice shop. Sir Francis spoiled his daughter, and when he found out about her art, he bought her so many cakes of paint she could continue to work and never lack in colours for the next decade. Luc grew ever more impatient as it became more difficult to depart from her company. But he did not quite feel it was time to take her attention away from Sir Francis. His time would come soon enough. He would not deny himself Anne's constant company forever. The butler was waiting by the door when Luc arrived home. Miss Dateman is here to see you, sir. I put her in the waiting room. Odd. She should be at the theatre, readying herself for the performance that evening. Thank you, Jackson. I will go see what she wants immediately. Luc forced a smile on his face as he walked into the waiting room. He had a bad premonition about her visit. Miss Tradesman was looking at a landscape painting above the chimney mantel. She seemed startled when Luke entered the room. Bowing elegantly, Luke said, "What a pleasure it is to welcome you to my humble home, Miss Tradesman. I do hope I have not made you wait too long." Luke watched her face for any signal of what was to come. She plastered a smile on her face, cocked her head to the side to display the creamy, white skin of her neck, and placed a jeweled hand by her pouty lips. Luke knew how much practice such a pose required, and inwardly applauded her skill. She would make a fantastic lead actress, and when she became famous, it would be known that he had given her her start at his theatre. But something was wrong. She would not look at him. "You startled me, Monsieur Mauvier. I did not mind the wait. You have such lovely paintings in this room." She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Then her face lit up, and in an overly chipper voice, she asked, "Where is this landscape from?" She pointed to the painting she had been studying when he walked in. Luke was convinced she bore bad news. He doubted sincere interest in the landscape. She was beating around the bush. "It is my family home outside of Paris. A good friend of mine was kind enough to paint it at my description." "It is lovely. Who painted it?" Luke heaved a sigh. "Miss Tradesman, I do not think you came to my home and waited for me to arrive to discuss one of my paintings. Or did you?" "No, I did not." She extended her arms out and looked heavenward. Luke hated receiving news from actresses. They were so dramatic. He leaned against the mantel and crossed his arms, ready for the blow. He nodded for her to continue. Putting one hand to her forehead like she might suffer a swoon, she said, "If only this were easier." "Perhaps you should take a seat lest you faint." "I could not possibly sit, though I thank you. You see, I have had a better offer." She stopped abruptly, her eyes searching Luke. "Two can play at this game, mademoiselle. You are not the only actor in the room." Luke raised his eyebrows slightly, his arms still crossed. "I am intrigued. Are you here to negotiate, or have you accepted this better offer?" Luke's heart was pounding so hard it thundered in his ears, but he would not let her know how much this affected him. He counted as he breathed. "The Royal Theatre has offered me a contract for the winter season on the arrangement that I will make my debut there. So, you see, I cannot perform at your theatre 4 nights hence." "I do hope they are paying you handsomely." She looked down, and Luke saw her ears redden. "They do not pay as generously as you do, but they can offer me something your small theatre cannot." Luke had evaded the attempts of the larger theatre houses to shut him down thus far. They did not like that a small theatre, such as his, continued to operate under the shaky Barletta license, a license so vague in its allowances that only the good grace of the gentleman who granted it, Lord Chamberlain, kept his theatre in business. Le Soleil had helped him provide a safe place and secure income for himself and his sister. It was their life now, and Luke would not give up without a fight. "What did they offer you?" he asked nonchalantly, pulling his pocket watch out to check the time. "Fame. My name will be in the papers in association with the largest theatre house in London. People will know who I am all over the country." The greed in her face was most unbecoming. "I have seen this happen before. You may become well known, but unless you get a rich admirer, you will remain penniless. People demand to see their favorite actresses dressed in the top fashions, driving the most exquisite carriages, hosting lavish parties. Is this the life you choose? Will you throw yourself at the feet of the highest bidder just to keep up with public demand? I can offer you your self-esteem by paying you enough to keep you self-reliant. My sister will make sure you have the best frocks. I do hope you reconsider." Luke put his watch back in his pocket and looked intently at the young actress before him. She was so young. He did not want to see her compromise herself so easily. He had seen too many young women take that path, and it rarely went well for them. "Mr. Vyse is leaving your theatre to marry an earl. I will settle for nothing less than a duke." She raised her nose in the air and crossed her arms defiantly. Luc could talk until he ran out of breath, and she would not hear a word of it. He felt sick. "Mr. Vyse is uncommonly fortunate. However, I can see that you have made your choice, and I wish you success in your endeavors. Can I count on your presence tonight?" "Yes, I will do my parts for the next 4 days. What I cannot do is perform as your lead. You will need to find a different Lady Macbeth." If he had someone else to replace her with, he would tell her not to bother. But there was no one else. Having stated her business, she said, "I hope you find a replacement, and I bid you good day." She curtsied and flounced out of the room as quickly as she could walk in her high-heeled boots. When she had gone, Luc pounded his fist against the wall. Where could he find a replacement on such short notice? His mind was empty of ideas, but he had to try. A failed final performance during the season would ruin him and most likely affect his sister's business. Failure was unacceptable. The small size of the costume was the least of Luc's worries. He needed someone who could perform sensationally, someone to end the season leaving the patrons wanting more. This was how he filled the seats in his theatre night after night, by providing the best quality entertainment to be had in town. He discussed the situation with Adelaide and began his search that very night, but he returned home a couple hours before dawn, more anxious than before. After a disappointing morning spent in the theatre, Luc decided to visit his sister in her shop. He needed some cheerfulness to ease his tense shoulders and aching head. Maybe I should switch from coffee to tea. The clock was ticking, and now the worry was finding someone with enough talent who fit the costumes and knew the lines. He had 3 days. Gloom hovered over Luc as he entered the shop, but, as he had hoped, the happy chatter of Adelaide and the girls greeted him in the door. Luc smiled at the sound of the woman's laughter. What a lovely sound! He walked into the sewing room and saw Anne. He could do nothing to rain on her sunny day, so he did his best to lighten his humour. Adelaide, of course, noticed. "I was hoping we would see you before Anne left. I think she might be able to help you with your predicament," she said. Anne looked at him with worry on her face. It pained Luc to cause her anxiety. She had obstacles enough of her own. His nostrils flared at his sister for speaking out of turn and worrying Anne. It is nothing to worry about. In fact, I would say that the predicament of which you speak is practically resolved." He opened his hand like a magician, making a coin disappear. Changing the subject, he asked about Lady Catherine. The great lady put up with his presence now, which, in Luc's mind, was encouragement enough. He had learned that she was an admirer of Shakespeare's plays, and her opinions on music gave them plenty to discuss. "I really must be going. I have one more portrait to do before Father calls this afternoon. Perhaps you might call later?" "To visit Aunt Beatrice, of course," Anne asked while she chewed on her lower lip. He hated to disappoint her, but he would have to spend the rest of the day doing what he had the night before, search for an actress. "I am afraid it is impossible today. I shall not even be present at the theatre tonight. If all goes according to plan, I shall call tomorrow." After she left, Adelaide whacked him on the arm. "She would be perfect for the role. Why did you stop me?" "She is a born lady, not just any girl you picked up off the street. Even if she were to help, her family could ostracize her. Do you not know who her cousin is? He is one of the Darcys of Pemberley. He is here, in town, and well known to take great pride in his family's untainted reputation. Her mother, though an avid reader of Shakespeare, is famous for her strict ways and would not take kindly to her daughter acting on the stage. Do you really think there would be no consequences for Anne? How could I ask so much of her?" Luc ran his hands through his hair, tousling his dark locks. Adelaide stared at him, her mouth ajar. hands still on her hips. It was becoming her favourite stance, Luc thought. "You love her. I mean, you really love her," she said, her voice scarcely above a whisper. "Of course I do. I would marry her tomorrow if she would have me. I only hope that she respects me even half as much as I admire her. I would never give her cause to doubt when my greatest wish is to ask her to be my wife. Promise me you will say nothing to her." He looked around the room, knowing that everyone had heard the conversation. Everyone, including Nancy, nodded their head in agreement. Only Adelaide stood with her arms crossed and her face so tense Luc could see a muscle tensing at her jaw. Needing to act, to do something, anything, he left. Adelaide would never understand. She was a businesswoman. To her there was no issue. Going to the stables, he asked for his horse to be readied. He had many places to visit, and very little time. 3 days later. Luc never did call. Over the past few days, Anne saw him only in passing. He looked so tired. Aunt Beatrice had no information, and when she asked Adelaide about it, she tensed and refused to talk. It felt like some horrible secret was being kept from her, and it unsettled Anne greatly. She had delivered the last of her portraits, received her payment, and was tidying up her workplace that afternoon. Nancy had brought a dress home to work on, and was stitching quietly in a corner. "What do you think he could have been up to? Have you heard anything? Is Luc in trouble?" She sounded desperate, but she just had to know. "Please, tell me if you know something. Even if it is bad news, I do not care. I need to know that Luc is well." Nancy put the dress aside and went over to Anne. "There is something you should be aware of, though he promised me to secrecy." "What?" Anne was all concern. "Mr. Mauvier is in a real bind, and you are the only person who can help him out of it now." "How can I possibly help Luc?" "His dramatic performance tonight is without an actress. Miss Dateman left his theatre, and now he stands to lose everything he has worked so hard for. You know the lines and the costumes would fit your petite frame." Anne felt her head shake vigorously. I could not imagine me performing in front of hundreds of people. I should mess it all up and bring ridicule on top of ruin. I would be ruined if recognized. I am already walking a very fine line with my paintings. It is a miracle no one discovered me." Anne hated herself for sounding like such a coward. "I suspected you would say something to that effect." It was as effective as a slap on the face. Anne's disgust with her weak character grew. Speaking softly and slowly, Nancy continued, "Adelaide showed me some wigs the actresses sometimes use. If you wore a wig and we put some powder here and there on your face, I doubt anyone would recognize you. Your mystery performance would intrigue the crowd, and you could save Luc's theatre. Otherwise, I fear the other theatres will campaign against him and close him down. Adelaide told me all about their threats. I have no doubt that Miss Dateman's departure is their doing. They are looking for any excuse to do so as it is. What do you say, Miss Anne? Will you do it?" Anne's heart beat too fast, and she felt nauseated. She wanted to help Luc, there was no doubt about that. But what it required of her was simply too great. It was too extreme. She had avoided public attention her whole life, and now, did she really think she could face close to 1,000 strangers? Surely she would faint, or worse, she would forget her lines. No, she could not. She would fail. Not only fail, but fail miserably. She felt her palms sweat, her body cold and clammy. Looking up to explain to Nancy all the reasons why she could not do such a dramatic thing, she caught her reflection in the long mirror opposite. What she saw was the weak, scared woman who had left Rosings only a few months ago. Her reflection shook her to the core, and she forced herself to sit up straighter and calm her breathing. Lifting her head, she came to a conclusion which could change the course of her life. Whether it be for better or for worse, Anne was uncertain, but she knew she could not live with herself if she did not try. Grasping Nancy's hand, Anne said, "I must leave for the theatre this moment. Please tell Aunt Beatrice what I am up to so she does not worry. I will not stand idly by when it is in my power to help Luke." Nancy sprang up from the couch, her expression as bright as the afternoon outside. "Yes, miss, you should go by the shop and inform Adelaide of your plan. She can help you with your disguise. Oh, miss, how exciting!" Anne wished she could feel excitement instead of dread. With forced enthusiasm and genuine determination, she made her way to the dress shop. Adelaide dropped the silk she was embroidering the moment she saw Anne. "Anne, are you well?" "Adelaide, I need your help." Chapter 24. Now that evening was drawing near, Luke just wanted it to be over with. The other presentations would be superb, but without a dramatic number, the patrons would leave his theatre unsatisfied. News would spread, and the bigger theatres, always trying to fatten their own coffers at the expense of others, would pounce. Trudging down the street with Sir Francis, kicking the occasional bit of gravel, they arrived at Maman's. Luke was grateful to have their support that night, and Anne's. He missed her. Maman was ready, but Anne was nowhere in sight. Luke looked at Sir Francis, who was also looking about the room. They shrugged at each other. "B, where is Anne?" "She will meet up with us at the theatre. Now we really must be on our way." Maman walked out of the door and looked behind her expectantly. "Well, are you coming?" Both men stepped forward, one on each side of Maman. She seemed very happy with the arrangement. Luke swore she grew in stature. She held her head so high. They were a short distance from the front doors when a carriage with the de Bourgh family shield on its side pulled up next to them. Maman started walking faster, but Luke held her back, her plump face scrunched up in a pout. "You cannot blame me for trying, Luke dear. The less I see of that woman, the better." He squeezed her hand and bit his lips to keep from chuckling. Sir Francis stepped closer to the carriage. "I am so happy you decided to join us, Cathy." "What? You invited her?" accused Maman. "I did. She is our guest and will sit with us in your box." The look he gave her and the firmness of his tone quieted his sister. He spoke a few words with Lady Catherine before she continued in her carriage the short distance to the theatre. "Why did you invite her? It is my box. You should have at least consulted with me, Francis." "She will be leaving town next week, and, knowing how she enjoys Shakespeare's plays, just as you do, I invited her to join our party. You may sit at opposite ends of the box if you must, but, for Anne's sake, do try to get along." At the mention of Anne, Luke took the opportunity to ask, "Is Anne to meet us inside?" "Patience, young man, patience," Maman said. Luke held his breath as they walked into the familiar space of his theatre. He checked over the room and was pleased. The chandeliers sparkled with their bright candles. The polished brass glowed in the candlelight. The mirrors shone and reflected all the luxury around them. The rich colours and textures warmed Luke's heart like a favourite blanket. The sadness and gratitude he felt at that moment was overwhelming. He was grateful when Lady Catherine joined their group. Over the past month he had made progress with her. She acknowledged his presence, and when it was time to go up the stairs, she looked to him to provide an escort. They went to Maman's box and took their seats. Luke sat on one end, knowing that he may have to leave to attend to business at any moment. Very rarely did he get to sit and enjoy a whole performance. Maman sat next to him, then her brother, then an empty chair, and on the other end sat Lady Catherine. "I do not see Anne. I thought you said she would meet us here," Lady Catherine said tersely, looking to Sir Francis. "She will come. Be patient," was Maman's equally terse reply. She fiddled with the handle of her cane and tapped it in sporadic beats against the floor. The music started, announcing the beginning of the show. Luc asked Maman, "Where is Anne? She should have joined us by now. You are acting very strange." "Just wait, you will not miss her," she said, her eyes never leaving the stage. Luc could not keep still for the opening act. Maybe it was Maman's incessant cane-tapping, the knowledge that this could be his final evening as a theatre owner, or Anne's disappearance. He was not certain, but he dearly wished for a glass of brandy to calm his nerves. The first act ended, and Luc mentally skipped forward to the comedic act. When the orchestra played the introduction, announcing not the comedy, but the dramatic piece, Luc leaned over the balcony in disbelief. He had made arrangements to skip the play. He had no actress. He watched the stage without blinking. The curtain pulled, and Macbeth began. A suspicion germinated in his mind, and grew in conviction as the actors performed. His knees fidgeted, and he worried what Lady Catherine would think. Would she think he had corrupted Anne? Luc had never felt such pride and such fear at the same time. Engrossed in the drama in his own head, he counted the scenes till her first appearance. It was coming soon, scene 5 of the first act. Luc willed his legs to keep still, but one knee bobbed up and down with a will of its own. Lady Macbeth stood on the stage, reading a letter from her husband. Her long fair hair disguised the actress well. However, Luc would know her anywhere. It was his dear, sweet, brave Anne. Luc looked over to Lady Catherine. Has she noticed? One look at the grand lady allayed all of Luc's anxiety. One hand rested over her heart and occasionally reached up to her mouth. The other clasped onto Sir Francis's hand. She was now sitting next to him, and Luc heard her whisper, "That is my Anne." Maman tapped on Luc's shoulder. "Is this proof enough of her affection, Luc? Anne's love for you has made her braver than she ever thought possible." Luc had no words to express the emotion he felt. He did not remember the last time he was this happy. He felt sure of Anne's affection, and, with that knowledge, he felt that he had finally found his home, his family. Anne moved across the stage, commanding the audience's attention. With powerful gestures and a clear voice, she was convincing as the ambitious Lady Macbeth. When she pretended to wipe the blood from her hands, she set down her candle to better show her frantic desperation. She was marvellous. Macbeth was not a favourite of Luc's. He preferred stories with happy endings and some laughter. But this was the perfect piece for Anne, and the 2 hours passed by in what felt like mere minutes. When the curtain fell, the audience's applause was deafening. Luc could not hear the sound of his own clapping and cheering for the noise. He looked over at Lady Catherine and Sir Francis. They, too, were clapping as enthusiastically as the rest. It was the first time Luc had seen Lady Catherine smile. Luc wanted to go backstage so badly, but they needed to remain seated. The theatre was well lit, and their leaving would be noticed by too many. They would have to wait until Anne came to them. Anne ran off stage and into the dressing room at the end of her performance. Nancy and Adelaide were waiting and ready for her. The powder and other concoctions which had been put on her face were removed. She bid good riddance to the scratchy wig. They helped her out of her costume, and back into the white evening dress she had conveniently managed to tear on the crowded sidewalk in front of the theatre. Adelaide had pulled a few stitches towards the bottom of her train. When Anne had positioned herself behind Lord Tefton, who was known for his clumsiness, she dropped her train onto the ground where he stepped on it. The rip was heard when Anne moved forward. Adelaide, who was standing nearby, offered her services moments before the beginning of the first act. Anne was seen to accompany the seamstress to the back of the theatre, where the damage could be repaired. It was not the best plan, but it gave Anne an excuse not to be present in the theatre box with her aunt, so long as no one questioned the amount of time it took to stitch a train. Now, her moment as an actress complete, Anne felt a confidence she had never before experienced. and she owed it all to the loyal support and trust of her friends. It was not the time to talk, but she had to say something. "Thank you," she said to Adelaide and Nancy's reflection in the mirror. Their busy hands continued their work. She must not delay much longer. She needed to be seen as soon as possible with Aunt Beatrice to avoid suspicion. "You saved us tonight, Anne. Thank you." Adelaide tied the laced ribbon at the back of her dress, giving it a final tug. "Now, miss, you must go. You were wonderful tonight." Anne rushed until she was out in the public space. As if she had no care in the world, she waved her mended train back and forth as she ascended the stairs to Aunt Beatrice's box. Her role on the stage was over, but the acting continued. Pulling aside the curtain, she was shocked to see not only Aunt Beatrice, but her parents and Luke too. Their smiles reassured her that her secret was safe with them, and her reprimand would be minimal. Mother scooted over a spot and patted the chair between her and Sir Francis. They said nothing to her, but Mother reached over to squeeze her left hand at the same time Father squeezed her right. Maybe there would be no reprimand at all. Anne knew she might be able to fool the audience, but she could never fool Mother or Luke. Anne's head reeled with joy. She spent the rest of the evening in her own head, hardly hearing the comedy act that followed. She laughed and smiled when prompted by the audience to do so, but her mind was soaring in the heavens, and she did not yet wish to come down to the ground. Mother patted her hand throughout the evening. To Anne, they may as well have been hugs. Over the past couple months, there were times when Anne felt her mother's approval. Tonight, she had no doubt of it. She knew Mother would never go so far as to say the words. That would be asking too much. But Mother had smiled at her, and with each pat of the hand, Anne's self-doubts yielded to a new layer of confidence. She could have sat so all night, but the show ended. Before anyone could move or say a word, Luke spoke. "Very well. Perhaps I could be so bold as to invite everyone present to a tea tomorrow afternoon?" Looking unmistakably at Anne, he continued, "There is something of great importance I wish to discuss with all of you." Anne had thought it impossible for the evening to improve. Did happiness have no limit? Her heart palpitated at what Luke was certain to ask tomorrow. Sleep was impossible. Rising before the sun cast its light over the crowded streets, she opened her sketchbooks to her favourite drawing. She ran her fingers over the lines her pencil had drawn, tracing Luke's chin with her fingers. He was such a good man. He had suffered injustice of the worst kind, yet he had not grown bitter. His joie de vivre attracted Anne as much as his perfect profile, charming accent, and his large, dreamy eyes. Luke had made a life for himself through his hard work and determination. He looked after his sister, and she had become a woman he could be proud of. Anne gasped as realization struck her. She looked around at her sketches and yet-to-be-delivered miniatures. She looked at the wall hanging she would finish by the end of the week for Aunt Beatrice. On her dresser, Anne had placed a couple roses which had been thrown onto the stage after her performance the night before. She had saved them as a memory of the evening, and how exhilarated she had felt afterward, like she could conquer the world if she wanted to. She looked at all of these things and knew what she needed to do to feel she deserved Luke's love. Had she not drawn it out only a short while ago, when Nancy had revealed Luke's feelings for her? Anne dressed in a rose-coloured gown. The pink would bring out the colour of her cheeks. Nancy coiffed her with twists and braids. When her look was complete, Anne looked at her reflection in the mirror. "Not bad, Mr. Bourgh. Not bad at all." "You look like a young lady ready to come out in society, miss," Nancy said from behind her. "I shall not be afraid of my reflection today, Nancy. What is better, I feel well, really well. Do you realize I have not fallen ill these past 3 months? Nor do I think you shall fall ill often from here on. You are too busy for such a waste of time." "I do think you are right. Every woman should have a purpose, a reason to get up and accomplish something good. How I wish I could have all those years back, all those wasted years." Anne's regret put a shadow on her otherwise sunny morning. "You were not ready for it, miss. It took finding your father's letter to change your outlook. Do not allow such thoughts to ruin your perfectly lovely day. You are about to go to Mr. Mauvier's, are you not?" Nancy had not been present in the theatre box, but she was aware of what was going on. Any good maid would be, Anne thought, and Nancy was the best of maids. "Yes, you are right, of course. No rain clouds on this gorgeous June day." A final adjustment of the bonnet, and Anne was ready. Aunt Beatrice was already waiting in her sitting room, tapping her cane impatiently against the floor. "It is a good thing Luc lives so near, or else he would make us late, and go." Anne looked at the clock. They could walk at a snail's pace and still make it on time. "Well, I am ready now. Shall we go?" She extended her arm out to her aunt, and side by side they walked down the street to Luc's house. Mother was already there, waiting with father. She only appeared slightly annoyed at their delay, though they were not late. Everyone sat around the beautiful table Luc and Adelaide had prepared for their tea. Fruit and tea cake abounded. There was even a bottle of champagne. Luc looked so handsome and happy. He was so used to the theatrical life, and had expected a bit of extravagance. She was not disappointed. Anne sat between mother and father at the table. Anne asked if he had rested well. He assured her he had. He asked if she would perform again at the theatre. Mother rebuffed that suggestion before he had completed the question. Anne bit her lips when father rolled his eyes at mother. Whatever his life had been in France, Anne welcomed the change it must have had in his character. He did not seem to be the coward he confessed to being any more. Anne was proud to think how she had changed as well. She had been too weak-willed to live a life with purpose, to try new things, to discover her own talents, to hold her own opinions. Mother had unwittingly enabled her to languish away in her room at Rosings, but Anne felt that even mother was pleased with her and considered her much improved. Anne was grateful father had not known her as she was before, a smaller, feminine version of what he had been before she was born. Luc clinked his teaspoon against the champagne glass. "My dearest ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you can imagine the reason for this occasion. You see, I am in love with this amazing woman." He looked at Anne. "You make me complete. I want to spend every day with you and experience the joy you add to my life. I want to do the same for you." He went around the table to kneel in front of Anne. Taking her hands, he continued, "Please tell me how I can please you. Will you let me cherish you, love you as you deserve?" Anne thought she had prepared herself for this moment, but the way Luc spoke was so tender and heartfelt, and his touch when he held her bare hands sent explosions throughout her body. He had to feel confident in her acceptance to propose in front of their family, but his hand trembled, as her whole body had when she stepped out onto stage the night before. She squeezed his hands to steady them. Luc searched her face for an answer. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down in a nervous swallow. Stage fright. "I love you more than I ever knew was possible. You deserve a wife who will make you proud and who will not be afraid to work alongside you. I want to be your partner in life, not just a coddled child who you would spoil." Luc's crooked smile was almost her undoing. "You must allow me to spoil you. That is non-negotiable, my love." Anne felt the heat in her face. "Very well, but I want to start an art school for children with little means. Will you support me in this endeavor? Would you allow your wife to work?" He opened his arms wide. "Marry me, Anne." The twinkle in his eyes made her giggle, and she felt like a teenager reading her first romance novel. Bouncing forward from her chair, she hugged Luc, almost knocking him over. "Yes," she exclaimed. "Anne, such a display!" she heard Mother objecting, while Luc found his balance and pulled Anne up with him. "Oh, hush, you pious ninny! Are there not enough chaperones in this room for you?" said Aunt Beatrice. Adelaide clapped from her chair. Father poured champagne and shushed Mother and his sister before they began another spat match. Anne could have stood with her cheek against Luke's chest forever, but he finally pulled away and kissed her hands. "I do not trust myself any further, Miss Anne," he whispered to her as he stepped away. "It was about time," Mother huffed from her chair. "Such public displays of affection are the height of vulgarity." Anne's ears burned. The fire spread over her face. She cursed her fair skin. "Cathy, it would do you good to be embraced properly. You, my dear, are in need of a good kiss." Everyone at the table laughed except Mother, who sat huffing and puffing in her offence. "Well, I never—" Father chuckled, then said, "You are safe from me. I would never force my attentions on an unwilling subject." "You probably have a whole family back in France for all I know." Mother shrugged her shoulders as if what she said was of little meaning, but she looked at Father from the corner of her eye and held her breath. "No, Cathy, you are wrong. After all these years, I still dream only of you." Anne heard Mother breathe in and exhale, the closest sound to a sigh she had ever heard her make. Is Mother blushing? Mother downed half of her champagne glass in one gulp. Anne fanned herself. She would hate the attention she was drawing, so Anne spoke. "You speak as romantically as Luke does, Father. I believe France did you good. Still, we are happy to have you home. Will you stay in London?" "Napoleon could not drag me away. If you will stay here, then I must stay as well." "Of course she will stay here, and as your cousin, Sir Francis, I hope that you call often," said Aunt Beatrice. "St. James will do nicely for your wedding. You could get a special license. My connections should ensure that things go smoothly," interrupted Mother. Anne shook her head. "No, Mother, this is something I must discuss with Luke. But, for me, I would much prefer to marry at Rosings. It is my favourite place, and I so want Luke and Adelaide to see it." She glanced at Luke. "As you wish, mon ami." Very well. I suppose that would do. Mr. Collins can read the banns, and you could marry in July." "I like it," said Father. "Miss Mauvier, I will come by later with Anne to see about her trousseau. I trust you have sufficient time?" "I will make time for my sister. Were she to marry tomorrow, she would be the most fashionable woman in all of England." "I suppose you heard of Darcy, Anne. He has engaged himself to a girl from some small estate out in the country in Hertfordshire. My sources tell me they also plan to wed next month," Mother said. "I am happy for him. Darcy is a good man, and I hope he chose a lively wife to keep him company." The irony was not lost on Anne. They would both marry in the same month, but to different people. She made a mental note to invite them to her wedding. Surely there were no hard feelings. "Cathy, you would have made a terrific spy. How many sources do you have about?" chuckled Father. "Information is power, Francis," was all she said. "I do not intend to go to their wedding, nor should you, Anne. We must keep up appearances." "What, of being uppity and stubborn?" asked Aunt Beatrice. Mother shrugged. "It is what they expect. If we were to appear, it would draw too much attention. Besides, the news of Anne marrying a comte would overshadow Darcy's selection. His wife's family has no connections whatsoever. She even has an uncle in trade." "Is not the theatre a trade?" asked Aunt Beatrice. "Art could never be subjected to the same criteria as trade. It transcends vulgarity when done tastefully. I pride myself in being an accomplished judge in these things. Besides, Luke owns the theatre. He does not act in it." Anne shook her head at Mother's high speech. Change would come slowly for her, if it came at all. Looking over at her father, Anne hoped. Chapter 25. 1 month later. The morning of the wedding, Anne woke to the sweet chirping of birds outside. The roses were in full bloom, and their sweetness perfumed the air. Nancy had opened the windows, and a warm breeze caressed Anne's bare arms and tickled her neck with wisps of hair.
She stood by a window, watching a bee buzz by, and thought how blessed she was. It had made her happy to learn that Molly was still in Mother's employ. She tapped her fingernails against the pane. The time in London had gone by quickly. With her engagement to Luc, he had included her in more of the business of his theatre. She found it intriguing, and was amazed that she was able to understand what Luc explained to her about contracts, salaries, patents, stage production, playwrights. The list went on, and Anne immersed herself in it, content that she could help Luc. Now that her need for earning money through her artwork was unnecessary, Adelaide helped her with her plans to establish a small school where Anne could teach sketching technique and, for those who had the talent, paint. Of course, her preferred clients were from poor families who could otherwise not afford such education, children from poor ladies and gentlemen. Luc had even found a large room near the theatre, so that they would be close. He planned to continue their habit of taking tea together in the late morning. Even Aunt Beatrice planned her contribution for the school. A child cannot create a work of art when she is distracted by the rumbling of her stomach, she said. She would provide sandwiches and cake. Father had taken residence in Grosvenor Square and called often. He was overjoyed to have an excuse to visit Rosings. Adelaide came into the room with Nancy, interrupting Anne's musings. "It is time to dress." She carried the wedding gown delicately draped over her arms. Anne gasped in delight when she saw the dress. "Now do you see why I would not let you see it before now? How could I ruin the surprise?" "Adelaide, it is perfect." Anne ran her fingers over the blue cloth she had seen at the dress shop on her first outing in town. "You will never guess who picked it out." "It was not you? Was it Luc?" "I would have made you a dress with this fabric if nobody else did, but no, it was not me. It was not Luc either." She paused, and Anne wondered if she would ever speak. "It was your mother." Anne was only a little surprised. Over the past few months, since Mother's stay in London, she had acted more like a parent and less like a stern governess. "She ordered this dress after she saw your sketches of Luc. You must have done something to make a good impression on her." "I think all I had to do was try, to show her that, like her, I have strong opinions and am capable of taking care of myself. Things have never been better between her and I hope it continues." "With your father around, I think so. She is not a different woman, but she is not quite so stubborn, bull-headed, difficult, obstinate." Nancy and Anne helped Adelaide complete her thought until they all laughed. "Yes, all that. It is funny now, but it could not have been very easy to grow up with such a woman," said Adelaide. "True enough, but let us not dwell on the past. The past is done and long gone. I cannot change it, but I do have control over this day and every day that follows it. I plan to continue to feel blissfully happy for many years to come." "Luc will see to that. You can count on it." "What about you, Adelaide? Do you ever think of falling in love?" Anne asked. She knew how happy it would make Luc to see his sister settled. "Do not start with that, Anne. I hear enough about it from Luc. I intend to become the most successful businesswoman and dressmaker in England, and I do not have time for a man who would only take it all away from me." She tensed, and her words came out harsh. "Not all men are as considerate as my brother." Anne rested her hand on Adelaide's shoulder. "I will not mention the subject again if it is so distasteful to you. Now, let me try on my gown." In minutes, Anne had donned the periwinkle dress and stood in front of her full-length mirror in her dressing-room. She spun in a circle, looking at her reflection. "Ah, miss, you look lovely," said Nancy. "You are beautiful," said Adelaide. Anne felt like a princess. The fabric was rich, and its folds lay in such a way to flatter and complement her complexion and figure. The brightness of the colour turned her eyes to a serene, bright blue. Anne wished she could have a dozen gowns in the same hue.
Mother knocked on her door, 3 sharp staccatos. Unlike before, she waited for Nancy to give her entry to the room. She stopped in place when she saw Anne. Anne held the dress out and twirled. "You are stunning, Anne. I always knew you were a natural beauty." She walked toward Anne, holding a jewelry box. "This is from Mauvier." Mother had agreed to call Luc by his surname, but it still sounded strange to Anne's ears with Mother's accent. "These were his mother's, and he thought you might like to wear them to the ceremony." She opened the box to 2 sparkling amethyst earrings. Anne put them on and admired her reflection in the mirror. "Strange he did not send the necklace with the set," said Adelaide. It did not take long for Anne to put the pieces together. Father's locket. The necklace would match perfectly. What a fitting treasure to wear on such an important day. Anne hurried over to her writing desk and opened the drawer where she kept the locket. Rushing back into her dressing room, she handed the necklace to Mother and turned around so that she might help her with the clasp. She turned back around to oohs and ahs of all 3 ladies. Well, not Mother. Such expressions were beneath her. But she did look very pleased, and that was enough for Anne. "Let us be on our way. We must not make Mr. Collins wait too long." Anne had hoped that anybody but Mr. Collins could perform the wedding ceremony. However, his wife of 2 weeks had calmed his piety somewhat. She was a lovely woman Anne had met briefly since arriving at Rosings, Charlotte Collins. She hailed from Hertfordshire and knew Mrs. Darcy very well. Anne had a feeling there was a good story there and hoped Darcy would come with his wife. They had married a week ago and were nearby in Hertfordshire. The ceremony went smoothly. The only one to stumble over the words was Mr. Collins. Anne was very happy to see so many members of her family present. Uncle and Aunt Matlock and Richard sat next to Mother. Darcy and his wife, Elizabeth, sat by Uncle George and Georgiana. Aunt Beatrice and Adelaide sat by Uncle Francis. The wedding feast would be a lively event, and Anne was famished by the time Mr. Collins bumbled through the ceremony and they signed the register to seal their marriage legally. Carriages with flowers and streams of ribbons awaited them for their short return from the parish to Rosings. The mouth-watering aroma overwhelmed Anne as everyone entered the dining room. Baked ham, a roasted turkey, sandwiches, cakes, jams, cream, fresh raspberries. Mother had outdone herself. And in the middle of the table sat a white frosted cake. It almost looked too beautiful to eat. Almost. The conversation was merry, and it pleased Anne to have Luc see what a good family he had joined. He and Darcy entered a debate about the use of gaslights in the theatre, and the business of charging more for tickets to ensure that only the elite members of society could afford quality entertainment. Luc was adamant against exorbitant prices and predicted that the recently rebuilt grand theatres would fall into bankruptcy if they continued such practices. Unless, of course, they burned down again first. Luc's passionate answers and pride in his work elicited Darcy's support. He even offered to help finance the conversion of chandeliers to gaslights. While they discussed future improvements, Anne got on a first-name basis with Elizabeth. She told the story of how she and Darcy had met, hate at first sight, which grew into admiration, and, finally, love. Anne liked Elizabeth more with each passing minute. She was perfect for her cousin. Darcy was more relaxed than she had ever seen him. He laughed easily and did not take a difference in opinion as a personal affront. "I must be honest with you, Anne. I was terrified to come here. William has told me such stories about Lady Catherine to inspire terror in the bravest of men. Even Colonel Fitzwilliam teases that he would rather wrestle a tiger than go against her. She does not seem so scary to me. Firm and strict, yes, but not like they depicted her. Mother has softened in recent months." Anne could not easily explain the reason for the change, nor was it the time for such a discussion. Anne knew so little about Elizabeth, so she asked in turn about her family. The lively conversation and excitement of the day increased Anne's appetite. She wanted to stretch her legs, having been seated for a while now. "Would you like another piece of cake? I am tempted to indulge in another slice and can bring you one." "I would love one, thank you." Anne rose and went into the dining room, where the servants had left the cakes and sweets out on the table. Luc was there, with 2 plates in his hand. "I was going to bring you another slice, love. I thought your friend might want one as well." "You read my mind." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed her husband on the lips. "You taste like cake," she giggled, standing toe to toe with Luc. If this is the reaction I get with cake, maybe I will save some for tonight," he purred. A man clearing his throat sounded from behind them. Anne stepped back and saw that her cousin, Richard, had come for more cake. Rotten timing. "I apologize for interrupting your tete-a-tete." Luc, still holding the 2 plates of cake, said, "Here, Anne, I will deliver the other one to Mrs. Darcy. Then I think I will hop in the pond I saw on our way to the parish to cool down." When he left the room, Richard chuckled. "He is a fine chap, not bad for a Frenchman." "Really? What do you have against the French?" "Nothing, only this blasted war. You have to admit, morality in England has deteriorated since the arrival of so many French to our shores, and the unnecessary loss of our lads' lives fighting off Napoleon and his army. My life would be much easier without them." Before she could retort, Adelaide entered the room. "Bonjour," she greeted Richard, with an icy tone and a thick accent. Good Lord, she must have heard. Richard clicked his heels together and bowed. "Mademoiselle." "Why is cake so popular right now?" Anne cursed, the delicious buttery delight causing so much mischief. She grabbed a plate and sliced another piece to hand to Adelaide, who still stood, glaring at Richard. "A cake?" Anne asked as she thrust the plate at Adelaide. "Thank you. I am relieved to know that good manners can be found so far from the continent. I will take this to Maman straight away." She turned and marched out of the room. "She is my sister now, Richard. Behave yourself," Anne scolded as soon as Adelaide was too far to hear. Richard shrugged it off. Anne was tempted to smash the plate of cake he held against his face. Sometimes maturity was too restrictive. "Anne, can you tell me what was in the letter now? I made a wager with Darcy, and I would love to prove him wrong." Anne sighed. An army of horses could not make her reveal the truth to more people than already knew. Even Darcy, who Anne knew could keep a secret, would never know the contents of that letter. The evidence was gone. She had burned it the day Father had arrived. "You will have to continue guessing. You will not hear the truth from me. You could always ask Mother." She said this in her sweetest voice. No, I would not dare." "Then I will take my cake and return to our party." She lifted her plate up to Richard in a sort of salute and hurried out to Luc. She found him sitting on a sofa, conversing with Uncle George, Mother and Uncle Francis. Anne sat next to him, and he reached for her hand. He was warm and his touch firm. Anne felt chills running up and down her spine, though it was warm in the room. Anne closed her eyes and listened to the sounds of her family talking and laughing. She breathed in the country air laced with the essence of wedding cake. The warmth of the weather and Luc's touch warmed her from the inside out. It was a perfect moment, the first of many to come. Anne would make sure of that. This has been Anne's Adversity, a Pride and Prejudice variation, The Darcy Cousins, Volume 2. Written by Jennifer Joy. Narrated by Emma Lisi. Copyright 2015 by Jennifer Joy.
Production copyright 2015 by Jennifer Joy.
So what did you think of the letter? Was it as surprising to you as it was to me? You know, I'd already resurrected Mr. Darcy's father for book 1, so I figured why not resurrect Anne de Bourgh's father for book 2? If you want to know what Sir Lewis was up to all those years in France, then stay tuned for book 3, you'll love it. Darcy Ultimatum's success just blew my mind. It got the little orange bestseller tag on Amazon and it just stayed there for the longest time, much longer than I'd ever dreamed possible. It was amazing, but it also meant that I had a real problem. You see, before, with my first book, I just wrote the book of my heart, the book that I wanted to read. The only reader I had to please was myself and my mom and my grandma. But now I had readers, lots of them. And if they'd read and enjoyed Darcy's Ultimatum, then naturally they would want to read and enjoy the next book in the series. And oh my goodness, what if I disappointed them? So I questioned every single sentence that I wrote, terrified of letting you down. Now, I'm not unique in feeling these feelings. I think most authors suffer from them. In fact, the publishing world has given it a name. It's called sophomore book syndrome. So how was I supposed to write another book under all of this pressure? My solution to this inspiration-killing creativity downer was to outright my doubts. I already knew what was in the letter and that Anne would learn to be bold and self-sufficient with the help of good friends and without the shadow of her mother overwhelming her own personality. All I had to do was sit down and write it. Now, I'll be honest, sometimes I still struggle with expectations, my own and what I think people want from me. But then I'm just focusing on me, and that's not helpful to anyone, and it's certainly not any fun. For me, the joy of writing comes from discovering the story, developing the characters, and overcoming obstacles with them, facing challenges together, and just having fun playing with words. It's about following my curiosity to learn so many cool things about the era and the people who lived in it. And I'm so fortunate that I get to share my discoveries with you. So I want to thank you for listening and supporting my work. Thank you so much. Now, if you enjoyed listening to Anne's Adversity, please like this video and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss anything new. Until the next audiobook then, bye!